Vapi case and was hearing the Masjid Committee's petition challenging the commission survey of the mosque ordered by the Varanasi court. Now the Supreme Court has said it will wait for the order on maintainability aspect. Justice Chandrachud saying that further hearing of this proceeding will take place after the hearing in the maintainability aspect is completed. So that's the big breaking news coming in, and Harish continues to stay on with us as we keep up with those main points and what the court has observed. The Supreme Court has refused to hear the Shivling worship plea. Harish, what more can you tell us of the observations you're picking up?
Significant development because remember the last date of hearing, Supreme Court had directed the district judge Varanasi to decide, to hear and decide on a priority basis first the petition filed by 5 women devotees who had sought daily worship of the murals and idols engraved on the western wall of the Gyanvapi mosque, and only after the maintainability issue is decided and the other issue could be gone into. So today, since the hearing is still on in the Varanasi court, the Supreme Court has said that it will wait for the outcome of the maintainability suit pending in the Varanasi court. In between, there were other 2 petitions also taken up. One which had sought worshipping rights of the Shivling, and another petition filed by Vishnu Jain and Harishankar Jain, who had sought a carbon dating of the Shivling which was recovered, and also a direction to the Kashi Vishwanath Trust to take possession of the Shivling which was recovered from the mosque. But on these 2 issues, Supreme Court has given the liberty to the petitioners to raise these issues in the Varanasi District Judge Court, which is at present seized of the matter. During the hearing, the Masjid side in fact argued that the Advocate Commissioner which had conducted this survey should not have been appointed, number 1. Number 2, the commission survey should not have been ordered. Number 3, it's like a fruit from a poisonous tree. Number 4, court had no jurisdiction to appoint a commission survey. The report should be struck off the record, and the Supreme Court must go into legality of order appointing a court commissioner and ordering survey. But Supreme Court has for the time being very clear that the commissioner report cannot be cited during the hearing of the maintainability suit, and directed all these petitioners to raise all these issues in the district judge Varanasi, which is at present hearing the matter. So as of now, the biggest takeaway is that Supreme Court has decided to wait for the outcome of the maintainability suit first before proceeding with the matter. Back to you. So
it says essentially that the Masjid side's petition cannot be entertained at this juncture, Harish, to speak of it in layman's language, till the time the matter is in the Varanasi court and a word comes in from the Varanasi court on the maintainability aspect.
Yes, that is precisely the point. Remember, what is Supreme Court hearing? Supreme Court is hearing a petition filed by the Anjuman Intizamiya Masjid, which had challenged the appointment of Advocate Commissioner and ordering of a survey, and had in fact sought stay on the proceedings going on in before the Varanasi district judge, saying that first of all, this petition should not have been entertained itself, because it runs contrary to Places of Worship Act 1991, which had provided for a status quo of religious worship, places of religious as on 15th August 1947. So as of now, there is no relief for the Anjuman Intizamiya Masjid, that is the Masjid side, because Supreme Court has said that as of now we will not continue with the hearing of this petition till the Varanasi civil judge disposes of and comes out with the judgment on the maintainability suit.
Alright, the bench also took up another PIL seeking carbon dating of the Shivling stated to be found in the Gyanvapi complex. Harish, what more can you tell us about this particular issue being raised in the court?
So after the hearing on this matter, 2 individual petitions were taken up. Number 1, one petition.
All right, 1 second, Harish, I'll come back to you in just a bit. We have Vishnu Jain joining us on the phone line. Mr. Vishnu Jain, now the court says in as many words that one cannot, from the Supreme Court, rule on this particular issue since the hearing in the maintainability aspect is still underway, and once it's completed is when will the Supreme Court intervene. What do you make? It's a big development coming in.
Yeah, I think it's an important observation by the Honorable Supreme Court, because the Supreme Court has made it very clear that let the first hearing on the maintainability of the issue be decided, and therefore we'll hear the appeal or the SLP filed by the Anjuman Intizamiya. So I think within 4 or 5 days, the hearing before the trial court, before the district judge Varanasi will be concluded. And then we'll proceed further in the matter. The Supreme Court has listed the case in October, in the month of October. So we'll await the judgment of the trial court and then we'll proceed further.
All right. And what happens till then? The status quo is maintained because, you know...
Till then, the status quo will be maintained. The interim order of the Supreme Court is very clear, which was passed on 20th of May, that the sealing of the Wazoo area will continue till the time the Order 7 Rule 11 maintainability issue is decided by the district judge.
Okay, and the Supreme Court has made it very clear that they will not hear granting possession of Shivling to Kashi Vishwanath Trust will also not happen. So that is also an issue that the top court will not hear. The top court will not basically take up any of the issues that were listed before it till the matter is resolved in the Varanasi court or a word comes in from the Varanasi court.
Absolutely right. Till the time maintainability issue is decided, till that everything is halted. And once the trial court takes a view, then the matter will proceed further before the Honorable Supreme.
Mr. Jain, what about the carbon dating of the Shivling?
See, that petition for carbon dating which we had filed, we have withdrawn that petition because the Supreme Court observed that all these remedies are available before the trial court. So they have allowed us to withdraw the petition and we'll move our applications before the Honorable Trial Court once the hearing of 7-11 is decided.
Our top court also said will not declare the survey null and void. So that's an important observation coming in from the top court. What do you make of it?
चाहे भले सांसद ने अपने संसद भवन में वोट किया हो या स्टेट असेंबलीज में वोट किया है, सारे मेंबर्स ऑफ पार्लियामेंट के वोट की गिनती मैंने आपको बताई है ओनली एमपीज 600 टोटल वैलिड वोटों की संख्या है 748, जिनकी टोटल वैल्यू ऑफ वैलिड वोट्स है 5,23,600। इसमें से श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू को 540 वोट मिले, जिनकी वैल्यू है 3,78,000, और श्री यशवंत सिन्हा को मिले 208 वोट, जिनकी वैल्यू है 1,45,600। ये अभी तक की स्थिति है, बाकी फिर आपको सूचित करेंगे। 15 वोट इनवैलिड हुए हैं। जैसे ही हो जाता है तुरंत बताते हैं।
चलिए, तो बड़ी खबर आ रही है इस वक्त संसद।
All right, so there you heard the Rajya Sabha Secretary and Returning Officer of the Presidential Poll brief the media on the current status as the counting of votes is underway. He says 15 votes invalid so far, but more than 3 lakh plus votes have been counted in favor of Draupadi Murmu. Madhav also joins us with more details. Yes, Madhav.
48. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes. So the first round has gone to Draupadi Murmu. The vote of all the parliamentarians has just been concluded, and the Secretary General of the Rajya Sabha, who is also the returning officer for the presidential poll, has announced that as far as Draupadi Murmu is concerned, 548, that is the total number of votes that has been obtained.
All right, so 5,23,600 valid votes so far, and 15 votes invalid is what the Rajya Sabha Secretary General and Returning Officer of Presidential Poll PC Modi just said. But yes, this is the first round of voting, certainly in the favor of Draupadi Murmu. She gets the first round in her favor, which pretty much sets the tone as well for the final results. Now 4:30 is when the final results will be announced, but like you can see on your screens, from the national capital, from her hometown in Odisha, we are seeing several celebratory visuals already come in. Madhav also is back with us. Madhav, you were breaking down all the details for us. Yes, go ahead.
That's going to be very clear, given that in several states, particularly in the eastern part of the country, there have been talks, and also, of course, the home state of Odisha, Draupadi Murmu, there has been a lot of talk of cross-voting, and with also the fact that the Shiv Sena as well as the JMM are supporting Draupadi Murmu. She is, of course, expected to have a comfortable majority. The government is confident that she will get the majority. The opposition hoping that a conscience vote will help their candidate Yashwant Sinha. As far as the first round is concerned, clearly the first round has gone in favor of Draupadi Murmu. What will the subsequent rounds reveal? 3 more rounds of counting that is going to be announced by the returning officer of the Rajya Sabha, returning officer of the presidential poll, the Secretary General of the Rajya Sabha, beg your pardon. That will be known perhaps by evening, perhaps around 6 or 7 this evening. We should have a clear picture of what what the final votes polled are.
All right, the NDA candidate Draupadi Murmu at the moment leading after the first round of votes. Madhav, you can come in, but let me just quickly once again put out the numbers for viewers as they stand as of now. Total votes that have been counted are 748, which means it's 5,23,600. The value of these particular 748 votes. Of this, Draupadi Murmu is backed 540 votes. So the value goes to 3,078,000. As for Yashwant Sinha, the opposition candidate, he's backed 208 votes so far, the value of which is 1,45,600. So a clear lead of Draupadi Murmu at the moment. PC Modi also said that there are only 15 invalid votes at the moment. Yes, Madhav.
Well, he has 15 invalid votes, and this includes the votes of even those members of parliament. Remember, 44 members of parliament had cast their votes outside of the parliament in different assemblies. So this is the total figure of both the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha that we're talking about when you refer to the 748 number. Now, clearly the numbers, of course, on Yashwant Sinha's side, as far as these numbers are concerned, was only 08 of the 748 votes that were cast. That's the information that is coming in. So the balance of the 540 votes has gone in favor of Draupadi Murmu. That's the information over here. And this, of course, gives a huge lead to Draupadi Murmu, because remember that the value of the entire vote for the MLAs will be equal or more or less equal to the value as far as the MPs are concerned. So with a huge lead of about a little, in fact, less than 2/3 of the votes with Draupadi Murmu, clearly, of course, it will be a big lead, and perhaps would be very difficult at this stage, impartial observers would say, for the opposition candidate to be able to catch up with Draupadi Murmu, given this massive lead as far as parliamentarians are concerned as well. Now, the numbers in terms of the parliament are pretty much on lines of the parties. If you look at the parties that are supporting Draupadi Murmu, and that includes, of course, the ruling NDA, and along with the ruling NDA, we have the Shiv Sena, we also have the JMM who are coming in, we have the BJD and the YSRCP, which had earlier itself pledged their support to Draupadi Murmu, and of course, several of the leaders from her home state of Odisha have already spoken about supporting her candidature. In that light, of course, not entirely surprised.
All right, yes. So PC Modi broke down all those important details, making very clear that Draupadi Murmu has more than 3,78 votes in her favor, 78,000 votes in her favor at the moment, as opposed to 1,45,600 votes for Yashwant Sinha. Let's listen into his announcement once again.
टोटल वैलिड वोटों की संख्या है 748, जिनकी टोटल वैल्यू ऑफ वैलिड वोट्स है 5,23,600। इसमें से श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू को 540 वोट मिले, जिनकी वैल्यू है 3,78,000, और श्री यशवंत सिन्हा को मिले 208 वोट, जिनकी वैल्यू है 1,45,600। ये अभी तक की स्थिति है, बाकी फिर आपको सूचित करेंगे।
So, well, it's 540 votes versus 208 votes for Yashwant Sinha. We'll see who wins that race. Certainly, Draupadi Murmu leading after the first round of counting of votes. We slip into a very short break here. Be back with more news updates on the other side. Welcome back. Well, India will get its 15th president as counting of votes for the presidential election began at 11 a.m. in the Parliament House. Now, in the first round of counting of votes, Murmu has bagged 540 votes, which values at 5,23,600, as opposed to 208 votes in favour of opposition candidate Yashwant Sinha. Now, celebrations have already started to take place in Murmu's native town in Odisha, and several ground reports coming in. Times Now gets you the mood of the people on ground there. Take a look.
Right now, I'm standing in front of Draupadi Murmu's residence, and celebration has already begun. BJP party workers along with the supporters of Draupadi Murmu are present outside her residence, and you can see all of them are quite happy and have started dancing. The local MLA of Rairangpur is also in the middle, dancing and celebrating Draupadi Murmu's win out here, and they are confident that Draupadi Murmu is going to win with a very big margin. And you can see posters of Draupadi Murmu has been put in front of her residence, and the celebration has already begun, and the BJP High Command has instructed that celebration will be conducted in 1 lakh villages across the country, and also balloons has been put out across the road to celebrate the win of Draupadi Murmu. Draupadi Murmu, who has been the MLA of Rairangpur twice, and after that she was the governor of Jharkhand, and now she would be the 15th president of India, and also the first tribal. We'll talk to the local MLA. Sir, क्या बोलना चाहिए, किस माहौल आप देख रहे हैं? द्रौपदी मुर्मू जीतने वाली है।
उत्सव का माहौल है, हर चौक में हर गांव में ये विजय उत्सव पालन कर रहा है हम लोग, इसलिए बहुत खुश है हम लोग।
तो इसके आगे जश्न कैसे करेंगे? और
देखिए, बम फोड़ाएंगे, मिष्टान्न बंटन करेंगे, नाच गीत करेंगे, ये आज का प्रोग्राम है।
So that was the local MLA from Rairangpur speaking to Times Now. He said that the celebration has just begun and it is going to continue for a couple of days, because large number of people, not only from Rairangpur but also from the neighboring districts, are also going to come here to participate and to celebrate the win of Draupadi Murmu, the 15th president of India, who is famously known across Rairangpur as Didi. Let me show you some pictures out here. This is the room which has been completely dedicated to her, and you can see the political history and her illustrious political career here. This particular picture is from the Odisha Legislative Assembly from 2004 to 2009 when she was the MLA, and you can see also her illustrious career in the field of education as well. These are the pictures from the day when she was the governor in the state of Jharkhand. These are the pictures when she had taken oath as the governor, and she has a this particular picture is from her childhood, where you can see she along with her entire family. And just going back a bit, you can see the pictures with all the top leadership of the country, be it the Prime Minister, the President of India, the former President of India. So continuously you can see all the journey of Draupadi Murmu put across in the form of pictures out here. So this defines that she has so much of experience to back her, and all eyes will be on the result which is going to come out today. And let me tell you that a large amount of celebration is being prepared across the country, where here in Odisha, if you talk about the Mayurbhanj district, in all the tribal areas, there is massive movement being done by the Bharatiya Janata Party to make sure once the results are out, there is amount of celebrations that takes place over there. And if you talk about the numbers gives a clear-cut advantage to Draupadi Murmu.
That's all we have time for in this edition of news. Our news and updates continue on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
मेरी कार का कितना मिल जाएगा?
यस सर, OLX ऑटोज ही देता है आपकी कार का बेस्ट प्राइस।
क्या बात कर रहे हो?
यही कि OLX ऑटोज ही देता है आपकी कार का बेस्ट प्राइस। ये प्राइस नहीं, सरप्राइज है।
क्या बात कर रहे हो?
Visit olxautos.in now.
99.34% claims paid ratio, बेहतर हुआ इंडिया के भरोसे का नंबर।
Hey Rahul, what's up?
Hey, kicked
The most pressing issue, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
afternoon, you're watching Live Wire and I am Swati Joshi. India will know who will succeed incumbent Ramnath Kovind to become the 15th president as counting for the votes for the presidential elections that began at 11 a.m. is underway. According to the reports that we are getting, Draupadi Murmu and opposition's Yashwant Sinha are pitted against each other in the contest with votes clearly stacked in favor of Murmu. As of now, Draupadi Murmu has bagged 540 votes while Yashwant Sinha has 208 votes. Celebrations, in fact, have already begun in Draupadi Murmu's native town in Odisha. We get you the mood of the people. Let's first go across to Pratibha. She's joining us with more details on how many votes for Draupadi Murmu and for Yashwant Sinha. Over to you, Pratibha. Pratibha, can you hear me? Okay, I believe we are still trying to connect with Pratibha, but those are the visuals of the celebrations that have begun at the native town, at the hometown of NDA candidate Draupadi Murmu, who, according to the latest reports, has bagged 540 votes so far, while Yashwant Sinha, who is the opposition's candidate, has received 208 votes. Votes of Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha MPs were counted first, following which the counting of votes for the state assemblies is currently underway. The counting of ballots is taking place at the Parliament House, and according to the latest reports, 540 votes for Draupadi Murmu, who in fact is leading the race. Let's go across to Pratibha. Draupadi Murmu clearly is leading the race, Pratibha.
Right, Swati, let's give you the official numbers as they've come out as of now from the Parliament. 748 votes. The total value of it, of course, 5,23,600, and clear decisive vote for Draupadi Murmu. 540 votes that have come in her favor. The value of it being 3,78,000, and for Yashwant Sinha falling way back with 208 official votes. The value of it being 1,45,600 votes. So clearly, as we've been discussing for a long time now, Draupadi Murmu having the clear edge now that the official numbers from the Parliament have also come in.
Absolutely. Pratibha, stay on with us. We have some ground reports as well. Let's take a look.
Right now, I'm standing in front of Draupadi Murmu's residence and celebration has already begun. BJP party workers along with the supporters of Draupadi Murmu are present outside her residence, and you can see all of them are quite happy and have started dancing. The local MLA of Rairangpur is also in the middle dancing and celebrating Draupadi Murmu's win out here, and they are confident that Draupadi Murmu is going to win with a very big margin. And you can see posters of Draupadi Murmu has been put in front of her residence, and the celebration has already begun, and the BJP High Command has instructed that celebration will be conducted in 1 lakh villages across the country, and also balloons has been put out across the road to celebrate the win of Draupadi Murmu. Draupadi Murmu, who has been the MLA of Rairangpur twice, and after that she was the governor of Jharkhand, and now she would be the 15th president of India and also the first tribal. We'll talk to the local MLA. Sir, क्या बोलना चाहिए, किस माहौल आप देख रहे हैं? द्रौपदी मुर्मू जीतने वाली है,
उत्सव का माहौल है। हर चौक में, हर गांव में ये विजय उत्सव पालन कर रहा है हम लोग, इसलिए बहुत खुश है हम लोग।
तो इसके आगे जश्न कैसे करेंगे? और
देखिए, बम फोड़ाएंगे, मिष्टान्न बंटन करेंगे, नाच गीत करेंगे, ये आज का प्रोग्राम है।
So that was the local MLA from Rairangpur speaking to Times Now. He said that the celebration has just begun and it is going to continue for a couple of days because large number of people, not only from Rairangpur but also from the neighboring districts, are also going to come here to participate and to celebrate the win of Draupadi Murmu, the 15th president of India, who is famously known across Rairangpur as Didi. Let me show you some pictures out here. This is the room which has been completely dedicated to her, and you can see the political history and her illustrious political career here. This particular picture is from the Odisha Legislative Assembly from 2004 to 2009 when she was the MLA, and you can see also her illustrious career in the field of education as well. These are the pictures from the day when she was the governor in the state of Jharkhand. These are the pictures when she had taken oath as the governor, and she has a this particular picture is from her childhood, where you can see she along with her entire family. And just going back a bit, you can see the pictures with all the top leadership of the country, be it the Prime Minister, the President of India, the former President of India. So continuously you can see all the journey of Draupadi Murmu put across in the form of pictures out here. So this defines that she has so much of experience to back her, and all eyes will be on the result which is going to come out today. And let me tell you that a large amount of celebration is being prepared across the country, where here in Odisha, if you talk about the Mayurbhanj district, in all the tribal areas there is massive movement being done by the Bharatiya Janata Party to make sure once the results are out, there is amount of celebrations that takes place over there. And if you talk about the numbers gives a clear-cut advantage to Draupadi Murmu.
Let's go across to our reporter Sabyasachi is joining us from Rairangpur, which is the native town of Draupadi Murmu in Odisha. Aishwarya is joining us from Draupadi Murmu's residence in the national capital, and we have Mohit Bhatt joining us from outside the BJP headquarters. Before we go across to our reporters, we have a reaction coming in from Dharmendra Pradhan.
और इस पृष्ठभूमि की इस वर्ग महिलाओं को चुन के लाना, ये अपने आप में देश में एक नई इतिहास हो रहा है। निश्चित रूप में आदिवासी समाज के एक अत्यंत गौरव की विषय होगी, क्योंकि आजादी में भगवान बिरसा मुंडा जी का, हमारी जैसे प्रांतों में सिद्धो कान्हो, लक्ष्मण नायक, माधव सिंह जैसे अनेक जनजाति वीरों की, आदिवासी वीरों की बलिदान था। ये सारे महापुरुषों की आज आत्मा को आज संतुष्टि होगी, उनको शांति मिलेगी। उन्हीं की समाज की एक जननेत्री आज देश की राष्ट्रपति होगी।
Let's go back to our reporter Sabyasachi. You were getting us those visuals of celebrations that already have begun. As far as the latest is concerned, Draupadi Murmu is leading the race, of course.
Absolutely, the celebration is going on in front of Draupadi Murmu's residence. You can see now also people are dancing in front of her residence, and a large number of people are coming in to extend the support. They're going inside the family. They are meeting Draupadi Murmu's younger brother, who's currently inside the house, and it's a completely electrifying atmosphere out here. And for the people of Rairangpur, it's a matter of pride because Draupadi Murmu is someone they call her Didi and has been associated with ground. She was teaching here, she was a teacher, started her career as a teacher, then on she went to begin Parshad. After that she was elected MLA for 2 times, and then she went on to become the governor. Women out here also have gathered, women from different tribal areas have come out. We'll try to get some reaction from them, know what they think about. Apunu pacharibi कि द्रौपदी दीदी जो जितुचंती कौन लागुची खाली कौन लागुची कोना दी
खुशी लागुची बहुत खुशी लागी बहुत आनंद लागुची आ हमें तो बहुत खुशी अछु
आपण को कहबे केमिति लागुची दीदी जितुचंती
बहुत भल लागुची बहुत खुशी रहछु हम घर पाखरे बहुत खुशी अछु.
So they are saying that they are very happy that someone from their community, someone from their ground, which they can relate to, is becoming the president, the first tribal women president of India, and that is the reason why in this hot and humid condition also they have been continuously waiting here since morning just to see Draupadi Murmu win once it is officially declared.
Absolutely, friends and family clearly waiting for the official announcement to take place. And Sabyasachi, I'm sure you'll get to hear a lot of stories about Draupadi Murmu when she was in school, in college, since you're in her hometown. Do get us those reactions. Let's go across to Aishwarya now, joining us from the national capital. What is the mood like outside Draupadi Murmu's residence in the national capital? It's just a matter of time before the announcement is made.
Well, that's right, and BJP believes that Draupadi Murmu will be elected as the President of India. She is currently leading in terms of votes as well. But where right now I'm standing is the temporary residence of Draupadi Murmu for Uma Shankar Lane here at Trimurti Marg, and at her residence here as well, there have been all celebrations that we can see from BJP workers. Just behind me is that particular stage which has been set up, and just one chair has been put forward, but we are expecting that soon after the results will announced, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah, along with Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and top BJP leaders will be arriving over here as well. The residence is all decked up with flowers and bouquets. Sweets have already arrived over here, and G. Kishan Reddy personally monitoring Union Minister over here each and every minute preparations, because Prime Minister will be arriving, and we are expecting that there will be a short felicitation ceremony after the announcement as well. And currently Draupadi Murmu is inside her residence, and the BJP is eagerly waiting for the results. They all believe that what kind of celebrations there would be in 1 lakh villages, because BJP has earlier stated that there would be celebrations all across, as India will be getting its 15th President of India and first woman tribal President of the nation as well.
Absolutely. In fact, celebrations already have begun at Draupadi Murmu's native town, and we are constantly playing out those visuals. I want to bring in Mohit as well. Mohit, from where Aishwarya is reporting, from that residence to Raisina Hills, of course that distance will be covered after the announcement is made, but it's only a matter of time before that happens. The oath-taking ceremony is going to take place on the 25th.
Well, you see, BJP already senses that Draupadi Murmu is all set to become the next president of the country, and that is why you see massive preparations are being held up over here at the state BJP office in Pantmarg. A massive roadshow is also being planned by the state BJP, which would be led by BJP President JP Nadda at around 6 p.m. You can see how this whole area has been completely decked up. Huge posters of Draupadi Murmu have already been put over here. Now, Swati, one thing is very interesting. Now, look at these banners over here. It clearly says that Nav Nirvachit Manya Rashtrapati Srimati Droupadi Murmu ka Abhinandan. So already BJP believes that Droupadi Murmu has become the president of the country, though officially only after the first round of polling, after the first round of the counting, the officials from the parliament have come out and they have basically said that yes, Droupadi Murmu is leading, but there are still various rounds that are being left. Around 4 p.m. the state would be clear that who exactly would be the next president of the country. But according to the posters and the banners that have been put over here, where the BJP is gearing up for the massive celebrations.
All right, we are shifting our focus to visuals coming in from Chandigarh. Congress party workers protesting in Chandigarh for Sonia Gandhi in her support and against the government, and we're also being told that a massive scuffle broke out between the cops and the Congress workers who are protesting out on the streets. Similar protests are being carried out in the entire country, and there have been reports coming in of vehicles being set ablaze by some. Now these are visuals from Chandigarh, and you can see that there is a confrontation that has broken out between the cops, and there's a massive deployment of the police personnel to stop the Congress workers from breaching the barricades. Barricades have been put up there as a security measure. Congress workers protesting on the streets standing in solidarity with Sonia Gandhi as she's being quizzed by the Enforcement Directorate. It seems to be a sit-in dharna on the road by the Congress workers. Visuals coming in from Chandigarh. The police personnel, the senior police officer there seems to be talking to them, trying to convey to them that this is going to cause massive inconvenience to people, but the chantings continue, sloganeering continues, the confrontation at this point of time is underway. Visuals coming in from Chandigarh as Sonia Gandhi is being quizzed by the Enforcement Directorate. That questioning is underway. This is Congress Party's pan-India protest. Visuals coming in from Chandigarh at this point of time. A sit-in dharna by the Congress workers and a massive deployment of the police force as well. The police personnel not allowing the Congress workers to move forward. Barricades have been put up as security measure. It looks like the police officers over there are trying to have a conversation with the Congress workers, but sloganeering continues. Now, one of the Congress leaders there asking others to maintain some silence so that an interaction and conversation can take place. We'll also try and connect with our reporters to know exactly what is transpiring. According to the visuals that we're getting for you, clearly there seems to be some sort of a confrontation between the cops and the Congress workers. One of the Congress leaders, they're trying to have a dialogue with the police personnel. He's also talking to the Congress workers around him. Right. Let's go across to Manoj now. Manoj, अगर आप मुझे सुन पा रहे हैं, वहाँ क्या हलचल हो रही है? कांग्रेस के नेता और पुलिस वाले आमने सामने दिखाई दे रहे हैं चंडीगढ़ में।
जी बिल्कुल, पंजाब कांग्रेस के जो नेता हैं ये दरअसल पैदल मार्च करने के लिए निकले थे राजभवन तक, लेकिन उनको पहले ही बैरिकेडिंग करके पुलिस ने रोका और पुलिस ने कहा कि यहीं पे धरने को, पैदल मार्च को खत्म कर दी जाए, लेकिन कांग्रेस कार्यकर्ता माने नहीं। उसके बाद वाटर कैनन चलाई गई है, पानी की बौछारें मारकर इनको तितर बितर करने की कोशिश यहाँ पे की गई है, क्योंकि कांग्रेस के जो वर्कर हैं वो बैरिकेडिंग को तोड़ने का प्रयास कर रहे थे, बैरिकेडिंग से आगे निकलने की कोशिश में थे, लेकिन उसके बाद चंडीगढ़ पुलिस ने वाटर कैनन का इस्तेमाल किया है। अमरिंदर सिंह राजा वडिंग जो कि प्रदेश अध्यक्ष हैं, इसके साथ साथ दूसरे जो तमाम नेता हैं, महिला कांग्रेस की नेता थी, वो यहाँ पर मौजूद थी और जब कांग्रेस कार्यकर्ताओं ने बात नहीं मानी पुलिस की तो फिर वाटर कैनन का इस्तेमाल किया है, उनको पीछे धकेला गया है और अब जो कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ता हैं उनको हिरासत में लेकर पुलिस लेकर गई है।
जी मनोज, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका इस पूरी जानकारी के लिए। सो protests underway across the country. We're also now getting some visuals from Hyderabad. According to the reports, Telangana Youth Congress leaders, as part of the protest at the ED office, torched a two-wheeler, and those are the visuals on your screens. This two-wheeler was set ablaze by the Youth Congress leaders of the Telangana unit. TPCC Chief Raisina Reddy led the protest in Hyderabad over the summons that have been issued to Sonia Gandhi. Visuals of Congress workers, Youth Congress workers coming from Telangana, from Hyderabad, where the workers have set ablaze a two-wheeler, and similar visuals in fact have been coming in from across the country. These Congress workers called it a satyagraha, a solidarity march for Sonia Gandhi, against the agency, against the government, but it seems to be taking a violent turn at this point of time. A two-wheeler is by the Telangana Youth Congress leaders, and in fact TPCC Chief Raisina Reddy was leading the protest. Let's go across to Somit now. Somit, this was supposed to be a solidarity march, a satyagraha. Is this how satyagraha is carried out, by burning two-wheelers and four-wheelers on the road?
Well, exactly. This is not a satyagraha. This is nothing but a violent protest turned out. They were clearly claiming, even they have sorted out the permission from the police, stating that we will just do satyagraha, we will do peaceful protest. Even last time we saw they have vandalized public property, including a TSRTC bus, and also several vehicles vandalized. One vehicle was tossed. Even last time when Rahul Gandhi was at ED. And even now, today, we can clearly see in the pictures we have provided, those are exclusive videos where we can clearly see Telangana Youth Congress leaders giving slogans against the central government, also using, some derogatory words. They have also torched a two-wheeler vehicle at the main, road, blocking the road at the ED office, Hyderabad Zonal office, where, Hyderabad Commissionerate is very nearby, and even other police stations, including CCS and traffic control room is just behind that spot. We can clearly see there. Police said that we didn't have any information. However, we have immediately, the police seized the spot who had deployed there. They have removed that vehicle and took the situation into control. As of now, they are really reluctant to even, protest at a spot where police provided. They have blocked the complete road and staging a protest in front of the ED zonal office in the Hyderabad city since morning.
Absolutely. Questions need to be posed to these workers and the senior leaders as well. Are Gandhis above law? The agency is only questioning Sonia Gandhi at this point of time. It's just an investigation which is underway, and this seems to be the situation on ground. We're getting visuals from Chandigarh where water cannons were used by the police to control the crowd. The Congress workers were not being allowed to move forward and breach the barricade. On the other hand, visuals coming in from Hyderabad where a two-wheeler was set on fire, and Soumit is getting us details on that development. Two visuals on your screens, and in fact similar visuals coming from across the country. We saw this happening when Rahul Gandhi was quizzed, when Rahul Gandhi was interrogated by the Enforcement Directorate in the same case. Now that Sonia Gandhi, the interim president of the Congress party, is being interrogated, once again the Congress workers along with the senior leadership have hit the roads and protests continue. Visuals coming in from Chandigarh where there's a massive deployment of the police, and water cannons were used a short while earlier to disperse the crowd of the Congress workers protesting on the streets. And on the other hand, these are visuals of the so-called Satyagraha March, the so-called Solidarity March of the Congress workers, setting a two-wheeler on fire. Let's go across to our senior editor Bhavtosh is joining us from outside the ED office. The grilling or the questioning, the interrogation continues, Bhavtosh, on one hand. On the other hand, there are visuals coming in from ED offices, from outside ED offices from across the country that remind us of what we saw when Rahul Gandhi was being questioned.
Well, Swati, the questioning lasted for just 3 hours, and ED on its part has said that they have been very cooperative. They have done whatever the Congress, or for that matter Sonia Gandhi, wanted. Summons were issued in the first week of June. On 2nd of June, then Sonia Gandhi and the Congress team said that she was suffering from COVID. Then it was shifted to 20th of June, and then it was then 4 weeks time was given. She was finally asked to join the investigation on 20th of July. Then the questioning only went for 3 hours, and then the questioning got over, and it now appears that a tentative date of next week, 25th of July, has been given, though there is no official confirmation whether she will be joining the investigation on 25th of July or not. What the ED is saying is that whatever possible help is being given to Sonia Gandhi and the Gandhi family is being given. As far as Rahul Gandhi is concerned, while the Congress is saying that 50 hours of questioning happened, but in actuality it only went for 15 hours for 5 days. Rahul Gandhi spent a lot of hours in Congress office, but that was spent going through his statement and making corrections and editing his answers. And they have said that no undue pressure is being put on Rahul Gandhi and on Sonia Gandhi. They have said that the same place saw questioning of Pawan Bansal and also Mallikarjun Kharge, but there was no protest outside ED office, or for that matter any protest across the country. Why special kind of favors are being given to Gandhi family, why this protest is going across the country, is something that has baffled the Enforcement Directorate and law enforcing agency. That's what the officials are asking everyone. They have said that the case was made, a criminal complaint was actually filed by the Metropolitan Magistrates Court when it had gone through a private complaint, and on basis of that the Enforcement Directorate had filed an ECIR or a case, and they have said that it had withstood various judicial forum, whether it's the Delhi High Court or for that matter Supreme Court. In March they have said that IT-80 order or Income Tax Appellate Tribunal order has come, and they have said that various judicial forums and income tax orders have clearly shown that somewhere Gandhi family is in the dock, and they are just doing their investigation, and they have said that at no point of time Gandhi family has specifically been targeted. Young India had taken over prime properties worth 2,000 crores, which was in fact in various parts of the country, and they have basically said the manner in which Dotex India had given the loan of 1 crore rupee to Young India is something which is worth probing. And they have said that Associate General was given 90 crore rupees of bogus loan, and that loan was written off by Young India for just 50 lakh rupees. This makes it a fit case of money laundering, and that's what the Federal Probe Agency is probing and investigating for past 5 years.
Right, so Bhavtosh, you're telling us that round 2 of questioning will take place. However, there needs to be some sort of a confirmation coming in from Sonia Gandhi and the Congress party on whether she is going to seek more time or appear on the next given date. Bhavtosh?
Yes, that's what officials are saying, that Sonia Gandhi's health is of concern. She is suffering from COVID and COVID-related complications. She was admitted. Yeah, Swati, Sonia Gandhi has been infected with COVID. She was admitted at Gangaram Hospital, and that's the reason why she, in fact, sought time of 4 weeks. And even as the questioning was taking place, she had sought relief, and she had, in fact, asked that the questioning should get over, and within 3 hours the questioning got over. What we have learned is that a tentative date has been sought by Congress of 25th of July, and that 25th of July date will depend whether Sonia Gandhi is fit to join the investigation, and all depends on Sonia Gandhi and the Congress whether she will be coming next week to join the investigation. As of now, the questioning is over here at the Enforcement Directorate. As far as the agency is concerned, they have said that they have virtually recorded the statement of everyone in this case except Sonia Gandhi, who has shares of 36% of Young India. They have recorded the statement of Rahul Gandhi. They had the statement of Motilal Vora and other directors of Young India. They have already recorded the statement of Pawan Bansal and Mallikarjun Kharge. But what they are questioning, or what they are trying to say, is that why such protests were not held when Pawan Bansal and Mallikarjun Kharge in fact recorded the statement in April.
Stay on with us. We're also playing out these visuals that exposes the Satyagrah farce of the Congress party. Visuals coming in from Hyderabad, from Chandigarh and Bengaluru, where the protests seem to have turned violent in Hyderabad and in Bengaluru at least. Vehicles are being set on fire. The so-called solidarity march of the Congress party on the streets. Visuals from Chandigarh that shows that the police had to use water cannons to disperse the crowd. Like Bhavtosh said, the questioning went on for 3 hours and Sonia Gandhi will have to appear on the next given date. So round 2 of questioning will take place soon. For the moment, we're taking a quick break. This is a big story that we'll keep on tracking on the other side as well.
कमलनाथ जी और दिग्विजय सिंह जी, आप दोनों सुन लीजिए, टाइगर जिंदा है।
You're watching Times Now. I'm Pratibha. Let's get you visuals of the massive Congress party protests that are taking place across the country as the Enforcement Directorate questioned Sonia Gandhi in connection with the National Herald case. A big scuffle also broke out between a policeman and the Congress workers in Chandigarh, but it's not just in Chandigarh but in several other places as well. The protests going out of hand. In Bengaluru, vehicles were set ablaze by the Congress workers. In Hyderabad as well, it was the same story as a two-wheeler was set ablaze by the Congress workers. The BJP has now questioned the Congress party on this protest, saying that if Sonia Gandhi is merely being questioned by the Enforcement Directorate, what is the need to hit the streets? The Congress party has called it Satyagraha, and it is in fact a repeat of what happened when Rahul Gandhi was also questioned by the Enforcement Directorate. For 5 days, Congress workers had hit the streets and were protesting. Today, for the first time, Sonia Gandhi was questioned by the central agency. The Congress workers hitting the streets across the country. Sonia Gandhi was questioned for about 3 hours, after which she said that she wants to be relieved. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has summoned her for questioning again on Monday. We're getting you details of the questioning by the Enforcement Directorate as well as the visuals of the protests that are taking place across the country in various places. The Congress workers took things into their hands, law and order in their hands, as they crossed the line in their protests. In Chandigarh, the police officials also had to fire water cannons to bring the situation under control. In several of the places, including Guwahati, the protesters also clashed with the police officials. Vandalism that has been reported in various places, including Hyderabad as well as Bengaluru. Shockingly enough, in Bengaluru, the Karnataka Youth Congress leader, the president, Mohammad Nalapad, also justified the arson, saying that there is anger against the central agencies. That's the reason why the Congress workers are setting things ablaze. Samya Kapoor is joining us with more details on this. Samya, questioning went on for 3 hours of Sonia Gandhi, after which she has returned, and now we are seeing that the protests are still continuing in several of the places. The protesters even clashing with the police officials.
Well, absolutely, and this is something on expected lines because the police have never really given anybody permission to hold protests. Remember last time around when Rahul Gandhi was interrogated, there was a designated area given to them like Jantar Mantar, and all the leaders were asked to stay limited and restrained up until Jantar Mantar. But what we are witnessing today is, of course, sporadic protests, flash mobs and demonstration and sit-in dharnas happening across the country as all the state units were alerted to hold countrywide protests because the Congress President Sonia Gandhi was summoned by the ED as an interrogation. We saw similar scenes over here in Delhi as well, where all the MPs were detained. What I can tell you right now is that today's investigation, today's interrogation of the Congress President Sonia Gandhi has ended. She is summoned once again on 25th July, which is Monday, and we can expect similar scenes to be panning out across India once again, because they have taken it very, very seriously that this is a case of vendetta politics being unleashed against the Gandhi by the virtue of misusing the ED, the CBI, the IT at the behest of the government, who wants to malign the image of the Congress party and its leaders. So right now I am outside Priyanka Gandhi's residence. My video journalist Karthik could actually pan and show you there are a series of these escort cars parked over here, because straight from the ED office, Rahul Gandhi, who had also also gone and escorted Priyanka Gandhi to the ED office, landed up over here at Priyanka Gandhi's residence, and soon after that, once when Sonia Gandhi left the ED office, even she arrived over here. Now, of course, there is going to be another set of protests on Monday now. We saw how the protest even was witnessed in the parliament premises, where several of the MPs within the house had held placards of Satyamev Jayate to show solidarity for the Congress president, and of course had even submitted adjournment motion notices on the misuse of ED, seeking a discussion on it, and then went ahead and boycotted the entire session. While we speak right now, several senior leaders and MPs and supreme charges and even the Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot are detained by Delhi police at various police stations. So we have to wait and see when they are going to be released, because they feel this is high-handedness on the part of Delhi police
but
to not allow the Congress
to
to
the
carry
Congress
out.
party going to continue until the time Sonia Gandhi is questioned? If she is called in again on Monday, will the protest continue? That's a question. Niyamika and Somit also join us. Niyamika, the protests that have been going on, we're seeing in several of the places the situation went out of control. Sonia Gandhi's questioning went on for just about 3 hours, after which the Enforcement Directorate has again called her on Monday. But in several of the places, the protests are going on, clashes with the police officials, arson, and a lot of violence also that has been reported.
Well, absolutely, this was contrary to what the Congress party had claimed earlier, because the Congress was justifying their protest by saying that they just want to hold a satyagraha that will be kind of a peaceful protest against the ED's questioning of Congress President Sonia Gandhi in connection to the National Herald matter. But we have seen some kind of visuals erupting from various states where the clashes that took place, and also some of the Congress leaders also burnt a car at one place, and that is the reason why all these protests became violent. And on the other hand, we have also seen in Delhi as well that many of the youth Congress workers stopped trains at the Shivaji railway station, and that is the reason why their statements which they were being claiming earlier that they are going to hold a peaceful protest, that became false, and Congress has not been able to justify that as well, because when we have spoken to the one of the senior Congress leader, Captain Ajay Yadav, he had said that this is their right, whatever they are doing, that is basically just in solidarity with the Congress president, because all these issues which are coming up, the summoning of ED to Congress president Sonia Gandhi, that is basically vendetta politics which is being done by the BJP-led central government, and that is the reason why they are just trying to raise their voice, raise their concerns that they cannot misuse the central investigative agencies against the opposition leaders to muzzle down their voices and to suppress the opposition all across the country.
Okay, all right. And what's surprising is that there was a shocking justification that came in as well. The Karnataka Congress Youth President Mohammad Nalapad Harris also justified the setting ablaze of vehicles in Bengaluru by saying that yes, Sonia Gandhi is being questioned, the Congress workers are angry, and that's why they're setting vehicles ablaze. Listen in to his justification.
See, the common man's problem also is Sonia Gandhi. Congress party is a party that brought freedom to this country. We here today stand and voice for the freedom of the human beings, freedom of individuals, freedom of citizens. And now you're trying to cut down the voice of the freedom of the individuals. So the youngsters are getting angry. They're coming out and burning things. What can
resorting to violent protests is probably not the way forward, is
No, it is not the way forward. I urge all our youth Congress workers not to do this. But I stand with them. No matter what they do, I stand with my workers and I take full responsibility for it.
So is this the official stand of the Congress party? Is this what is emboldening the protesters? It's not just in Bengaluru. Similar incident reported from Hyderabad as well, where a two-wheeler was set ablaze. Somit, clearly the top Congress leaders are also backing these Congress workers who are indulging in such arson and vandalism. Somit, if you can get us the details of the incident that happened in Hyderabad.
They have claimed that this will be the Satyagraha movement, and there, even there at that time they have claimed that we will only be doing a peaceful protest. Well, actually, even last time they have claimed that they'll be doing only peaceful procession and also later a protest. Right now, we are standing here at the ED office, and just 20 meters away from this spot, which was led by the TPCC chief Revanth Reddy, they have the youth Congress leaders have tossed a two-wheeler, and even earlier last time when Rahul Gandhi was at ED office, youth Congress leaders have brought a two-wheeler, they have tossed a two-wheeler, have also vandalized TSRTC bus, including public property. However, even at that time, traffic was halted for hours, we can say, because that was the main road where the incident happened. And even this time, the same incident happened where more deployment we can clearly see here. Even police officers have asked, even women protesters have, because here even women police officers have asked, they have been ordered to deploy here. So we can clearly say that this is nothing but a violent protest turned a peaceful protest, which was so called claimed turned into violence, and where they have also tossed a vehicle on the main road at the ED office, where even just meters away commissioner office is there, and even at the CCS office, traffic commissioner office, all the big offices, we can say all the enforcement agency offices are present here, and at this spot they have brought a vehicle and also tossed it. However, last time same thing happened, and even this time permission was granted by the state government. Surprisingly, since last 7 to 8 years, Congress has never obtained, or they have never been given any permission to protest against the state or the center. But this time, because TRS is also raising their voice against the central enforcement agencies, now Congress is getting the permission since last 4 or 5 times, we can say, because 3 times they have staged a protest here at the ED office. This road has been completely blocked. This is one of the main roads.
Not just arson, but also the common man being inconvenienced because several roads have been blocked in Bengaluru as well. 2 different places, vehicles being set ablaze. Deepak Bopana is joining us live from Bengaluru. Deepak, there was a justification that came in from the Youth Congress leader in Karnataka saying yes, the workers are angry and that's why they're setting vehicles ablaze. And this seems to have emboldened the protesters. Not 1 but 2 places where vehicles have been set ablaze.
Well, it seems like it was quite a planned move to, set these vehicles ablaze. More importantly, while the Youth Congress president there, brazens it out and says that, it was the car of their own worker and it was anger that, made them do this. The car, we've just got hold of some of the car details, that this car is, over a decade old, in fact, nearly 2 decades. And more importantly, what we've also learned is that totally 9 owners have held this car, and at this point in time, it does not even have a fitness certificate. So possibly when you look at this particular car, it's nothing more than scrap that was burned. So was it just done on purpose to prove a point? More importantly, when it's done on a main road, when you set a car ablaze, there are risks to the pedestrians, to the motorists, and this is a main road. So is a protest, setting a car ablaze in such a manner, is this sort of a protest really called for, and is it justified? That's the moot question that comes up. We've also been told at this point in time that 11 people totally have been detained. There have been 2 incidents, one in Sheshadripuram in Bengaluru near the Nehru Circle. There too, there was an attempt to set a car ablaze. We've been told that partially parts of the car, were on fire. The other car, of course, is outside the ED office near Wilson Garden. There too, this is the car that I was, of course, referring to, where we've got details of the owner of the car as well. It belongs to a person named Mohammed Daniel. Now, at this point in time, when we get all of these details, when we confronted, Mohammed Nalapad, he seems to take the moral high ground and say, well, he doesn't endorse it, but this is the anger among the Youth Congress workers. What sort of control, the leaders really have over their workers when they have, behave in such a manner? Because there was another planned protest that was taking place at the Freedom Park, where senior leaders of the party, in fact, I spoke to Mr. Dinesh Gundurao as well. He says, he does not endorse any such sort of protest, and this is something that he's unaware of. So who's really, letting people burn cars and, create this sort of a turmoil within the city?
Right. Deepak, the Congress workers running amok, and some of the top leaders also saying that we are with the Congress workers. Samya, Deepak, Niyamika and Somit, thank you for joining us with those details. We'll continue getting you those live updates. For now, slipping into a short break. We'll be right back. Welcome back. About 3 hours of Enforcement Directorate questioning Sonia Gandhi and over 6 hours of protest by the Congress workers across the country. In Chandigarh, the Congress workers also clashed with the police officials. My colleague Gurpreet gets us a ground report.
We can see these visuals from the ground that water cannon is being used by the police to disperse all the Congress leaders. So these are the pictures which we are showing at this point of time, that how the Congress workers are being dispersed by the Chandigarh police. So we can see that since morning they have been sitting here in the protest. They wanted to cross the barricades, but the Chandigarh police, they did not want to give any permission at all. For that, these are the live pictures which we are showing at this point of time, that how these workers, Congress workers, they are being dispersed by using the water cannon. And this protest has been called by the Congress workers to show solidarity toward the Congress leader Sonia Gandhi, and we have seen she had been summoned. So once again, I'll request my VJ to show these pictures from the ground, that what is happening from the ground. So we can see these pictures that how these Congress leaders are being dispersed by the Chandigarh police because they wanted to cross over the barricade. A huge force have been deployed and water cannon is continuously being used by the Chandigarh police to disperse them. They don't want to allow to cross these barricades. So these are the clear-cut pictures we are showing at this point of time. Once again, these Congress workers, they have come back and they have gathered once again. The huge barricading has already been done. Once again, water cannon is being used by Chandigarh police to disperse these Congress workers. The Chandigarh police are not allowing to cross over the barricades, but the Congress workers, they wanted to cross over the barricade. They want to move towards Governor House to Gherao to show the solidarity in favor of Sonia Gandhi, because she has been summoned by Enforcement Directorate. She was being questioned by the ED officials. So for that, they are holding protest here in Chandigarh. With Vijay Yashwant Sinha, this is Draupadi Sinha for Times Now, Chandigarh.
So the BJP is questioning the Congress workers on why the central agencies are being held to ransom and why this VIP mindset for family members. On that note, we're slipping into a short break. News and updates continue on the other side.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
Good afternoon, India. This is Times Now. My name is Pranesh Kumar Roy. Let's get you started with the top story. This is the non-stop biggest coverage of the Satyagraha that has turned into a farce. And the reason it has turned into a farce is because of this. Just look at your screens. In Guwahati, vandalism by Congress workers, car set on fire in Bengaluru. In Delhi, a train was stopped. In Jaipur, vehicles were set on fire. And this is the story across states today. Congress workers going on a rampage, turning the Satyagraha into arson, violence, vandalism. Let me quickly open this up. Deepak Bopanna joining us, Nibir, Somit also on the broadcast. Deepak, if I could start with you, you were there when the car was set ablaze, and when you confronted the Congress workers, they said it was our car, we set it on fire, justifying arson.
Well, the theatrics of all of this, of course, putting the public at risk is the biggest regret, here, Pranesh. More importantly, when you asked the Youth Congress president, there was no remorse whatsoever, and says that this is the anger among the, party workers and the cadre that is leading, to such instances. And now the question really here is, they may claim that it's their car, probably, a car that was of no use, because when we take a look at the documents of the car, 9 different owners, it's a car which is nearly 2 decades old, and probably nothing more than scrap, but setting it on fire on the main road, putting people at risk there. There are hundreds of people who commute on this particular road each and every minute, and it's a very busy place, and resorting to such sort of activities when their own senior party leaders don't endorse of it, because the protest today, the permissions that were given was at Freedom Park. You had leaders like Siddaramaiah, like D.K. Shivkumar, Dinesh Gundra and many more who were staging a protest there. So a handful of these workers trying to just grab some eyeballs, going and setting this car on fire, right in between a main road in front of the ED office, and also another instance in Sheshadripuram, definitely speaks volumes about, the sort of protest that they want to carry out. The police at this point in time are also telling us about 11 members are being, questioned at this point in time, and have also been detained with regard to, these 2 instances where cars were set on fire, one in Sheshadripuram in Bengaluru, the other in Wilson Garden. We, of course, have details of the car at this point in time of the one that was burnt in Wilson Garden. Like I was mentioning, a person named Mohammed Daniel seems to be the owner of this particular car. Whether it was even in running condition is a question, because the fitness certificate of this particular car expired in 2019. So, to bring a car of this condition, to set it ablaze in the middle of a road just because of theatrics that they want to do, putting Bengalurians at risk, speaks volumes about the kind of protest that they want to carry out.
And it wasn't any different in Hyderabad. Somit now standing by, Niyamika also joining the broadcast. Somit, Congress protest once again turned violent. This is not Satyagraha.
Well, Pranesh, that is true. Even we have witnessed the same, pictures, same visuals last time at the dramatic visuals, where on the main Khairtabad road, they have vandalized public property. A TSRTC bus was vandalized. Several were hurt, and even, a vehicle was tossed. Even this time, a two-wheeler was brought here at the, very sensitive place, we can say, where all the law enforcement agencies have their head offices, Commissioner Office, CCS Office, Traffic Commissioner Office, ED Office, IT Office, and, even other central government offices are located here. And here we can clearly see this road, the complete road has been blocked. I'll ask the VJ to show the videos. And at this very ED office, these youth Congress leaders have also, brought a two-wheeler vehicle, which was again, like, mentioned by our colleague Deepak Bopanna, the expired Activa was brought here by the youth Congress leaders. And, on this very main road here, on this road, they have tossed the vehicle. And immediately after, the police were deployed here. Immediately after they received information, they went there. They brought some, water from the nearby offices.
Somit, why don't you try and speak to the Congress workers around you? Let's hear from them. Ask them, is this the way to go about Satyagraha?
Well, actually, we tried to speak to the few leaders. We know they are reluctant to even, answer. However, we'll again try to speak to the few leaders who are present here. However, who have also, they are saying that we are not, encouraging the protest. However, we are joined by few Congress leaders here. यहाँ पे protest कर रहे थे और गाड़ी चला रहे थे. उसका आप कैसा देखते हैं? मतलब गाड़ी चलाने की जरूरत क्या थी सत्याग्रह मूवमेंट जब आप कर रहे हैं?
कौन सा गाड़ी?
एक टू व्हीलर गाड़ी यहाँ पे चलाए थे.
वो तेलंगाना का सोनिया गांधी के ऊपर जो पब्लिक ऐसा ये मोदी का सरकार जो कर रहे हैं वो खिलाफ है, वो पब्लिक करा है, कांग्रेस का वर्कर नहीं करा, पब्लिक इमोशन है। और गांव में भी
वीडियोस में यूथ कांग्रेस लीडर्स के क्लियरली पिक्चर्स हम देख सकते हैं।
यूथ कांग्रेस ने वो हमारा फ्लैग है वो ले लिया, पब्लिक होगा इमोशन हो रहे, पब्लिक के लिए सोनिया गांधी तेलंगाना दिए, उसके लिए जो भी कर सकते तेलंगाना में।
मगर ये सत्याग्रह बोलते क्या मतलब रोड को ब्लॉक करना है? बताइए सर, आप बताइए, रोड को ब्लॉक करना और गाड़ी को जलाना, पब्लिक की लाइफ को एंडेंजर करना, ये ठीक है क्या? आप क्या मानते हैं?
नहीं, ये तो ठीक नहीं है। फिर भी ये डेमोक्रेसी में अपनी जो आवाज है, लोगों की आवाज को सुनाने के लिए, लोगों की आवाज को सबको बताने के लिए एक राय है, इससे सिवा तो कुछ नहीं कर सकते। ईडी में जो भी हो रहा, इतने सीरियसली इतने बड़े नेता के ऊपर करना लोगों में ऑटोमेटिकली आता ना। ये तो
मगर सर आपके लीडर्स जला रहे ना गाड़ियों को और पब्लिक लाइफ को एंडेंजर
नहीं, हमारा पार्टी को बदनाम करने के लिए।
Somit, 1 minute, hang on. Somit, he's the man you are speaking to. The Congress worker is saying, and he would have us believe that we were left with no choice. लोगों को आवाज सुनाना चाहते थे. By this logic, they should be doing a blast. I mean, what kind of bizarre logic is this? What they're doing is unlawful. You can't set things on fire in public.
But sir, at the same time, I just wanted to ask you, when there is no option left, अगर ऑप्शन कुछ नहीं है तो फिर गाड़ी जलाना या फिर ऐसे पिछली बार खैरताबाद में भी आप लोग किए थे, वो टाइम पे भी बहुत सारे पब्लिक को एंडेंजर हुआ था। मतलब
जो पुलिस वाले अपने जो डेमोक्रेटिक राइट है, जो हमारा को डेमोक्रेटिक राइट क्या होता, उसको आवाज उठाना, ये राइट को जब दबाने के लिए कोशिश करते, वो समय में तो कुछ लोग, सबके लोग तो पेशेंसी में नहीं रह सकते, छोटे लोग और यंग जनरेशन।
आप कहते हैं वो लोग जो लोग करे वो लोग अरेस्ट होना चाहिए। जो लोग ये गाड़ी जला रहे हैं, पिछली बार पब्लिक प्रॉपर्टी को वैंडलाइज किए, ये लोग अरेस्ट होना चाहिए।
नहीं, उसको जो भी है उसको सरकारी कार्रवाई तो होते ही रहते हैं ना। आजकल तो इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मीडिया है, सब कुछ विजुअल्स है, सरकार तो छोड़ के तो नहीं बैठते।
एक्शन लेना चाहिए सर, नहीं लेना चाहिए
सर? अगर जो भी गलती हुआ है तो सरकार उसका काम वो करते। क्या बोलते हैं?
कंडेम करते हैं ऐसे इंसिडेंट्स को?
नहीं, 100% कंडेम करते। जो भी है वो भी हमारे लोग, थोड़े लोग इमोशन हुआ, जो एंटी सोशल एलिमेंट्स है वो लोग ज्यादा करा, तो कोई हमारा लोग आवाज उठाए तो एंटी सोशल एलिमेंट्स आके उसको पूरा दबाव करा। नहीं, इसमें क्या होता, इतने बड़े भीड़ में सब लोग हमारे लोग ही बोल के नहीं बोल सकते, कुछ एंटी सोशल एलिमेंट्स भी रहते, वो लोग मौका का फायदा उठाते हैं।
आप पुलिस को बोले सर उनके ऊपर एक्शन लेने के लिए?
नहीं, जो भी आइडेंटिफाई है तो 100% उसका एक्शन लेने के लिए हमारा जो डेमोक्रेटिक कार्रवाई है उसको लिए कांग्रेस पार्टी ने इस देश को आजादी दिलाई है, कांग्रेस पार्टी ने डेमोक्रेटिक सिस्टम को बनाया है इस देश में, तो 100% इसका तो
Congress leaders justifying every bit of arson and vandalism. Nibir, before I come to you, let's quickly play out what Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary said. It was not just arson, Congress leaders and top leaders at that resorting to abuse. He says ED is idiot. Listen to this.
हमारे यहाँ के माशाल्लाह चल रहे हैं क्या? ये ईडी को इडियट बना दिए ये सरकार ने। ईडी को इडियट बनाते हुए बिल्कुल ठीक नहीं है ये सरकार। उसके खिलाफ, मैडम सोनिया गांधी जी के खिलाफ जिस तरीके की हिंसा और अत्याचार की सियासत कर रहे हैं, हिंदुस्तान के लोग वो देख रहे हैं। अगर सोनिया गांधी जी की कुछ हो गई तो हिंदुस्तान की आम जनता ये सरकार को नहीं माफ करेंगे। हमारे कहना यही था कि इतने सालों के बाद तुम्हें याद आया कि कांग्रेस पार्टी और सारे विपक्ष को।
You heard that, right? Niyamika, you've been speaking to Congress leaders in the national capital. Is this justified in the name of Satyagraha? Abuse, arson, vandalism, violence, what have you?
Well, it was the Congress leaders who had named ED as idiot or election department of the BJP. That is the kind of line that was being taken by the Congress leaders, as they were saying that through ED, it is the BJP-led central government who is basically attacking the democracy of our country, and they have justified this fact of saying all these things against the central agencies by claiming that they, in a democratic country, they have all the right right to hold a protest against any issue, but they are not getting the permission from the Delhi police, and that is the reason why they are saying that this is basically the high-handedness of the BJP-led central government, as they are not allowing the opposition parties to raise their voices, not just on the streets but in parliament as well. And that is the reason why all these opposition leaders are coming on the streets to hold a protest, and they are today also holding a peaceful protest. What they were claiming, they were saying that we just want to hold a peaceful satyagraha protest in solidarity with our Congress president, as she is being summoned by the Enforcement Directorate for questioning in connection to the National Herald matter, and that is not being permitted by the Delhi police. But we have also seen the visuals from various states coming which have also shown that violent clashes also erupted during the Congress party's protest, because many of at many places the vehicles have also been set ablaze. But I just want to assert one more thing, that it was the central leadership of the Congress party who had given clear instructions to the state units of Congress that there should be a peaceful protest in every state.
Right.
No violent clashes should erupt during these protests.
Right, now hold your thoughts, Dibir. I'm coming back to you, but before that, political reactions coming in.
See, I'm very clear on one thing. No citizen is above the law. They've cried everywhere. They've gone to the High Court. They've gone to the Supreme Court. They haven't got any relief. And they've got nothing to hide. Probably just join the investigation. Why do you have to do so much of stuff what we're doing on the road? I don't think there's any sense in doing all this protest on the road. You have nothing to hide. Just go join the investigation.
The timing is being questioned. They're saying several opposition leaders have been questioned by ED, by security agencies, basically saying that you're trying to misuse the agencies that are available to the central government.
See, it's very clear. If people have nothing to hide, if people are absolutely clear, you should not be worried about any agencies. If you're worried about something, if you've done something hanky-panky, then you should be worried about the agencies. So there must be something which must be boiling under the table.
This problem emanates from the Congress mindset, which according to the Congress party is one family is above any agencies, any constitutional authorities or any questions. One family is above everything. They should not forget that the rule of law prevails upon everybody and everybody is equal in the eyes of the law.
अगर गांधी परिवार बेदाग है तो अब बेहाल क्यों? अगर गांधी परिवार ने भ्रष्टाचार नहीं किया तो हंगामा क्यों? आखिरकार भारत के नागरिकों से अगर किसी ने भ्रष्टाचार किया हो उससे पूछताछ करना जांच एजेंसियों का काम है, तो क्या गांधी परिवार के लिए कानून अलग से बने? ये हंगामा किस बात का?
Congress party was reduced as a family owned party. The leaders are the bidding of the family. But what this particular case exposes, that from a pocket organization, even Congress property is being converted to a pocket, into the pocket of the family. That exactly is the issue. Should they reply or not? They need to. But the larger question is, why would Sonia ji not face the prosecution and reply to the ED queries? If earlier Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge appeared, Pawan Bansal appeared, what is so special about the family? Whenever Rahul Gandhi appears and Sonia ji appears, the entire country is supposed to be offered satyagraha, which is in fact duragraha against the rule of law, against the institution of India.
This was against the rule of law, says the BJP. More details coming from Sonia's ED drilling. We are being told that Sonia Gandhi, that has just recovered from COVID, used the nebulizer twice during questioning. Remember, Priyanka Gandhi was allowed by the Enforcement Directorate officials to be present inside the building, and it was Priyanka who helped Sonia Gandhi use the nebulizer machine twice. Niyamika is joining us for more on that. Yes, Niyamika.
Well, absolutely. According to the sources, it is being informed that Sonia Gandhi, who is the Congress president, has used the nebulizer for twice, and that is the reason because she was not feeling really well. She has just recovered from the COVID-19, and she had requested to the Enforcement Directorate to go back home, and that is the reason why the ED has also allowed her to go back home. And now again she has been summoned on Monday, that is on July 25th, and earlier also many of the Congress leaders were also saying that ED could have also gone to her residence for questioning her in connection to the National Herald matter, because she was not really well, and she had just now recovered from the COVID-19, and that is the reason why she was not in a proper condition to visit to the ED office. And they have been continuously alleging that this is basically nothing but vendetta politics, and they are, as it is the BJP-led central government who is trying to harass Sonia Gandhi by calling her to the ED office, but in view of her health conditions, it could be possible that ED could have gone to the residence of Sonia Gandhi for the questioning in this matter.
Okay, thanks for joining us with the details. Nibir, when you started to ask these questions of the Congress workers who were protesting in Guwahati, all of them said, we justify every bit of it. Arson, vandalism, violence.
Well, this is for the second time that the Congress protest done in the name of Satyagraha has turned hostile. Earlier when they protested, when Rahul Gandhi was summoned, a police official was injured at that very spot. And today they crossed all barriers, they broke all the barriers that were lodged by the police administration. They ventured into the main road that connects Guwahati with Shillong, and therein the police had to intervene and arrest the protesters, and many of the protesters were later detained and few arrested for blocking the main road. And secondly, most importantly, even after repeated requests by the police administration, they broke the barriers and they forced entry into the main road, thereby compromising the traffic, thereby leading to traffic jam, and also compromising even the safety of the nearby patients that were lodged in the Guwahati Medical College. So overall the situation turned very hostile because the protesters were completely at it, and they were not listening to the calls of the administration, and their Satyagraha protest was not at all peaceful. And when they turned into
JP is calling it abuse of law. Thanks for joining us, all of you. Deepak, Nibir, Niyamita and Swamit with the details. We move on to the other big story. NDA's presidential nominee Draupadi Murmu is currently leading the race. You heard from the Rajya Sabha Secretary General. Times Now Sabyasachi reporting from Draupadi Murmu's residence.
Right now I'm standing in front of Draupadi Murmu's residence, and celebration has already begun. BJP party workers along with the supporters of Draupadi Murmu are present outside her residence, and you can see all of them are quite happy and have started dancing. The local MLA of Rairangpur is also in the middle, dancing and celebrating Draupadi Murmu's win out here, and they are confident that Draupadi Murmu is going to win with a very big margin. And you can see posters of Draupadi Murmu has been put in front of her residence, and the celebration has already begun, and the BJP High Command has instructed that around celebration will be conducted in 1 lakh villages across the country, and also balloons has been put out across the road to celebrate the win of Draupadi Murmu. Draupadi Murmu, who has been the MLA of Rairangpur twice, and after that she was the governor of Jharkhand, and now she would be the 15th president of India, and also the first tribal. We'll talk to the local MLA. Sir, क्या बोलना चाहिए, किस माहौल आप देख रहे हैं? द्रौपदी मुर्मू जीतने वाली है,
उत्सव का माहौल है। हर चौक में, हर गांव में ये विजय उत्सव पालन कर रहा है हम लोग, इसलिए बहुत खुश है हम लोग।
तो इसके आगे जश्न कैसे करेंगे? और
देखिए, बम फोड़ाएंगे, मिष्टान्न बंटन करेंगे, नाच गीत करेंगे, ये आज का प्रोग्राम है।
So that was the local MLA from Rairangpur speaking to Times Now. He said that the celebration has just begun and it is going to continue for a couple of days. because large number of people, not only from Rairangpur, but also from the neighboring districts are also going to come here to participate and to celebrate the win of Draupadi Murmu, the 15th President of India, who's famously known across Rairangpur as Didi.
Now joining us is Sabyasachi, also Mohit Bhatt from the national capital. Sabyasachi, I'll come back to you, but Mohit, if you can hear me, you are outside the residence in New Delhi. We are awaiting the final results. All right, Aishwarya is now outside the Murmu residence in the national capital. Over to you, Aishwarya.
Has been calling this day as Vijay Divas, and there have been celebrations which is going on in each and every part of this country, especially in Odisha, but in Delhi as well there are mega events which have been planned. Of course, the voting is currently underway and Draupadi Murmu is leading the contest, but this is the temporary residence of Draupadi Murmu. This is 4 Uma Shankar Lane at Trimurti Marg, and there you can see this is the main gate of Draupadi Murmu's residence. She is currently inside, but several BJP leaders, including Union Minister G. Kishan Reddy, Gajendra Singh Shekhawat and others have already arrived, and they are very minutely looking at the preparations, because what we are expecting out here is that after soon the announcement will be made, there would be Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah and Rajnath Singh, who will be arriving over here, and there will be a felicitation program that will be here after the announcement. And this is the stage right here where just one chair has been placed currently, but certainly after the announcement which will be made, there would be several other chairs, and a short program has been organized over here. SPG have already been deployed for Prime Minister, and they have looked upon the sort of preparation, sweets, and all the residence is all decked up with bouquets and flowers as well. So yes, a kind of celebration that we are witnessing in Odisha and in 1 lakh villages over the country, as BJP has already announced that there would be only celebration in the villages, as India is about to get the 15th President of India and the first woman tribal president.
Let me get a sense from Sabyasachi also. Yes, Sabyasachi.
Well, right now I'm standing in front of Draupadi Murmu's residence in Rairangpur, and let me straight away show you the visuals out here. Absolutely electrifying atmosphere out here. Continuously since morning, people are coming in large numbers to show their support, and they are extremely happy because Draupadi Murmu is someone who has come up from ground here in Rairangpur. So from them, it's a matter of pride that someone from within Rairangpur has now become the President of India. So it's a matter of pride for them, and obviously the BJP top leadership has said that the office bearers had to celebrate in over 1 lakh villages across the country after the final decision comes in, and they all have been waiting since morning for that particular moment when it will be officially announced that Draupadi Murmu is the 15th President of India. We'll get some quick reaction. Sir, आपसे पूछना चाहूँगा, द्रौपदी मुर्मू रायरंगपुर की बेटी है, उनको दीदी कहा जाता है, क्या महसूस कर रहे हैं आप जो कि वो चुनी जाएगी 15वां राष्ट्रपति के तौर से?
बहुत खुशी महसूस हो रही है। इसके पहले ऐसी खुशी हम लोगों को जब वो राज्यपाल बनी थी तब मिली थी, लेकिन अभी उससे भी ज्यादा खुशी है। आज होली मना रहे हैं, कल दिवाली मनाएंगे। अभी ये जश्न हमारा 25-26 तारीख तक चलते रहेगा और सारे रायरंगपुर वासियों की खुशी है, खाली मुझे नहीं।
So, as you heard that it is nothing less than Diwali for them, and they are going to celebrate it for over a week here in Rairangpur, and from this we can understand how big it means to them. Back to you.
All right, Sabyasachi, Mohit, please stay on with us. We're taking a short break, but please stay with Times Now.
कमलनाथ जी और दिग्विजय सिंह जी, आप दोनों सुन लीजिए, टाइगर जिंदा है।
You're with Times now. Let's get started with the top story, and this is about the politics now and the blame game over Kong's so-called Satyagraha. The Karnataka Congress workers burnt a car parked opposite the Office of Enforcement Directorate in Bengaluru, alleging vendetta politics by the ruling BJP. This is after Sonia Gandhi was summoned in a money laundering case. Karnataka Youth Congress workers torched the car, triggering tension in the area. But when Times Now confronted Congress netas, they justified this. They said it is our car and we burnt it.
See, the common man's problem also is Sonia Gandhi. Congress party is a party that brought freedom to this country. We here today stand and voice for the freedom of the human beings, freedom of individuals, freedom of citizens. And now you're trying to cut down the voice of the freedom of the individuals. So the youngsters are getting angry. They're coming out and burning things. What can
resorting to violent protests is probably not the way forward, is it?
No, it is not the way forward. I urge all our youth Congress workers not to do this. But I stand with them. No matter what they do, I stand with my workers and I take full responsibility for it.
It's very unfortunate. They should not have done it. And but sometimes emotions go out of their control. They should control their emotions. We don't endorse that, but it should not have happened. But it is Modi, which he is pushing the people to get into all this, because there was no need to grill Rahul Gandhi for 54 hours for 5 days. And again, Sonia Gandhi is a revered leader. Majority of the Congress leaders they consider as their own mother, and she should not have been given this kind of treatment. I think their emotions are working up.
I don't agree with violence. We will not agree with all that. That is not something that we will support. That is not correct also. There should not be any violence or any damage to public property. So that is something that cannot be condoned. Whoever, I don't know the facts of the case, but if anybody's done that, I express my regrets.
You heard the reactions. Muhammad Haris Nalapat saying that this is about freedom of human beings. Imran, I don't even know what it means.
Pranesh, it was serious, shocking thing what happened there today, that the Congress, which calls itself Satyagraha today, went ahead and burnt a car there right in front of the middle of the road. And it is such a busy street that also road is next to central bus stand as a Shanti Nagar. Any untoward incident could have happened there, and any passenger could have or pedestrian could have been affected because of the car burning there. Now they're calling it as nothing but an anguish on the part of the Congress workers towards the questioning of the ED by Sonia Gandhi, and they're saying that it's part of Satyagraha. And however, the Nalapat said that he doesn't own up to that incident, but he supports these Congress workers, and he understands the anguish what is going on in their minds towards the ED questioning the leader Sonia Gandhi. That is a justification coming from a good Congress leader Nalapat, and this is shocking beyond belief that that violence is being supported. Now the Congress party has said that this is onus is on the central government and the ED Enforcement Directorate for harassing the senior Congress leaders, and that's the reason why the protesters again in front of the AD office today, and they express their anguish by burning a car which is under investigation as to where the car came from by the police, and they say that this is a part of the anguish which they had come out, and the Congress Youth Congress leader Nalapat is with them and in fact supports their action.
And also saying that Congress fought for freedom. So what? How are the two related? If the Congress fought for freedom, you will now set things on fire across the country. Imran, stay with us. Let's open this up. Mohan Vishwa, spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party from Karnataka, Dushyant Nagar, political analyst. Dushyant Nagar ji, गाड़ी जलाना, आगजनी, चीजों को तोड़ना, ये किस तरह का सत्याग्रह है दुष्यंत नागर जी?
ये किस तरह की सरकार है? ये निकम्मी सरकार, भ्रष्ट सरकार, देश को बेचने वाली सरकार, पूंजीपतियों का कर्जा माफ करने वाली सरकार, जो बिना किसी वजह के कांग्रेस की अध्यक्षा को परेशान करने का काम कर रही है। अरे एक पैसे का लेना देना हुआ नहीं, एक पैसे की ट्रांजैक्शन हुई नहीं और ये लोग ईडी में बुला के पूछताछ कर रहे हैं। और रही बात कर्नाटक की, कांग्रेस के लोग सत्याग्रह करने वाले लोग हैं, गांधी के रास्ते पे चलने वाले लोग हैं। ये षड्यंत्रकारी लोगों ने खुद ही इन्होंने आग लगवाने का काम किया है।
अरे दुष्यंत नागर जी, आपके लोग कह रहे हैं कि हमने आग लगाई है। आपने शायद सुना नहीं है, आपके लोग जो है, नेता जो है कांग्रेस के, वो कह रहे हैं कि हमने आग लगाई है। मैं आपको सुनाता हूं, देखिए, ये सुनिए, हैरिस नालापट को सुनिए। आप कह रहे हैं कि बीजेपी ने लगाई है। मुझे हंसी आ रही है आप जो कह रहे हैं। सर सुन लीजिए, आप अपने नेताओं को तो सुनिए, सुनिए। अरे काम डाउन दुष्यंत नागर जी, आवेश में मत आइए। अब सुनिए, देखिए क्या कहा है कांग्रेस के नेताओं ने। लेट्स प्ले इट आउट।
See, the common man's problem also is Sonia Gandhi. Congress party is a party that brought freedom to this country. We here today stand and voice for the freedom of the human beings, freedom of individuals, freedom of citizens. And now you're trying to cut down the voice of the freedom of the individuals. So the youngsters are getting angry. They're coming out and burning things. What can we do?
Resorting to violent protests is probably not the way forward, is
No,
it?
it is not the way forward. I urge all our youth Congress workers not to do this. But I stand with them. No matter what they do, I stand with my workers and I take full responsibility for it.
Okay, 1 minute. दुष्यंत नागर जी सुन लीजिए, रॉबर्ट वाड्रा स्पीकिंग।
Start. On a day when the Congress President Sonia Gandhi has been summoned by the ED for the interrogation, the Congress party has carried out massive protests. I am joined by her son-in-law, Robert Vadra. Let's speak to him. Sir, how have you been looking at these ED summons? It was extended for 4 weeks because of her frail health. We must keep in mind that she's somebody who suffered COVID and she's at 75 years of age. Do you think this could have been avoided? Could the ED officials gone to her place to carry out investigation? How do you see this entire summons?
I appreciate you all considering her health and talking about that, because it is something of importance. She has been unwell. She's of a certain age, and this is it's a 10-year-old case, and it's in Supreme Court, and it can be handled by a legal method. And definitely none of the family is against any kind of interrogation, and but definitely we have to consider her. I mean, they should be considering her age as well as her health. And as I said, she could have been asked questions in her house, wherever they felt was whatever way that they could have sorted out a room and put her, in a separate room or whatever within her compound or premises would have been a better thing. But I suppose, I mean, if I use the word that it's they are vindictive, and I think that in a way I'm talking about the BJP. I would say that it's a complete witch hunt, which I've had to deal with also in my own time, and Rahul, and then my mother-in-law. I think it's clearly because we voice the people's voice. We take ahead. We talk about their issues. We are the only ones, I think, who are always talking about things, and if you mute us, I don't think anybody else is. So obviously we're going to have to deal with this, and we have no issues with answering all the questions. I mean, Rahul and anybody else in the family, but my mother-in-law should have been respected.
Sir, like a family, do you think this is an emotionally difficult phase for your family, whether it's Rahul Gandhi, your wife Priyanka Gandhi, who escorted her to the ED office, for all of you, like a unit together, who always sticks together? So do you think this is a difficult phase that you are trying to surmount?
There is never a difficult phase for us. With the family who's done for the last 7 decades. I mean, since the whole family has given everything for the country. I would say that my mother-in-law lost her her husband as well as her own mother-in-law, and and in a very, very difficult manner. I mean, and also she gave her whole life to this country, and I would say that since we've dealt with the BJP since the 2014, I feel that we've had to deal with very I would say focused trying times because only because the baseless accusations and every day reading about something which is incorrect. But I think in this time we have understood how to relate to it, how to deal with it, and I'm happy to know that the people themselves have understood that there's it's baseless. There's no substance. It's only vengeance. Yeah.
I'd like to button over here to say that the BJP claims that whether it's the 2,000 rupees, 2,000 crore that was acquired by the Young India, or the waiver that was given to 90 crore by the Congress party that was donated, and why were these transactions carried out if it was only meant for philanthropic work? The BJP says that it's more than what meets the eye, and that is the reason why the court has upheld it. Then why is the Congress party terming it to be a case of vendetta?
For the simple reason, see, this is this matters in court. It's sub judice, and also since the interrogations are going on, these matters cannot be just spoken offhand. I think very clearly that as they've called Rahul, they've called my mother-in-law, they'll be answering all the questions which should be exclusive and which should be within the premises of the Enforcement Directorate or in the court, and not just spoken on media channels and so on. So, that's what my take is.
But so just my last question to you would be, the protest that was witnessed today, pan-India, it didn't appear to be like a satyagraha or a peaceful protest. Many places the protest did get violence. Do you think that is something the Congress party should refrain from?
Definitely. We do not want to have protests like that, but the people are very angry. When you have Nipur Sharma who talks about the Prophet and demeans religion, and the minorities are feeling cornered, they are angry. And if their leaders, they feel these are the leaders who speak about it in Parliament, they stand by them. And then, they will definitely revolt, they'll rebel. And you've seen that they're protesting since a very long time now. If they see how Priyanka was in Lakhimpuri, in how she was treated in Lakhimpuri, which was really, really terrible. And obviously they feel one thing, that how come no BJP minister is ever summoned or interrogated? So why is it biased?
It's been targeted for years on.
Yes, so it's biased because this is the family that can turn this government around. As in, I think that the people have hope and support with us, and we are seeing that all over the nation. And I thank them, but I would tell them to not protest in a violent manner.
Thank you so much, sir. That is Mr. Robert Vadra, Sonia Gandhi's son-in-law, making an emotional appeal to the people across the country, saying that their anger is understandable, but do not resort to violence. With video journalist Karthik in New Delhi, Sami Kapoor.
So that was Robert Vadra saying that people are angry. Of course, they are going to rebel. Mohan Vishwa of the BJP, it's BJP's fault. That's what the Congress party is saying. Do you see this as some kind of justification? First, it was a Karnataka Youth Congress leader. Now it is Robert Vadra who is saying that people are angry and that's why there is such violence on the streets.
See, what I can say is, what I can make up from the words of Robert Vadra is, I believe that even he is also worried. Probably what answer Sonia Gandhi would have given in front of ED, probably you don't know what action they are going to take. So that's why he would have given that kind of response. See, Karnataka, when you take Mohammed Nalpad, who spoke to your channel, he is known as street gunda, street rowdy. He was the one who assaulted a guy left, right and center who was about to kill him in UB City, and this Nalpad was in jail for 3 months. He is known for all these things. He is known for gundaism and he is known for burning cars. He is known for burning anything for that matter. And this kind of gunda has been made as Karnataka's youth president. So when you listen to this kind of gunda's word, obviously in the name of Satyagraha, so whom they are fighting, for what they are fighting, or for whom, what against they are protesting, I just can't understand even today. Okay, if they have any evidence or if they have any questions to answer.
No, so first we had violence taking place, then we have justification coming in. There's no apology saying yes, people are angry. That's the kind of justification that the Congress leaders are giving. But let's also get you a statement from Prahlad Joshi in the parliament today, because the protests were not just in the streets, protests also took place in the house.
इनके बारे में मैं पूछना चाहूँ, एवरीबडी इज इक्वल इन द लॉ और नॉट? ये कानून के समान, कानून के सामने सब समान है या नहीं है? क्या कांग्रेस के अध्यक्ष है तो सुपर ह्यूमन बीइंग है क्या? कानून हमको संबंध नहीं है, ऐसा सोचते हैं?
बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
So the BJP asking if it's a Congress leader, are they superhuman? Can they not appear before the Enforcement Directorate even for a mere questioning? That's a question that the BJP has been asking. Mohan Vishwa as well as Yashwant Nagar, thank you for joining us on the broadcast. The debate on that still continues. Sonia Gandhi again summoned on Monday for the next round of questioning. On that note, we're slipping into a short break here. We'll be right back with lots more. Stay with us. back. Well, today is a historic day. Draupadi Murmu will be elected as the 15th president of the country, and now celebrations have already begun across the country in various places. The BJP workers, people from the tribal community have been celebrating. The celebrations are going on in several places. These are visuals from Kolkata, where it's a very colorful dance. Tanushree is joining us live with more details on what's happening there to get us voices from there. Tanushree, over to you. It looks like a very, very colorful celebration there.
Well, yes, it is a very colorful celebration over here. We see that we are in Kalyani right now. It is a 2.5-hour journey from Kolkata. And over here, the tribal population are very happy because Draupadi Murmu is the next president, and it is an absolute confirmation for them, and which is why they're celebrating over here. We are seeing the drums being played. All the locals have joined in the traditional Adivasi attire that they have, and they are joining in, they are dancing. Madam, क्या कहेंगे? द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी तो बन गई है प्रेसिडेंट, देखा जा रहा है। हाँ, तो कितना खुशी हो रही है?
बहुत खुश है हम लोग, बहुत खुश है क्योंकि पहली बार जो जनजाति के एक औरत जिसको हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने, बीजेपी सरकार ने इतने बड़े जगह में दिए हैं, तो हम लोग बहुत खुश हैं। ये सिर्फ आदिवासी संप्रदाय के लिए नहीं, पूरे भारत, इंडिया के लिए, सबके लिए एक गौरव की बात है।
Well, we see that, you know, they are saying that they're very happy that Draupadi Murmu has been selected. We see that the men are wearing their traditional attire and they're dancing. Also, the BJP MLA, he would be coming in some time. He would also be coming in a traditional attire. They would be doing a procession in Kalyani, and they would be taking out this big procession that we're going to see in some time. Today they had plans of having a bigger celebration, but due to the rain, a lot of the celebration got marred. But certainly now, next president is Draupadi Murmu. They have come down and they are in the celebration mode. We see that also in their traditional attire, and as we see that the MLA of BJP from here, Mr. Ambika Roy, he would also be joining in the celebration. Back to studio.
Right, Tanushree, we're staying live with these visuals that are coming in because, like you said, I mean, it's a moment of pride, not just for the tribal community, but for the entire country, really, because there are several firsts to her credit. So, you know, it's a celebration that's going on across the country because Draupadi Murmu has several firsts to her credit.
Well, certainly, if you see, the entire country is celebrating, and Bengal is also celebrating this day. We would speak to one of them.
मैं सबसे पहले बहुत खुश हूँ। ये जीत हमारी नहीं, ये जीत हमारी नहीं, ये जीत पूरे देश की है। ये जीत द्रौपदी मुर्मू की नहीं, ये जीत पूरी आदिवासी समाज की है। ये जीत पूरी हिंदुस्तान की है। ये जीत बदलते हिंदुस्तान की है।
So we see that he's one of the persons in the procession. He's also saying that this is a win not only of the Adivasi community, but it is a win for the entire nation, because certainly it is setting a landmark. The second woman president who is from a tribal background being the first of this kind. Certainly history is being made, and Times Now is being part of this history from Kalyani in West Bengal.
Right, Tanushree, you know, the BJP has also made it a victory not of the NDA but of the entire country. So we saw a lot of bitterness before the polls as well, with the kind of statements that were made against Draupadi Murmu. But now the BJP is really planning events all across the country to make it almost like a festival-like atmosphere.
Certainly, if you see in Bengal, the Adivasi population, according to the 2011 census, is 5.08%, and most of the population is located in Malda, Purulia, Bardhaman, and in certain pockets in other areas. Where we are in Kalyani, over here also there is a Adivasi population, and this Adivasi population, they are extremely happy today because they say that history over here.
Right, so the celebrations are continuing, and it's not just in Kolkata but visuals coming in from across the country as Draupadi Murmu is also to become the 15th president of the country. We'll continue getting you these live visuals of the celebrations. For now, slipping into a short break. We'll be right back with top news and updates. Stay with us.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul
Thanks for staying with us on Times Now this evening. Well, we're going to break down details on a big story right after we take you through the top 50 stories we're tracking for the day. After the completion of first round of counting of the presidential election, Murmu received 3,78,000 vote value. In fact, she also got 540 votes by the votes of the MPs alone. In the presidential election, opposition candidate Yashwant Sinha, on the other hand, received 1,45,600 vote value in the first round of counting. Yashwant Sinha also got 208 MPs to vote for him. 15 votes, remember, were invalid. Celebrations began at Draupadi Murmu's village as people celebrating can be seen playing drums as well. Prime Minister Modi will meet Draupadi Murmu after the results of the presidential elections are officially announced in the end. Delhi BJP unit is all set to hold a roadshow after the victory of Draupadi Murmu. Several leaders, including BJP National President JP Nadda, will be in attendance. In the Supreme Court hearing on Gyanvapi case today, the top court said that it will wait for the Varanasi court's decision on the maintainability aspect before taking up petitions pending before it. The top court was, remember, hearing a plea filed by 7 Hindu women petitioners seeking right to worship the Shivling found in the Wuzukhana of Gyanvapi. The Gyanvapi Mosque Committee thereafter questioned lower court's order on survey of Gyanvapi Mosque complex and appointment of the Advocate Commissioner, saying that the order was without jurisdiction. The Supreme Court also said it can't declare the survey report null and void at this juncture. Congress President Sonia Gandhi was questioned by the Enforcement Directorate for over 2 hours. P. Chidambaram said that the questioning was conducted on her request since she is recovering from COVID-19. The Enforcement Directorate thereafter posed 5 questions to Sonia Gandhi in the case, and she was asked why a 19 crore loan was written off for 50 lakhs alone. Round 1 of questioning is over. Sources say ED may question Sonia Gandhi again on the 25th of this month for a second round. Ahead of her visit, Sonia Gandhi made few demands to the Enforcement Directorate. She sought to be questioned by a woman officer and Priyanka Gandhi's presence in the building with a few others as well. All demands were thereafter met. Across the National Capital, Congress staged massive protest even as Sonia Gandhi was being questioned, and the protest turned into a heated, violent scenario where the police had to also deploy water cannons to stop the protesting Congress Karyakartas. Pan-India protests by Congress across the nation against Sonia Gandhi's Enforcement Directorate summons could be witnessed across the country in Patna, Hyderabad, Bengaluru and Guwahati as well. Robert Vadra thereafter spoke 2 times now, questioned why an ailing Sonia Gandhi was questioned despite the fact that she was still recovering from COVID-19, says this is an effort to mute the voices because these are the voices that speak for the people. A car was set ablaze in Bengaluru by Youth Congress workers in view of Sonia Gandhi's ED summons. The vandalism was justified by Karnataka Youth Congress Chief Mohammad Haris Nalapad. Protests also turned hostile in Chandigarh. Barricades could be seen broken down by Congress workers. Several workers were also dragged by the cops to clear the demonstrations. Several Congress MPs who were protesting in Delhi have been detained for holding protest against Sonia Gandhi's ED summons. Meanwhile, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, in a shocking remark, said the centre has turned the Enforcement Directorate into an idiot. BJP slammed Enforcement Directorate is an idiot jibe and said that the mindset of the Congress is only to insult the institutions of India. Placards could also be seen being raised inside the parliament by Congress MPs accusing the government of misusing central agencies. Prime Minister Modi met top cabinet ministers to discuss the government strategy in the parliament. Aam Aadmi Party Rajya Sabha MP Sanjay Singh gave a 0-hour notice over the misuse of central investigation agencies by the ruling government. Rajya Sabha proceedings were adjourned twice during the pre-lunch period after opposition members created uproar over issues of price rise and GST hike. The Supreme Court has agreed to examine a plea seeking an action taken report from the Haryana government on the death of Haryana DSP Surinder Singh. 2 more people have been arrested in connection with the alleged incident where a student was asked to remove her innerwear before appearing for the NEET examination in Kerala's Kollam district. The Top court refused to entertain the plea of victim's father seeking to conduct repeat postponement by including one forensic expert of choice of the petitioner. The apex court asked the family to move the Madras High Court, this in the Tamil Nadu suicide case. After a 2-year break due to COVID-19, TMC held Martyrs' Day rally in Kolkata. The rally is crucial, remember, to the TMC because Mamata Banerjee uses the platform to set the party's roadmap for the next 12 months. Addressing the rally, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee warned BJP to not practice communal politics in the state. Arvind Kejriwal in Gujarat promised 300 units of free electricity if Aam Aadmi Party wins the state polls scheduled for later this year. Chief Minister Eknath Shinde led government today vacated stay granted by MVA government on metro car shed development in RA Colony. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann was admitted for treatment in Delhi's Apollo Hospital after he felt uncomfortable. Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai will be on a 2-day visit to Delhi from 25th July as he will be attending the oath-taking ceremony of the new president and also discuss cabinet expansion. The rupee hit another new all-time low beyond 80 per dollar today. The rupee fell 1 paise to an all-time low of 80.06 against the dollar. The country has reported more than 21,000 new COVID cases with 45 deaths in the last 24 hours. The daily positivity rate stands at 4.25%. Tripura Chief Minister has tested positive for COVID-19. He took it to Twitter to make the announcement and urged those who'd come in contact with him recently to take necessary precautions. The Tapi River overflowed due to excessive water released from Ukai Dam. This has now created fear of flood-like situation in several neighbouring areas. Rain continues to wreak havoc in Himachal Pradesh. The national highway near Solan was also submerged due to excessive rainfall. And heavy rainfall submerged the Malviya Nagar subway in Rajasthan's capital. Several vehicles were stuck after just 20 minutes of heavy rains. Also, rains lashed Dholpur once again, turning the city into something that looked like a river. Cars and bike riders had to swim through the waters. And heavy rains disrupted in Digod subdivision of Kota district of Rajasthan. In fact, Natwana village with a population of 1,500 were also forced to break all contacts with district headquarters. Ranil Wickremesinghe took oath as the president of Sri Lanka today. Wickremesinghe became Sri Lanka's 9th president after winning the presidential polls. CI chief has issued statement on the ongoing economic crisis in Sri Lanka. Bill Burns said China is responsible for the economic condition of the island nation. Italian Prime Minister Mario Draghi resigned today after efforts to bring the country's fractious parties to heel fate. The World Health Organization's expert Monkeypox committee held a meeting to decide whether monkeypox represents a global health emergency. Russian President Vladimir Putin held talks with leaders of Iran and Turkey to strengthen ties amid the ongoing war. Russia imposed a ban on the export of oil in the world market. A statement was issued by Kremlin stating that they will not export oil in the world market due to price below the cost. US are sending more rocket systems, ammunition and other military aid to Ukraine as the war continues. European Union has moved closer to imposing more sanctions on Russia after its 27 ambassadors backed measures to ban gold imports and tighten export controls on some high-tech. Ukraine military used drones to attack Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, which is the largest in Europe. Sydney Opera House in Australia restarted after 2 long years. Previously, the prestigious Opera House was closed for repair. Viewers, these visuals on your screens. We'll start with those visuals, but the Behead Nupur call remains our focus this evening. And the big breakthrough is that this conspiracy was hatched back in Pakistan. We've broken down those details. There's more coming in on the same. Visuals on your screens are from Pakistan's Karachi, where an anti-Nupur Sharma rally was first taken out. Now, the rally was carried out by Tehreek-e-Labbaik, a Pakistan-based radical outfit. In this rally, anti-India slogans were raised. poster demanding Nupur Sharma's killing was also showcased, and threats of killing anyone who insults Prophet were thereafter issued. Now, the violent mob, including thousands, brought the city to a standstill on the 10th of June. So this dates to more than a month ago. The echoes of what transpired in Karachi was also witnessed in Udaipur. Remember, when mobs of men chanting murderous slogans and threatening to behead anyone who they believe has outraged minority religious sensibilities. The district administration and police remained mum when the law and order was held hostage, but the silence resulted in brutal beheading of Kanhaiya Lal in the city. But this goes back to Pakistan, rallies and congregations demonstrating that many Muslims have been radicalized. And to the extent that people from Pakistan are now willing to infiltrate India with the intentions of murdering the former BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma for her comments on the Prophet. The BSF arrested, remember, a Pakistani hitman, Rizwan Ashraf, in Sri Ganganagar and unearthed the Kill Nupur plot. Now, Rizwan, this man, was allegedly upset with the comments made by Nupur Sharma and said that Prophet sent him to kill Nupur. Yes, that was the comment, the bizarre justification that came in from this man who stood arrested. But let's quickly once again put out that video we picked up from Udaipur. Remember, kill Nupur Sharma plot, behead Nupur Sharma calls have been given openly here in India. A Pakistan link that has come to light, but this is what happened in Udaipur. Sir, tan se juda calls given in Udaipur, a man arrested from Rajasthan, but the link goes back to Pakistan. This conspiracy was well engineered in Pakistan, that's right, and Rizwan Ashraf was tasked with the mission on the July of 6th. Now, the 6th of July is when he was perhaps tasked to go ahead with this mission. Probe agencies have claimed that Rizwan left his village on 9 July and changed 5 buses taking different routes to reach the international border. He got down 20 kilometers before the border and used Google Maps thereafter to reach the border. But while infiltrating, he was caught by the BSF. Yes, the BSF nabbed him, and that's when this entire plot began to unearth. This is not the first time that Labaik's name has surfaced in an anti-India activity. The organization's name also surfaced when terror module in Patna with Mission Islam rule in India by 2047 was busted. Yes, we're talking about the 2047 document, but let's quickly talk about this man who's been arrested. The cops also confirming the same.
तहरीक-ए-लब्बैक संगठन पाकिस्तान प्रांत में काफ़ी एक्टिव रहता और पिछले सालों में 2020-21 में पाकिस्तान में बहुत बड़े स्तर का आंदोलन चलाया। उस संगठन से प्रभावित होना मालूम चला, उसके बारे में और भी ज़्यादा डिटेल नहीं। इसी कब्जे से जो सामान बरामद हो उसके बारे में वाकिफ होंगे। जो दारदार हथियार मिले, कुछ कपड़े वगैरह मिले और जो धार्मिक पुस्तक हैं इस कब्जे से बरामद हुआ। इसके अलावा कोई मोबाइल या और कोई डॉक्यूमेंट बरामद नहीं हुआ।
एक व्यक्ति जो है वो बॉर्डर का पिलर क्रॉस करके फेंसिंग के पास आ गया था, जिसको बीएसएफ के गार्ड्स ने चैलेंज करके उसको अरेस्ट किया और उसके बाद उसको हिंदूमल कोर्ट पुलिस थाना को सुपुर्द किया। इसने प्रारंभिक पूछताछ में ये बताया है कि ये यहाँ पर जो नुपुर शर्मा ने आपत्तिजनक बयान दिया था उसके विरोध में उसके खिलाफ कार्रवाई करने के लिए यहाँ पर ये आना चाहता था।
So yes, now that this particular outfit's name has come to light. Labaik's name has surfaced in this anti-India activity. This is not the first time that this organization has been called out for all the wrong reasons here in India. The organization's name also surfaced when terror module in Patna with Mission Islam rule in India by 2047 was busted. A very recent development here in India wherein a crackdown took place in Bihar. A Pakistan-based Twitter handle, Labaikins TV, also announced a cash reward of Pakistani rupee 5 million to beheader of Nupur Sharma. So an open behead Nupur Sharma call was given in one of the associated Twitter handles account. Now let's also once again take you through the visuals of the hate mongers spewing venom in the vicinity of top administrative offices and the local police failing to make any arrests. These were the Sar Tan Se Juda calls that were given in Udaipur on the 20th of June. Now, the arrest of this Pakistani national in Rajasthan's Sri Ganganagar has given the BJP as well fresh ammunition to corner the Gehlot government over the law and order situation and communal violence in the state.
ये सोचने पर मजबूर होना पड़ता है कि आतंकवादियों के पाकिस्तान से आवाजाही और उनके आतंकवादी संगठनों के साथ जुड़ाव ये राजस्थान के लिए खास तौर पर बहुत चिंताजनक है, दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण भी है। और राजस्थान का आवाम कैसे सुरक्षित हो, राजस्थान की सरकार कैसे उन भरोसा पैदा कर पाएगी, ये सोचने की बात है।
सोची समझी षड्यंत्र कहते कि राजस्थान में सांप्रदायिक दंगे भड़काने की कोशिश की जाती रही है। अभी जो गिरफ्तारी हुई है गौहर चिश्ती की, उसमें कई खुलासा हो जाएंगे। अजमेर में, ब्यावर में, उदयपुर में जिस प्रकार से तन से सर जुदा के नारे लगे और जिस प्रकार का दहशतगर्दी का वातावरण बनाने के लिए व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप बनाए गए, तो उनको यह मालूम नहीं पड़ा कि एक ऐसा व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप बना जो राजस्थान में सुनियोजित दंगे भड़काना चाहते थे। अब एनआईए ने खुलासा किया है, ये सरकार का गृह मंत्रालय, इंटेलिजेंस डिपार्टमेंट, गुप्तचर विभाग और एटीएस और एसओजी पूर्ण विफल साबित हुई, क्योंकि जो लोग आज इन संस्थाओं में काम कर रहे हैं उनकी काबिलियत पर भी कई प्रश्न चिन्ह लगे हुए हैं।
Let me go across to my colleague Bhavar joining us live with more details. Bhavar, हमारे देश में सर तन से जुदा के जो बहुत नारेबाजी हमने देखी है, मल्टीपल टाइम्स ऐसे एपिसोड्स बाहर आए हैं, हमने वो विजुअल्स भी चलाए हैं, क्वेश्चन भी किया है, सवाल भी उठाए हैं कि एक्शन क्यों नहीं लिया गया टाइम से, इतना लेट क्यों एक्शन लिया गया और इतनी नफरत क्यों फैलाने दी गई। पर अब पाकिस्तान लिंक जो साफ साफ तौर पे बाहर निकल रहा है, उस पर क्या जानकारी दे सकते हैं, क्योंकि गिरफ्तारी राजस्थान से ही हुई है और बीएसएफ ने सबसे पहले इस इन्फिल्ट्रेटर को पकड़ लिया था टाइमली।
जी बिल्कुल, बॉर्डर सिक्योरिटी फोर्स ने इन लोगों को, इस व्यक्ति को वहाँ से पकड़ लिया था। इसका नाम रिजवान है और मैं बता दूं कि ये 6 तारीख को वहाँ एक मौलानाओं की मीटिंग होती है, उसमें शामिल होता है और उसमें एक नारा दिया जाता है कि नुपुर शर्मा को दोजख में भेजेंगे और उसी को लेकर के अपने जहन में सनक पाल करके वहाँ से निकलता है 9 जुलाई को। और 9 जुलाई को निकलने के बाद ये 5 बस चेंज करता है, उसके बाद 20 किलोमीटर पैदल भी चलता है और एक मैप के जरिए ये बॉर्डर पहुंच जाता है। लेकिन बीएसएफ की सतर्कता की वजह से वहां पर धर लिया जाता है। उसके बाद हिंदुमल कोर्ट थाने में इसको लेकर जाते हैं तो उसके बैग से 2 चाकू मिलते हैं, उसके अलावा कुछ पुस्तकें मिलती हैं जो धार्मिक साहित्य है लेकिन वो कट्टरवाद फैलाने वाला साहित्य है जिस तरह का कि पुलिस ने बताया। उसके अलावा कुछ कपड़े हैं, उसके कुछ खाने का सामान मिला है। तो ये कुल मिलाकर एक, आप देखिए पुलिस ने एक बड़ी चीज़ यहाँ पर कही कि मोबाइल नहीं मिला है। तो पूरा एक सुनियोजित तरीके से ये काम करना चाहते थे क्योंकि मोबाइल से वो ट्रेस हो सकता है, मोबाइल से उसके वीडियोज मिल सकते हैं, मोबाइल से उसकी सोशल मीडिया का पता चल सकता है। तो पुलिस ने खूब कोशिश की है। पुलिस जब जब उससे कोशिश कर रही है, पूछने की कोशिश कर रही है, वो हमेशा यही कह रहा है कि उसे नबी ने भेजा है नुपुर शर्मा की हत्या करने के लिए। फिर पुलिस और दबाव बनाकर पूछती है तो वो आयतें पढ़ने लगता है। तो कुल मिलाकर के
बहुत खड़े होते हैं भंवर। I'll have to leave it at that with you. Let me take this up with our guest joining us this evening. We have Abhijit Iyer Mitra, Senior Fellow IPCS. We also have Kamar Chima, who's a defense analyst, joining us with more details and to get us an idea about what really is happening here and what is Pakistan really doing about it. Kamar Chima, if I could come with you first up. China साहब ये बताइए that, you know, we're talking about a political outfit that also ended up contesting the 2018 elections. We saw the kind of mandate that was given to this political outfit. A clear hand of Tehreek-e-Labbaik has now emerged. This man belongs to the Tehreek-e-Labbaik. He was tasked with a mission to kill Nupur Sharma. What is Pakistan doing about it?
Well,
and why is this happening in Pakistan?
Well, first of all, nobody has a right and nobody can be allowed, even in Pakistan or anywhere in the world, that he should give a license to kill anyone. This must be rejected, dejected, and the person should be punished by heavy arm of the law if someone has this intention. That is the first thing. So we don't know this gentleman who is being shown on the screens, but what I know is that since Nupur Sharma uttered those words, I think for a damage control, the Indian deep state or the BJP got a lifeline for having such kind of a person if he's still there, because it is yet to be seen that whether he's a Pakistani or not, or you made it a Pakistani overnight, we do not know, we don't have an idea. And as far as this organization TLP is concerned,
isn't that Pakistan's best defense, Mr. Chima? You refuse to recognize your own nationals now.
Well, the point is there are more than 220 million people in Pakistan, and how come I know that this man is a Pakistani or is a man made up Pakistani? Who will know that? So I think the Indian deep state, which is masters of
so the visuals that we played out from Karachi from the 10th of June, wherein sloganeering is going on against Nupur Sharma, calls are being given to kill her, that's also made up?
So the point is that these calls were also given within India. So this is not about Pakistan. There were many videos that came from within India. So it is not about Pakistan. It is the people gave calls from within India. And
but action is being taken against those who are in India, and we're questioning the state governments who are to be taking action. So we are asking a question to Pakistan. What is Pakistan doing about such elements within its territory?
The point is that anyone who aspires, who plans to kill someone, he must be punished with the heavy arm of the law. That is the statement that will come from the Pakistani authorities. But the point is that you cannot control the damage control which the Nupur Sharma did to India. So for a damage control, you can target the Muslims. I can understand this is the best policy of the Indian state, and targeting Pakistan is in the best interest of the Indian media and the Indian deep state. You got a man, your people, your police is talking about that, but for the fact of the matter is that,
you know, I want you to come in.
Hundreds and thousands of
Mr. Chima needs to be told that we did not even talk about Pakistan or remember Pakistan for the past so many days when so many calls and threats were being issued in India. We were taking care of our own internal affairs. A man has been caught by the BSF. He has revealed a certain set of details is why questions are being asked of Pakistan.
Look, every country has its own set of rotten apples. In this particular case, I think the man is quite mentally deranged. Because if he had any state support, he certainly wouldn't have had to change buses 5 times and use Google Maps to come across the border. Right? This is clearly some bizarre fellow who felt he was listening to voices in his head and decided to take the law under his own wings or arms or whatever you'd like to say. As such, this fellow Rizwan Ashraf, I would count it to be anything much. I would.
But would you also not see it a problem that the Tehreek-e-Labbaik, I beg your pardon, of which clear links have now emerged, is being given a free run in Pakistan? It's a political party, one of the mainstream political parties there. And, we talk about what happened in Bihar very recently. There's a direct link that has emerged. We've also seen how some of the associated Twitter handles have given an open call for beheading Nupur Sharma. So there's something quite wrong there.
Right. So that's a separate issue of how the Tehreek-e-Labbaik and parties like it tend to function.
All right. I'm sorry,
is as follows. Total valid votes 1,138. Total value of valid votes 149,575. Out of this, Srimati Droupadi Murmu gets 809 votes, valued at 1,05,299. 1,05,299. And Shri Yashwant Sinha gets 329 votes, valued at 44,276. If I include the earlier results of Parliament, the grand total so far is 1,886 valid votes, valued at 6,73,175, out of which Srimati Draupadi Murmu gets 1,349 votes, valued at 483,299. 4,83,299. And Shri Yashwant Sinha gets 537 votes, valued at 1,89,876 so far. For the states, the counting which has been done so far, it is total valid votes is 1,138. Value of votes is 149,575. Srimati Draupadi Murmu gets 809 votes, valued at 105,299. And Shri Yashwant Sinha gets 329 votes, valued at 44,276. Grand total, the total valid votes 1,886. Value of such votes 673,175. Srimati Draupadi Murmu gets 1,349, valued at 483,299. 483,299. And Shri Yashwant Sinha gets 537 votes, valued at 189,876. 189,876. The states which the counting has been done is Andhra Pradesh, Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Bihar, Chhattisgarh, Goa, Gujarat, Haryana, Himachal Pradesh and Jharkhand. That we will give you. We'll let you know. पहले 10 राज्यों की जिनकी अभी गणना हुई है, वो 10 राज्य हैं आंध्र प्रदेश, अरुणाचल प्रदेश, आसाम, बिहार, छत्तीसगढ़, गोवा, गुजरात, हरियाणा, हिमाचल प्रदेश और झारखंड। यहाँ पे टोटल जो वैलिड वोट्स मिले हैं वो हैं 1,138। उनकी वैल्यू जो है वो है 1,49,575। इनमें से द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी को 809 वोट मिले हैं, जिनकी वैल्यू है 1,05,299। और श्री यशवंत सिन्हा जी को 2,029 वोट मिले हैं, जिनकी वैल्यू है 44,276। 329। और जो पहले आपको सूचना दी गई थी संसद के बारे में, उनको अगर मिला लें तो टोटल वैलिड वोट्स हैं 1,886। 1,886 और उनकी वैल्यू है 6,73,175। उसमें से श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू को मिले हैं 1,349, जिनकी वैल्यू है 4,83,299। और श्री यशवंत सिन्हा जी को मिले हैं 537 वोट, जिनकी वैल्यू है 79,876 89
So that was the Rajya Sabha Secretary General, in fact, taking us through the second round of polling for the presidential elections. Now, he mentioned 10 states where the respective MLAs have actually cast their votes, and 7 out of these 10 are in fact ruled by the BJP. The 3 that are not are the state of Andhra Pradesh, where the YSRCP, which is the ruling party, has. In fact, let's go across to Mr. Jay Panda, BJP.
Celebrations. And as I was saying earlier, this sends a powerful signal to the whole world that this is an India that is aspirational. Just like the Prime Minister himself, Draupadi Murmu ji has come from very humble background, but she has earned her right to lead the country as the first citizen.
Sir. Right, let me go across to our reporter Sabyasachi as well as Aishwarya, who are joining us on the broadcast. Sabyasachi, coming to you first. We've just heard the Rajya Sabha Secretary General announce the results for the second round of polling. Draupadi Murmu in a comfortable lead. She's bagged about 72% of the total value of votes cast so far.
Well, absolutely, and it is something not shocking because earlier also the numbers were in favor of Draupadi Murmu because the amount of political parties which has extended their support to her, it was kind of expected. And let me show you the current situation out here. And in this humid and hot condition also, since morning there have been hundreds of people coming from different areas of Mayurbhanj district, and they are coming here in Rairangpur in front of Draupadi Murmu's residence out here. You can see people of different age groups, starting from children to women to man to old age people. They are right here standing from morning waiting for the official confirmation for Draupadi Murmu to become the 15th President of India and the first women tribal President. And also the celebration has started out here. People have dressed up in their tribal attire. They were dancing to the tribal tunes. They were putting colors on each other's faces. So clearly the celebration has begun out here since morning, and since morning they were quite confident that Draupadi Murmu is going to win undoubtedly. She is going to be the 15th President of India, and all eyes are on the final confirmation. Once it comes, there's going to be another wave of celebration that's going to take place out here. Already celebration is going on at her native village where people are also dressed up in their tribal attire, dancing. So in all the areas of Mayurbhanj district, people have gathered in large numbers to extend their support, to show that they are quite happy with Draupadi Murmu, because Draupadi Murmu becoming the 15th President from Rairangpur, it's a matter of pride for them. So clearly, at this particular moment, it's very evident that people are coming in large numbers. These are the visuals for our viewers. Before a few minutes back, they were completely dancing on the tribal tunes, but now they have stopped for some time to take a breather. Meanwhile, sweets were being distributed from her residence to the people who have been waiting since morning, but all of them are just looking for one thing, that is the official confirmation. Back to you.
Right, let me also take this across to Aishwarya, who's joining us from Murmu's residence. In fact, Aishwarya, what's the mood on the ground there? Because she's taken a comfortable lead now and grand celebrations planned in what many believe is a foregone conclusion.
Well, that's what the BJP had a certain belief that she will be winning with a thumping majority, and therefore the reason perhaps after her name was announced, opposition parties like JMM, who are in the UPA alliance and had clearly supported the name of Draupadi Murmu. Currently where I am is the temporary residence for Uma Shankar Lane here at Teen Murti Marg, and certainly the residents
residence over here is all decked up with bouquets, flowers, red carpet has been placed over here, and huge posters of Draupadi Murmu has also clearly placed at different places. We have seen since morning there have been union ministers like G. Kishan Reddy and also Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, who was here at her residence and was monitoring each and every minute detailing of the preparations, because what we are expecting out here at the residence is that soon after the results, Prime Minister Narendra Modi along with top BJP leaders including Amit Shah, Rajnath Singh will be arriving over here, and there would be a small felicitation program that is lined up after the election results, and it's a huge celebration, just not in Odisha, but what BJP had mentioned it earlier, that the celebrations will be taking place in more than 1 lakh villages of the country. So clearly here the celebrations have been done. A small event will be holded up, but certainly the SPG and the security guards are already here, so that after Prime Minister Narendra Modi visit, there would be enough people who can manage this place. But certainly now more BJP leaders and BJP Karyakartas arriving over here, and we can also sense a sort of celebration because Draupadi Murmu, of course, leading in that particular contest against Yashwant Sinha.
Right, let me go across to Calcutta as well. Tanushree is joining us live from Calcutta. But a massive piece of breaking news now coming in with respect to the vice presidential poll, where Margaret Alva is the opposition candidate, and the TMC, which had backed Yashwant Sinha for the post of president, has now said that it will be abstaining from the vote for the vice presidential poll. Let me go across to Tanushree for more on this. Tanushree, what can you tell us about what's the thinking now within the TMC camp with regards to the upcoming vice presidential elections?
फ्रेम में ही हूँ पर आवाज नहीं आ रही है क्लियर.
Let me go across to Tamal. Tamal, this is a massive piece of news coming in from West Bengal, where the TMC, which had backed Yashwant Sinha for the post of president, might not be doing the same now for Margaret Alva for the post of vice president. Take us through the details.
Well, that's right. Abhishek Banerjee, Trinamool Congress National General Secretary, is holding a press conference now, and he has made it very clear that to support NDA candidate, that is Jagdeep Dhankar, who they hold responsible for anti-Bengal activities, it is out of question, quote unquote. That's why they have decided not to support the NDA candidate. But as far as the opposition candidate is concerned, Trinamool Congress believes that should have been decided with a larger consensus. Trinamool Congress, Abhishek Banerjee, to Times Now question, had made it very clear that Trinamool Congress had proposed a couple of names, and when the final meeting happened at the Sharad Pawar residence, the change of venue and the change of meeting, the change of plan, all of this happened without taking Trinamool Congress into confidence or without informing them. So because there was a lack of opposition consensus, and the way the opposition meeting had happened, Trinamool Congress trying to give out a message to the opposition that they were not happy and trying to register an ideologically different statement. That's the reason they have decided not to even support the opposition candidate. So Trinamool Congress has decided to abstain from the vice presidential election, which is impending. Trinamool Congress says that they had called for all the MPs, the meeting which is still underway, and 85% of the MPs had decided that the manner in which opposition had called for this meeting and decided on the candidate, keeping Trinamool Congress in dark.
Absolutely, Tamal. Cracks within the so-called opposition now, of course, all the more apparent. Their unity definitely in question because of the animosity that existed between Jagdeep Dhankar and the West Bengal government. And despite that, Trinamool Congress not going with the opposition candidate for vice president is quite a telling statement coming from their side. Let me go across to Tanushree as well, who's joining us from the ground in Kolkata. Tanushree, this is happening at the time that the second round of results for the presidential poll have now been announced by the Rajya Sabha General Secretary, and Murmu is in a comfortable lead, a setback once again to Yashwant Sinha.
Well, the celebrations have already begun, and we are in Kalyani, which is 2.5 hours away from Kolkata. But over here, we see the celebrations have already begun. There are ladies in tribal attires. They have been saying they are wishing Droupadi Murmu, giving her congratulations. We would be speaking to the MLA. What would you say? What do you have to say?
राइट थिंकिंग पीपल और जो मार्जिनलाइज सेक्शन का सोसाइटी है, इनको ले आना सबका जिम्मेदारी है। और हमारा सोसाइटी में वोमेन का एक बहुत बड़ा भूमिका है। और जो ट्राइबल सेक्शन बहुत बड़े लार्जर एक सेक्शन है, ट्राइबल सेक्शन का प्रॉपर रिप्रेजेंटेशन नहीं होते हैं और ये लोग काफ़ी सालों साल ये डिप्राइव्ड हैं। तो इनका कम्युनिटी से भी एक वोमेन जो एक डिजर्व करते हैं, उनको प्रेसिडेंट बनना एक बहुत बड़ा मैसेज टू द सोसाइटी कि आप हम जो है सबको चाहते हैं। इंडिया इज चेंजिंग ना, उनका कॉन्सेप्ट इज चेंजिंग। अभी सब क्रॉस सेक्शन ऑफ द सोसाइटी को आगे आना है, सबको विकास एक साथ में।
आज ममता बनर्जी का जो मीटिंग था उसमें उन्होंने कहा है कि हम लोग यहाँ जो वाइस प्रेसिडेंट के इलेक्शन है उससे हम लोग दूर रहेंगे। क्या कहेंगे?
क्योंकि ये नहीं चाहते हैं ट्राइबल सेक्शन को जो उन्होंने सपोर्ट नहीं दिया है और बाद में आके डैमेज कंट्रोल करने के लिए इनको जब मालूम हो गया है कि ट्राइबल सेक्शन ऑफ द सोसाइटी, जहाँ यहाँ पे बंगाल में बहुत बड़ा पॉपुलेशन है, उनका पास जब उनका मैसेज, उनका जो कैरेक्टर है ये क्लियर हो गया है कि ये ट्राइबल सेक्शन को सपोर्ट नहीं करता है और उन्होंने उनका साथ डांस करने जाते हैं, लेकिन दोनों हाथ में एक ग्लव्स लेकर के उनका साथ डांस करते हैं। मींस उनका हार्ट नहीं चाहते हैं, जस्ट टू मेक देम
reaction coming in from the BJP. Let me in fact take this across to Mohit Bhatt as well, who's joining us from the BJP headquarters. Mohit, we've just heard a fairly telling piece of news coming from the TMC camp, and that is that they will not be backing Margaret Alva for the post of vice president. They've decided now to abstain from the vice presidential contest despite their animosity with Jagdeep Dhankar, who's the NDA candidate. What are the reactions that you're getting from the BJP at the headquarters about this?
Well, you see, I was there at the opposition parties meeting when I asked this question to TMC, to CPI, Steve Raja and the CPMC, other leaders and the opposition leaders who were present there. I specifically asked them that why exactly there is no representative from TMC or from the Aam Aadmi Party here. They said that Mamta Banerjee has been consulted. In fact, in the press conference, the opposition leader said she has been consulted and she has said that whichever the candidate will be decided by the opposition, that person will get support from the TMC. But as our senior colleague Kamal is reporting, that TMC have clearly said that if they were not consulted during the discussion on the opposition candidate, it clearly shows that now the opposition is not on the same page. Now we saw that in the case of Draupadi Murmu's name when it came up, opposition leaders supported the Draupadi Murmu's candidature, various opposition parties supported her, and now we see same is being done in the case of Jagdeep Dhankar. Though TMC have said that they will not support Jagdeep Dhankar, but the way the opposition meeting was being conducted when they were not consulted, it is something that concerns the TMC, and they clearly say they might abstain from the voting. So there could be damage control from the opposition parties. Senior leaders of the opposition parties, be it Congress, be it Shiv Sena, be it the other parties, might reach out to Mamta Banerjee. But as of now, Mamta Banerjee and the TMC have taken a stand that they might abstain from voting. It is a big jolt to the opposition unity, and given the fact that how there has been a continuous support.
Let me take this across to Somit as well, who's joining us from Hyderabad. Somit, we're still yet to hear from the Rajya Sabha General Secretary about how the legislators from Telangana have voted, but we do know how the folks from Andhra Pradesh have. There the YSRCP, which is the ruling dispensation, has already thrown in its lot with the NDA candidate, which is Draupadi Murmu, and we're seeing that in the lead that she's managed to gain now over Yashwant Sinha.
First of all, let me show you some videos here. BJP Karyakartas have gathered here. They are slowly gathering here after the second round. We have saw clearly that Droupadi Murmu was in the lead, and she don't have a comfortable majority. When they even in next in the parliament, even in the upper house and in the lower house. So they are having around 25 MPs and even 25 in the lower house and also 9 around in the upper house. So if even they have clearly came out and have also, supported the NDA-led government, and also we are also joined by local leaders who will speak about celebrations here. Sir, अभी second round में in second round BJP Murmu has majority. What would you like to say?
Right, Soumil, we'll just come back to you in a short while from now. Celebrations all across India for the impending election of Draupadi Murmu as the next Indian president, the first person from the scheduled tribes to be occupying that office. We'll slip into a short break. We'll come back with more on the other side. Stay tuned.
कमलनाथ जी और दिग्विजय सिंह जी, आप दोनों सुन लीजिए, टाइगर जिंदा है।
দীর্ঘ 2 বছর ঠিক না 3 বছর পরে, কারণ আমাদের শেষ 21শে জুলাইটা হয়েছিল 2019 সালে, তারপর 20-তে হয়নি, 21-এ হয়নি, 19 থেকে 20 1 বছর, 20 থেকে 21 1 বছর, 21 থেকে 22, প্রায় 3 বছর। 3 বছর পরে আজকে আমরা ধর্মতলার বুকে শহীদ দিবস পালন করেছি এবং যে সংখ্যায় মানুষ এসছে তার 7 গুণ 8 গুণ মানুষ রাস্তায় ছিল, তারা ঢুকতে পারেনি। আমরা সকলকে ধন্যবাদ জানাই, যাদের বিশেষ করে একটু অসুবিধা হয়েছে তাদের কাছে আমরা ক্ষমা প্রার্থী একটা দিনের জন্য, যেহেতু আমরা 3 বছর পর করছি। একটা বাড়তি উৎসাহ উদ্যম ছিল আমাদের কর্মী সমর্থকদের মধ্যে এবং সেই সভা শেষ হওয়ার পরেই বেলা 4টে আমাদের বৈঠক ছিল। সেখানে প্রত্যেকটা লোকসভার সাংসদ এবং রাজ্যসভার সাংসদ সব মিলিয়ে ওদিকে 22 জন আর এদিকে 13 জন, 35 জন সাংসদের মধ্যে সিএম জাটুয়া, তার শারীরিক অবস্থা খুব খারাপ, তিনি আসতে পারেননি, এবং সুব্রত বক্সি, তিনি যেহেতু অ্যারেঞ্জমেন্টে বিজি রয়েছেন, আমাদের কর্মী সমর্থকরা বাড়িতে ঠিকমতো ফিরলো কিনা, ট্রেনে ঠিকমতো উঠতে পারলো কিনা, লজিস্টিক্যাল পার্টটা উনি দেখছেন। সুতরাং এই দুজন ছাড়া প্রায় 33 জন সাংসদ উপস্থিত আছে এবং এখনও মিটিং চলছে। মিটিংয়ের মধ্যে আমরা বেরিয়ে এসে শুধুমাত্র আপনাদের অবগত করার জন্য যে আমরা যেটা বলেছিলাম যে উপরাষ্ট্রপতি নির্বাচন নিয়ে মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় সবার সাথে, সর্বস্তরের সাংসদ যারা রয়েছেন, লোকসভা রাজ্যসভা দুটো হাউসেরই, সবার সাথে আলোচনা করে সিদ্ধান্ত নেবে। সেই মতো আমার সাথে লোকসভার লিডার পার্টির সুদীপ বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় রয়েছেন, মিটিংয়ে রাজ্যসভার লিডার ডেরেক ওব্রায়েন রয়েছেন, চিফ হুইপরা উপস্থিত রয়েছেন। সুখেন্দু শেখর রায় আজকে থাকতে পারেনি, তার কারণ হচ্ছে তিনি কাউন্টিংয়ে, যশবন্ত সিনহার এজেন্ট রয়েছেন, কাউন্টিংয়ে ব্যস্ত রয়েছেন। সবাইকে বলার সুযোগ দেওয়া হয়েছে এবং সবাই বলেছে নিজেদের যে পার্সপেক্টিভ সেটা রেখেছে নেত্রীর সামনে। অনেকে বলে তৃণমূলে কোনো গণতন্ত্র নেই, প্রত্যেকটা এমপি আজকে নিজেদের বক্তব্য, নিজেদের সাজেশন, নিজেদের মতামত প্লেস করেছে এবং মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়ের সামনে সেটা নিজে স্বাধীনভাবে উপস্থাপিত করেছে। সব কিছু শোনার পর দল যে সিদ্ধান্তে এসে পৌঁছেছে যে আগামী 6 তারিখ যে উপরাষ্ট্রপতি নির্বাচন রয়েছে, সেখানে একদিকে রয়েছে এনডিএর প্রার্থী জগদীপ ধনকর, আর একদিকে রয়েছে মার্গারেট আলভা। সবার সাথে আলোচনা করার পর সবাই একটা জিনিস নিয়ে একমত হয়েছেন যে জগদীপ ধনকর বিশেষ করে যতদিন এখানে গভর্নর ছিলেন, উনার যে
unanimous decision of Trinamool Congress had been
রাজনৈতিক কথার, একটা রাজনৈতিক দলের
the way
কথার মতো
Jagdeep Dhankar
একতরফা ভাবে চলা,
had treated Bengal
এবং কি করে
and had
বাংলার মানুষকে
taken a one-sided approach,
ধাপে ধাপে প্রতিনিয়ত গত 3 বছর
the way Bengal was made to suffer because of him.
সকলে সেটা নিয়ে আলোচনা করেছি এবং সকলে
We
সম্মিলিতভাবে
have
সিদ্ধান্ত
discussed
নিয়েছি
that,
যে কোন
and the unanimous decision had been
প্রার্থীকে
we cannot support the NDA candidate.
দ্বিতীয় আমাদের কাছে একটি সিদ্ধান্ত ছিল যে অপোজিশন,
The other option that we had
তাকে সমর্থন
to
করা
go with opposition candidate Margaret Alva
প্রক্রিয়া থেকে বিরত থাকা,
or to stay away from the voting process.
শতাংশ সাংসদ, 85%, I repeat,
85% of the MPs,
85% of the MPs who attended and were present in today's meeting, তারা সকলে মিলে সিদ্ধান্ত নিয়ে মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়কে অনুরোধ
they
করেছে
have all decided unanimously
যেভাবে অপোজিশন
that the way the opposition meeting happened
হয়েছে, কোনো আলোচনা না,
and the opposition candidate has been decided upon at the very last minute
অত্যন্ত প্রবীণ নেতা
without
মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়ের সাথে
consulting
যোগাযোগ করার চেষ্টা
Trinamool
করেছেন,
Congress.
জানেন সেটা উনি প্রেসকেও অবগত করেছেন, বাইট দিয়ে জানিয়েছেন। কিন্তু সেটা মিটিং হয়ে যাওয়ার পরে এবং যে প্রক্রিয়ায় অপোজিশন ক্যান্ডিডেট ঠিক হয়েছে,
the way the opposition candidate was
তৃণমূলের
decided,
সর্বস্তরের সাংসদ সবাই মিলে এবং দলনেতা মহাসচিব পার্থ চট্টোপাধ্যায় সকলে উপস্থিত রয়েছেন, আমরা সিদ্ধান্ত নিয়েছি যে এই ভোটদান প্রক্রিয়া থেকে বিরত থাকব। আগামী 6
we have decided to abstain the voting.
Congress will abstain in the upcoming vice presidential polls. It is neither question of supporting NDA candidate doesn't even arise, and the way the opposition candidate was decided without
Don't worry, I'm on
consultation and deliberation with a party which has 35 MPs in both the houses. We have decided unanimously to abstain from the voting process. আর এখন আমাদের মিটিং চলছে, এখনো শেষ হয়নি। আপনাদের যদি কোনো প্রশ্ন থাকে আপনারা করতে পারে। দেখুন, অভিযোগ যার করার অভিযোগ করতেই পারে, কিন্তু বিরোধী ঐক্য শুধুমাত্র রাষ্ট্রপতি নির্বাচনে ভোটাধিকার প্রয়োগ করে বা উপরাষ্ট্রপতি নির্বাচনের ভোটাধিকার প্রয়োগ করেই আপনি প্রমাণ করতে পারেন সেটা নয়। বিরোধী ঐক্য
there could be opposition unity, there could also be differences, and the opposition unity cannot be decided upon one vice presidential election.
বিরোধী ঐক্য তো আপনি সাধারণ মানুষের ইস্যু নিয়েও রাস্তায় প্রতিবাদ করে কাঁধে কাঁধ মিলিয়ে লড়াই করার মানসিকতা দিয়ে করতে পারেন।
That unity can also reflect on the street over issues concerning common people.
না করলে বিরোধী ঐক্য নয়, এটা আগেরবারও হয়েছে।
Only by supporting the opposition candidate in the vice presidential election does it reflect opposition unity. It has happened in the past as well.
মাঠে ময়দানে লড়াই করার জন্য প্রস্তুত, আমরা তাদের স্বাগত
We are willing to fight
আমরা
on the
যে কোনো
street.
ভাবে তাদের সাথে লড়াই করতে আগামী দিন প্রস্তুত রয়েছি। যদি আমাদের এই
We will be fighting tooth and nail.
আমরা তাদেরকে স্বাগত জানাবো। কিন্তু উপরাষ্ট্রপতি নির্বাচনে আপনি যদি বিরোধী প্রার্থীকে ভোট দেন তাহলে আপনার বিরোধী ঐক্য, আর আপনি যদি ভোট না দেন তাহলে বিরোধী ঐক্য নেই, এটা আমি একমত নই। There are bigger
लगातार जो है यूनाइटेड ऑपोजिशन की बात होती है
जी।
जहाँ तक प्रेसिडेंशियल इलेक्शन की बात थी, आपके पार्टी के ही कैंडिडेट ऑपोजिशन के फेस पर थे यशवंत सिन्हा, लेकिन अब जब वाइस प्रेसिडेंट इलेक्शन की बात है तब आप एब्सेंट कर रहे हैं। तो प्रेसिडेंट इलेक्शन में आपकी यूनिटी है, वाइस प्रेसिडेंशियल इलेक्शन में यूनिटी
भाई इशू टू it can differ. I have the right to ideologically differ. You have to understand. I have the right and I have the prerogative to differ. If I have left this decision to the prerogative of my members of parliament, 85% of the members of parliament present in the meeting has said we object the way opposition candidate was decided without consulting with Trinamool Congress, without deliberating with other significant parties who hold a considerable amount of MPs in both the houses. So it is a democratic party. I cannot take a decision myself, or the party chairperson cannot take a decision herself. I can differ with the Congress ideologically, I can differ with Aam Aadmi Party ideologically, I can differ with BJP ideologically, I can differ with DMK ideologically. And everyone has the right, it is a democratic country. Everyone has got the right to dissent. So we...
gives a very disintegrated picture of opposition.
इलेक्टोरल डेमोक्रेसी में वोटिंग देना एक अच्छा होता है, इसलिए मतदाताओं से अपील भी की जाती है कि आप वोट करें। लेकिन आप एक पार्टी हैं, आप अगर उसमें हिस्सा नहीं ले रहे तो ये सही मैसेज है क्या?
नहीं, बिल्कुल है। भाई पार्लियामेंट में भी जब फ्लोर में वोट होता है, पार्लियामेंट से बड़ा डेमोक्रेसी तो कुछ नहीं होता है। आपके पास 3 चीजें होती है। यू हैव 3 ऑप्शंस व्हिच यू कैन चूज। Either you can say ayes, or you can say no, or you can abstain. So that is the decorum of our electoral democracy. You have to understand. जब आप वोटिंग मशीन में वोट करने डालते हो तब नोटा रहता है। नोटा मतलब होता है none of the above. आप जाते हो अपना वोट डालते हो, you are abstaining from the electoral process because you don't want to vote for either of the candidate. So it is very clear. इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि भाई हम दूसरों को ये नहीं कह रहे कि आप जाके वोट मत करो, जिसको जो करना है करेगा। पार्टी का डिसीजन ये है। ना देखो नेता আমরা
All right, you heard Abhishek Banerjee there. Quickly shifting our focus to the top 50 stories we're tracking since early this morning. After the completion of 2 rounds of counting of the presidential election, Draupadi Murmu has received 4,83,000 plus vote value. In fact, she has received 1,349 votes in total of both MPs and MLAs of 10 states. In the presidential elections, opposition candidate Yashwant Sinha, in the meanwhile, has received 1,89,876 vote value in the first round and received a total vote of 537 MPs and MLAs. Celebrations began in Draupadi Murmu's village as people are celebrating by beating drums. Prime Minister Modi will also be meeting Draupadi Murmu after the final results are officially declared of the presidential elections. The Delhi BJP unit is also all set to hold a roadshow after the victory of Draupadi Murmu. Several leaders, including the BJP National President JP Nadda, will also be in attendance. In the Supreme Court hearing on the Gyanvapi case today, the top court said that it will wait for the Varanasi court's decision on the maintainability aspect before taking up pending petitions. TMC meanwhile has announced that they will abstain themselves from voting in the vice president elections. The TMC camp claims that they weren't consulted before taking a decision on the candidacy. And Congress President Sonia Gandhi today was questioned by the Enforcement Directorate for over 2 hours. Senior leader P. Chidambaram said that the questioning was conducted on her request since she's still recovering from COVID. ED poses 5 questions to Sonia Gandhi in the National Herald case, and Sonia Gandhi was asked as to why the 90 crore rupee loan was written off for 50 lakh rupees, among several other questions posed by the agency. Sonia Gandhi's round 1 of questioning is complete and has concluded. Sources also say ED may quiz her once again on the 25th for a second round. And in the presidential election, opposition candidate Yashwant Sinha got 1,45,600 vote value in the first round. As far as the votes are concerned, he received the votes of 208 MPs and 15 votes stood invalid. And ahead of her visit, Sonia Gandhi made several demands to the Enforcement Directorate, sought to be questioned by a woman officer and her in presence of Priyanka Gandhi with a few others as well. Congress staged massive protest across Delhi as Sonia Gandhi was being questioned, and protest could be seen taking a violent turn. The police had to deploy water cannons to disperse the protesting crowds. We saw a pan-India protest staged by the Congress party across the nation against ED summons to Sonia Gandhi, and massive protests that could be seen in Patna, Hyderabad, Bengaluru and Guwahati as well. Thereafter, Robert Vadra spoke to Times Now and questioned why an ailing Sonia Gandhi was questioned despite the fact that she was still recovering from COVID. Said this is an effort to mute our voices because we speak for the people. A car was set ablaze in Bengaluru by Youth Congress workers in view of Sonia Gandhi's ED summons. The vandalism was justified by Karnataka Youth Congress chief. Protests also turned hostile in Chandigarh, wherein barricades were broken by Congress workers. Several workers were dragged by cops to clear demonstrations. Several Congress MPs who were protesting in the national capital have been detained for holding protest against the ED questioning of Sonia Gandhi. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, senior Congress leader, said the centre has turned the Enforcement Directorate into an idiot, a shocking remark by senior Congress leader. BJP slammed the jibe taken by Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, says the mindset of Congress is only to insult the institutions of the country. Placards were also raised inside the parliament premises by members of Parliament of Congress, said that the government is misusing central agencies. Prime Minister Narendra Modi met top cabinet ministers to discuss the government's strategy in the parliament. Aam Aadmi Party Rajya Sabha MP Sanjay Singh gave a 0-hour notice over the misuse of central investigation agencies by the ruling government. Rajya Sabha proceedings were adjourned twice during pre-lunch period after opposition members created uproar over the issue of price rise and GST hike. The Supreme Court has agreed to examine a police-seeking and action-taken report from Haryana government on the death of a DSP rank officer in Haryana. 2 more people have been arrested in connection with the alleged incident where a student was asked to remove her innerwear before appearing for NEET exam in Kerala's Kollam district. In the Tamil Nadu child suicide case, the Supreme Court has refused to entertain the plea of victim's father, seeking to conduct repeat post-mortem by including one forensic expert of choice of the petitioner, has asked the family to move High Court. After a 2-year break due to COVID-19, TMC held Martyrs' Day rally in Kolkata. The rally, remember, is crucial to the party because Mamata Banerjee uses the platform to set the party's roadmap for the next 12 months. Addressing a rally in Kolkata, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee warned the BJP to not practice communal politics in the state. Arvind Kejriwal has promised 300 units of free electricity in Gujarat if Aam Aadmi Party wins in the upcoming state elections. Chief Minister Eknath Shinde led government today vacated stay granted by MVA government on the metro car shed development in RA Colony. And Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann was admitted to hospital for treatment in Delhi's Apollo Hospital after he fell ill. And Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai will be on a 2-day visit to the national capital starting 25th of July. During this visit, he will attend the oath-taking ceremony of the new president, also discuss cabinet expansion. The rupee has hit another new all-time low beyond 80 per dollar today. The rupee fell 1 paisa to an all-time low of 80.06 against the dollar. The country has reported more than 21,000 new COVID cases with 45 deaths. In the last 24 hours, the daily positivity rate stands at 4.25%. Tripura Chief Minister Manik Saha has tested positive for COVID-19. He took it to Twitter to make an announcement and urged all those who came in contact with him to take necessary precautions. The Tapi River overflowed due to excessive water released from Ukai Dam. This has created a fear of flood-like situation in several neighbouring areas. Rain continued to wreak havoc in Himachal Pradesh. The national highway near Solan was also submerged due to excessive rains. Heavy rainfall also submerged the Malviya Nagar subway in Rajasthan's capital. Several vehicles were stuck after just 20 minutes of heavy rainfall. Heavy rains also disrupted division of Kota district in Rajasthan. In fact, Nutana village with a population of 1,500 people were forced to break all contacts with district headquarters. The Civil Ministry has announced that airlines can't charge additional amount for issuing boarding passes at airport check-in counters. And international updates coming in. Ranil Wickremesinghe took oath as the president of Sri Lanka today. Wickremesinghe became Sri Lanka's 9th president after winning the presidential polls. CIA chief has issued statement on the ongoing economic crisis in Sri Lanka. Bill Burns says China is responsible for the economic condition of the island nation. Italian Prime Minister Mario Draghi resigned today after efforts to bring the country's fractious parties to heel failed. The World Health Organization's expert Monkeypox committee held a key meet to decide whether monkeypox represents a global health emergency. Russian President Vladimir Putin held talks with leaders of Iran and Turkey to strengthen ties amid the ongoing war. Russia has imposed a ban on the export of oil in the world market. A statement was issued by Kremlin stating that they will not export oil in the world market due to price below the cost. The United States are sending more rocket systems, ammunition and other military aid to Ukraine as the war continues. European Union moves closer to imposing more sanctions on Russia after its 27 ambassadors backed measures to ban gold imports and tighten export controls on some high-tech technology. Ukraine military used drones to attack Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant, which is the largest in Europe. Sydney Opera House in Australia restarted after 2 years. Previously, the prestigious Opera House was shut down for repair work. That remains our top focus this evening. The latest figures of the president poll counting continues to come in, and Yashwant Sinha has now received 329 out of 1,138 MLAs across 10 states. So the vote value of Yashwant Sinha at the moment stands at 44,276. As for Draupadi Murmu, she's bagged 809 votes, which value to more than a lakh, 1,05,299. Now what this means is, viewers, that at the moment, after 2 rounds of counting of votes, it is 71.79% votes in favor of Draupadi Murmu and just 28 votes in favor of the opposition candidate Yashwant Sinha. So yes, big breaking news coming in. 2 rounds of voting, counting of votes gone by, and let's see how it plays out. But It is a clear win for Draupadi Murmu. Celebrations that have erupted across the country, especially her hometown in Odisha and even in the national capital, BJP headquarters, certainly erupting in joy. We're seeing a lot of celebratory visuals coming in. But as Draupadi Murmu has cemented a lead, there is big breaking news coming in on a shocker, a vice president poll shocker to the Congress party. Now the TMC has declared that they will not vote for Margaret Alva, who is the vice president candidate of the opposition. The TMC says, a big allegation being made by the party, that they were not consulted on the vice president nomination. Let me go across to Tanushree as we keep up with that breaking news input coming in, and we'll try and pick up more political reactions on the same. Tanushree, you're outside the BJP headquarters. What's the mood there this evening?
Well, if you see, we are here in Kalyani, and in Kalyani is 2 hours away from Kolkata, and celebrations have started over here. A road show has been going on, congratulating Draupadi Murmu. We would be talking to the MLA over here. Sir, Draupadi Murmu has won practically. How would you congratulate her?
Beg your pardon?
What are the congratulatory message you have for Draupadi Murmu?
Yes, my biggest message to Droupadi Murmu, congratulations to her for winning such a massive victory, and she has become the President of India first, because from her section, from her society, she is the first person, she has become the President of India. Now this is a very big message to the cross section of the society, very message to the marginalized section of the society. Tribal community is a huge section, their population in India. So from their community, earlier there was no person became the President of India, and that too from the women section. So this is a very big message.
Also, we are seeing that Trinamool Congress has said they are going to stay away from the vice president election. What would you say?
Trinamool Congress, they do not believe in democracy. See, in her party there is only one post, all other posts are lamp posts, and this is why whatever she thinks she tries to do, and she tries to impose on the people of India. Now she is not going to take part in this vote for the vice president election. That is a very bad message. She is not believing in the democracy. She does not have faith in the constitution. So this is a very shameful thing. Now we do not expect from a person, that too she is a chief minister of Bengal. She is not participating in the election. So her participation does not make any difference. Her participation does not make any difference simply because she knows that despite her all oppositions, this is the vice president of India, she is going to win this election. So it does not make any difference. Only the message she wants to give, that she is not believing in this constitution, she is not believing in the democracy. That is the message.
So we see that the BJP MLA from Kalyani, Ambika Roy, he is saying that Mamata Banerjee's party TMC staying away from the vice president elections means that she does not believe in democracy, because her opinion, as the TMC alleged, was not sought. Therefore, they have decided to abstain, and this is why the BJP is saying that because her opinion was not taken.
Absolutely,
so
Tanushree, because there was an apparent U-turn in the presidential elections as well, and now a big shocker coming in, certainly for the opposition parties. Let's listen into what D. Raja and Sharad Pawar had said earlier on when they were extremely confident and had confirmed TMC support for Margaret Alva.
How many parties are exactly on the board? 17 parties were here.
17 parties plus 2. That means 17 plus TMC plus Aam Aadmi Party. Aam Aadmi Party conveyed to Mr. Pawar, as they did it in case of Yashwant Sinha, they will do in the case of Margaret Alva also. That's all.
Okay, so TMC and Aam Aadmi Party are on board.
Yeah, that is what we hope, and that is what they have given to understand.
And the nomination will be on 19th.
19th. Nomination will be on 19th.
How many parties are exactly on the board? 17 parties were here.
17 parties plus 2. That means 17 plus TMC plus Aam Aadmi Party. Aam Aadmi Party conveyed to Mr. Pawar, as they did it in case of Yashwant Sinha, they will do in the case of Margaret Alva also. That's all.
Okay, so TMC and Aam Aadmi Party are on board.
Yeah, that is what we hope, and that is what they have given to understand.
And the nomination will be on 19th.
19th. Nomination will be on 19th.
We discussed few names and ultimately we unanimously approved the name of the Srimati Margaret Alva. We also thank to contact Mamtaji. She was leading some conference, so our contact is not established.
All right, let me open this up to our guest joining us this evening. We have Mr. R. Rajagopalan, senior journalist with us, also Tausif Ahmed, who's a political analyst. If I could begin with you, Mr. Tausif Ahmed, because at the moment the numbers are clearly in favor of Draupadi Murmu, 71.79% votes that have gone to her, 28% votes to Yashwant Sinha. But a big controversy has erupted amidst all of this, with the TMC now coming out and saying that they will abstain from voting in the vice president election. Why? What happened? Why this apparent change in, not being consulted? We were not kept on board, and hence we're not going to either vote for the NDA candidate, but neither for Margaret Alva, because the likes of D. Raja were extremely confident till a few days ago that they have the TMC support.
There is no controversy at all. It's a very clear decision. Supporting an NDA candidate, that too Jagdeep Dhankar, who we all have seen as a governor of the West Bengal, has created a havoc, so to say, has spoken as a BJP spokesperson in the position, misusing the position of the governor. So there is no question of supporting the NDA candidate. The other option was to support the opposition's candidate. Now for that, it was the duty of the opposition to keep Trinamool in loop if they really wanted the support of Trinamool. Trinamool is a party with 35 MPs in parliament. And vice president election is different from president's election. In president's election, MLAs are also involved in the voting process. In vice president election, it's MPs who will be voting. So if the opposition camp, which suddenly called a meeting in Sharad Pawar's house, and if they really wanted a support, they would have consulted beforehand instead of deciding amongst themselves and then intimating that such and such candidate has been finalized.
Okay.
And therefore, it's a decision of the party, and very well within its right to
you're saying this is
raise an
perhaps a
objection.
miscalculation on the part of the joint opposition. Let me go across to Mr. R. Rajagopalan, who's also with us this evening. Mr. Rajagopalan, what do you make of this kind of a reaction coming in from the TMC? They say they were not consulted for the candidate nomination earlier on, but we just played out that reaction. D. Raja extremely confident that it was 17 parties plus the Aam Aadmi Party and the TMC that are going to be voting for Madam Alva.
Mamta Banerjee is very mercurial and she does all sorts of U-turn politics. Second thing, my important observation is that Sitaram Yechuri proposed Margaret Alva's name without Sonia Gandhi's consent, without Mamta Banerjee's consent, without anyone's consent. Sitaram Yechuri coming into the force made Mamta Banerjee to boycott the election. She and Margaret Alva have been in Congress and they never went along with, even during P.V. Narasimha Rao's ministry or subsequent other ministries. Therefore, Mamta Banerjee's grudge against Sonia Gandhi and Margaret Alva plus Jagdeep Dhankar. My understanding is, Madam, Hemanta Biswa Sarma, Mamta Banerjee and Jagdeep Dhankar had a meeting at Darjeeling, and that was the turn of event. Since then, the centre knows that Mamta Banerjee is not going to vote for Margaret Alva nor for Jagdeep Dhankar. Therefore, there is a split in opposition. Mamta Banerjee is slowly moving towards BJP. That is what the political calculation is.
Oh, okay. Okay, so that's big. Mr. Tausif Ahmed, would you agree to what Mr. Rajagopalan is saying? That directly or indirectly looks like Mamta Banerjee is, giving advantage to the BJP, because remember already this was the NDA that had a clear edge over the opposition as far as both the presidential and the vice president elections go, and yet they managed the support of some of the opposition parties as well. Now given the margin, if we talk about the numbers here, look at the gap between the two. 71.79% votes in the favor of Draupadi Murmu and 28% votes for Yashwant Sinha. The opposition looks like it's completely divided on the presidential elections as well.
No, I would not agree with Mr. Raja Gopalan's observation that TMC is moving towards BJP. Perhaps he has not seen the 21st July Shahid Divas program that was held today, which is held every year. And there were a sea of people attending that rally. And BJP Hatao slogan was raised by Mamata Banerjee even today, BJP Hatao, Desh Bajao. And therefore, it is wrong to say, and it is only whimsical of a statement to say that Mamata Banerjee
But Mr. Tawseef Ahmed,
is in
the
a way
moot question is
helping.
BJP को इतनी divided politics use करके कैसे हटाया जाएगा? The opposition is not united, it seems, and it seems as though there's a lot of cross voting also that has taken place within the opposition ranks.
Within TMC also, madam, from TMC they voted for Murmu.
By registering a protest against the selection process of Ms. Alwa, it's a wake-up call for the opposition, so that going ahead, all the decisions will be made with consensus. It wouldn't be otherwise like it had been in this incident where overnight meeting was called and an announcement was made without keeping TMC in loop. Consultation and consensus, all of this is a democratic process. And ideologically, Trinamool is more aligned with the opposition ideology than BJP. Therefore, whoever calls himself or herself as the big brother or big sister in opposition has to abide by these etiquettes, that consultation, prior consultation and consensus is the key to a democratic process and is a key to keep the flock of oppositions together.
You know, Mr. Tawseef Ahmed, what happens to those joint opposition meetings that are time and again announced by the opposition parties, mostly spearheaded by Mamata Banerjee, in order to take down the BJP in 2024? If this is the strategy that they're going to adopt, it's going to lead to a total collapse. Mr. Rajagopalan.
My understanding is Mr. Tawseef Ahmed should give me an answer. If you are boycotting Jagdeep Dhankar and if you are boycotting Margaret Alva, are you going to boycott Rajya Sabha also entirely? The reason being, he is going to proceed over the function of Rajya Sabha. How can you say that you are going to boycott Dhankar? That means the TMC MPs in Rajya Sabha will not be participating in Rajya Sabha proceedings. Am I right in my calculations? Because Mamata Banerjee's decision is always aimed at helping BJP. Mamata Banerjee's decision has always been, helping anti-Congressism. It was Mamata Banerjee who said that UPA collapsed. It is Mamata Banerjee who said Rahul Gandhi goes abroad very often. It is Mamata Banerjee who said that Congress Mukt Bharat, she is also helping in an indirect way to Narendra Modi. That is why I say Mamata Banerjee's U-turn and mercurial politics is not only splitting the opposition leaders are apprehensive that Mamata Banerjee type of chief ministers are going to help BJP in 2024.
Because Mr. Tawseef Ahmed, that's what happened in Yashwant Sinha's case as well. Many in the BJP and in the NDA camp have questioned Mamata Banerjee's U-turn, wherein after the NDA announced its candidate, Mamata Banerjee suddenly, there was a change in her tone. She said if we were aware of Madam Murmu being chosen as the NDA candidate, we would have perhaps rethought of our strategy. So there's no clear line being taken by the TMC, neither in the president's election nor in the vice president's election.
No, Mr. Raja Gopalan said that abstaining, this decision to abstain from voting in the BP election will help NDA. I would request him to please talk about the number. How is this decision of TMC to abstain from the voting is going to help NDA candidate to win the election when they already have the number? Let us please talk about the number.
No, Mr. Tawseef Ahmed, I'm going to have to leave it at that. It's going to be clear disadvantage for the opposition, goes without saying. But I'm thanking both you and Mr. Rajagopalan for joining us on this broadcast. A very, very important story that we're closely watching out for. 2 rounds of counting of votes already have gone by, and a clear edge of Draupadi Murmu over opposition candidate Yashwant Sinha at the moment. Let's see how it plays out in the coming few hours. Slipping into a very short break here.
You watching Blueprint Explosive Exclusive at a time when India is on the cusp of making history. Well, going by the numbers which are coming in, Draupadi Murmu may just become soon the first woman tribal president of India. I'm Meghna Rekha. We'll take you ahead with the latest updates, but here are the headlines. NDA's Draupadi Murmu corners about several votes in her first two rounds of counting. In fact, she has more than doubled her lead over Yashwant Sinha for the presidential polls. And as you can see, early celebrations have already begun at Murmu's residence in Odisha and tribal areas across Bengal, Jharkhand, Maharashtra, amongst others, in anticipation of a historic win. Mamata Banerjee at a party is going to abstain from the vice president's poll, dealing a massive blow to a united opposition front against NDA's candidate Jagdeep Dhankar. Now, Alva's chances becoming bleaker.
गांधी परिवार और कांग्रेस पार्टी की तासीर समझने में नरेंद्र मोदी और अमित शाह को कई जन्म लेने पड़ जाएंगे.
Well, Congress hits the streets against Enforcement Directorate's questioning of Sonia Gandhi in the National Herald case. They claim that the party's first family won't bow to alleged harassment by the Modi-Shah government-controlled agencies. BJP says Congress now stands for a single parivar. Yashwant Sinha suggests that Enforcement Directorate shouldn't have summoned Sonia Gandhi but visited her at her home instead. Loyalist Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary meanwhile calls the ED an idiot. BJP says that Congress is defaming institutions. Congress workers rely on arson, road and rail blockade template for protests. 2 vehicles have been torched in Karnataka. Fire brigade ambulances were also stalled in Hyderabad. Pakistani national Rizwan Ashraf's interrogation reveals Pak-based Islamic radical terrorist Tehreek-e-Labaik's mission to kill Nupur Sharma. Details exclusive on Times Now. Eyeing power in Gujarat, Kejriwal promises 24-hour free power and waiver of dues pending before December 2021. Claims only AAP knows the magical formula. Supreme Court refuses to hear plea for worship of purported shivling at the Gyanvapi complex. Also refuses Masjid Said's plea to stop hearing in the lower court or junk the survey commissioner's report. A Mathura court decides to hear Muslim side's plea that Hindu side's claim on Eidgah Mosque as part of the Krishna Janmabhoomi is not even maintainable under the Places of Worship Act. Well, in the race to the Raisina, is India on the cusp of making history with the first ever woman tribal leader? Well, going by the latest numbers, well, we are going to ask you to draw the conclusions yourself. So let's get you the numbers on your screens. You have them. You have the opposition-backed candidate, Yashwant Sinha. He gets 329 out of 1,138 MLAs in 10 states, and the vote value of Yashwant Sinha now goes to about 44,276. Murmu, on the other hand, has managed to bag 809 votes, which is of the value of 1,05,299. So there you have it. The numbers are there on your screens, and you will now wait and see the way that India has been waiting to embrace this. Let me go across to Aishwarya, who's joining us live from Murmu's residence. There's Sabyasachi. He'll be joining us from Draupadi Murmu's hometown, her own village, which is Rairangpur. There's also Mohit Bhatt joining us from the BJP headquarters. But first, Aishwarya, I'll be coming over to you. Draupadi Murmu's is still waiting for the final numbers and the final count to be announced. However, right behind you, we can see already the preparations have begun for receiving none other than even the Prime Minister, I believe, when she wins.
certainly BJP is calling it as a Vijay Divas, and there have been massive celebrations all across the country, just not in Odisha but also in the national capital as well. And where right now I am is Draupadi Murmu's temporary residence. This is for Uma Shankar Lane, and there is that particular stage where Draupadi Murmu will be sitting, just after the announcement. We have been told that Prime Minister Narendra Modi, along with Home Minister Amit Shah, Defence Minister Yashwant Sinha and other top ministers will be coming here at Draupadi Murmu's temporary residence, and there will be a felicitation program that will be here. But all the other part of this residence is all decked up with bouquets and flowers, and sweets are being distributed, just because Draupadi Murmu is currently leading as far as the contest with Yashwant Sinha is concerned, and majority of votes is going into her favour, and that's why perhaps BJP believes that Draupadi Murmu will be winning this contest with the thumping majority. Just not top BJP ministers but also G. Kishan Reddy and C.T. Ravi and Dharmendra Pradhan all are here to monitor and to oversee the preparations that are over here. But certainly as far as the sequence of events are concerned, first after the results, the Chief Election Commissioner will come over here and he will be handing over the certificate to Draupadi Murmu of her win. Soon after that, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and other top leaders will be coming here and they will be felicitating Draupadi Murmu. And certainly, as BJP and the NDA believes that Draupadi Murmu will be India's 15th President of India and first woman tribal President of the nation.
Let me go across to Neelashish. Rairangpur, of course, you've been getting us live visuals from there where they've already made the preparations. But it's a huge, momentous occasion for them, isn't it? Not only to have a face from their own tribal community to represent not just them, but the whole of India now. Neelashish, if you can hear me?
Well, yes, it is extremely loud here near Pandit Pant Marg. I'm not sure I heard your question right, but let me show you the mood around this area. If I can ask my video journalist to pan and show you the entire area. There are tricolors being waved till the eye goes. There are posters of Draupadi Murmu. The mood is very, very celebratory at this point. And of course, the anticipation for her to be declared as president. At this point, you can see there's Meenakshi Lekhi on stage, there's Delhi State President Adesh Gupta on stage, there are other Delhi ministers who are also on the stage at this point. We spoke to them, they said that this is a moment of celebration, this shows the oneness of India, the significance of this moment cannot be downplayed, and as you can see, there are people, BJP workers in large numbers here. If I can ask my video journalist to pan and show you. The entire road here of Pandit Pant Marg is really colored in saffron white and green. At this point, the mood is very, very celebratory. After the addresses here by the BJP leaders, a march will begin. They will begin a walk from here towards Ashoka Road, then towards the Rail Bhavan, and finally culminate at Rajpath. Well, that is the plan as of now. We will wait and see how this crowd then goes on their celebratory march. They're still waiting for Draupadi Murmu to be declared president formally, and they are very, very excited and anticipating that moment with bated breath.
It will be very interesting when that moment comes, when we have the final results. But let me go back across to Aishwarya. He's been getting us the live visuals as well. But before that, a quick word from Mohit Bhatt as well. Mohit, you joining us from outside the BJP headquarters. It's interesting to see if Draupadi Murmu does win by the kind of margins that we are already seeing coming in. Goes to show not just how acceptable she is to all the people who voted, but also BJP's dominance, isn't it?
For me, 50 मिनटों में अध्यक्ष के स्पोर्टन के बाद डॉक्टर अनिता गुंजर जी के
Mohit, can you hear me? Well, it seems like there's a bit of a problem. Let me go back across to Aishwarya. Aishwarya, I was telling you about it's not just about the acceptance of Draupadi Murmu, but also the fact that BJP's dominance is stamped over this kind of a victory and the victory margins that we are expecting.
Well, that's right, and that's what the BJP had.
Well, we'll just come back to you, but also joining us now on the show, Jay Panda, the National Vice President of the BJP, also an MP. Thank you so much, Mr. Panda, for joining us. What is it going to signify if Draupadi Murmu, going by the numbers which are coming in right now, wins, not just wins, but wins with a massive margin?
Well, the counting shows that Draupadi Murmu ji has a huge unassailable lead, and she is winning with a landslide margin. This is a very historic election because for the first time we have a tribal and a tribal woman as president. This is a message for the world. This is aspirational India. Just like the Prime Minister himself, Draupadi Murmu ji herself has also come from very humble backgrounds. And it's not just symbolism. She has really worked hard and created an image for herself. She was best legislator in the Odisha Assembly. She held not any ministries, but she held important ministries like commerce and transportation, and established a reputation for non-corrupt and effective administration. She was the first woman governor of Jharkhand. So this is a woman of substance, and she has earned the right to be the first citizen of India.
And the fact that she's also an educator, and I feel that that's very important, that she spent a lot of time educating and molding what is going to be eventually the future of India. Is that one of the reasons why we've seen these celebrations and spontaneous celebrations in some of the cases in several of the tribal belts, and that is not just restricted to Odisha but across the nation?
In fact, not just Odisha, not just Assam, where I am today, I have been participating in tumultuous celebrations with thousands of people gathering here in Guwahati and all across Assam in the tea gardens, which is full of tribal citizens of India. And by the way, this is the same thing, and it's not just our tribal society. In Delhi, in Mumbai, all across the country, every state, every district, there is an outpouring of joy and affection because, people see in this much more than symbolism. They see that she has earned it, and as you rightly said, her first job was as a teacher. Then she has also worked at in government at the entry levels, and she knows what citizens have to face every day. And so this representation of aspirational India is, I think, what has created the enthusiasm across all sections of society, and the outpouring of love and emotions is just phenomenal.
But Jay Panda, interestingly, already you have the Congress appealing again this, and they have said that BJP has bribed and they have exerted their influence on the MLAs, specifically in the case of Karnataka MLAs. They've made this charge saying that BJP has flexed its muscle to push its NDA candidate through in this race. What would you like to say to that?
I think this is just the latest example of the Congress's pathetic victimhood narrative, which is not working. Their sense of entitlement. Look at today when they are creating havoc on the streets of Delhi just because the ED has the temerity to question their leaders, where the court has also found prima facie evidence and given them bail. Contrast that to Prime Minister Modi, who submitted himself to authorities even as he kept winning at district court, at high court and Supreme Court. So that's Congress. The reality is, in the presidential election, there is no party line vote. It's not by a whip. People vote on their conscience. So I asked the Congress, what about the Congress senior MLA in Odisha, Muhammad Mukim, who has openly defied the Congress High Command and voted, no allegations of any inducement. Openly he has said that this is such an inspirational choice of Draupadi Murmu ji that he feels compelled to vote for her. So how do they explain that?
But cross-voting, it does seem that it has happened. Going by the numbers which are already coming up, it does seem that there would have been quite an extent of cross-voting in favor of your candidate.
Let me explain again that there is no issue of cross-voting here. This is not like a typical parliamentary vote where there is a whip and members have to follow. This is a conscience vote. And, look, cross voting is when an MP or MLA defies their leadership, as I've given the example of the Odisha Congress MLA. But what about so many opposition members, opposition parties of the UPA, like JMM, like YSRCP, like TDP, like TDP, like BJD. These are not parties with the BJP, but they have officially announced that they're supporting Draupadi Murmu ji because she's such an inspirational choice for president. So it's a very poor and weak argument to say that
Mr. Panda, of course, this seems to be one of the perfect choices by the NDA, but does it also stamp BJP's dominance in this case?
Look, the BJP is the world's largest party for a reason, because of the sacrifice of 4 generations of leaders and party workers who have struggled for this. And, it has been Prime Minister Modi's stated effort to ensure that every section of society gets uplifted. The way he has focused on the Northeast, visiting the Northeast more times than all his predecessors. The way he has focused on different sections of society. So it is completely in line with our efforts and Prime Minister Modi's vision that all sections of society must throw up leadership for India. And it was way overdue, far overdue, that a member of tribal India should have headed the country as its first citizen. And it's a shame that those who were in government for many decades never thought of this, that it waited for a BJP NDA government. She's an NDA candidate, and it waited for somebody like Prime Minister Modi to promote such an idea. And the reality is that this is an idea that all of India endorses.
Well, the Congress, the opposition already seems to be in a complete disarray, and now this time around, even over the vice presidential polls which are coming up with the TMC saying they're going to boycott it. But Jay Panda, thank you so much for taking out time and speaking to us. As Jay Panda said, this is not a vote on politics, this is a vote for conscience. Let me go across to Mohit Bhatt. He is joining us from outside the BJP headquarters. Mohit, what are the preparations behind you?
Well, Meghna, there's some audio issue over here, but I'll show you the scenes over here. It's completely celebratory mood over here at the state BJP headquarters. You can see people from all across the state have come over here to celebrate the victory of Draupadi Murmu. Though officially her name has not been announced as the winner, but still you can see how people from all across the country. Massive celebrations have been planned, the tribal dance have been planned. So in a way, the culture of the country of various states is shown through all these dances and all these programs that have been.
Well, we'll continue to come back to you, Mohit, for more updates. Meanwhile, let's get you some of the other reports also coming in. This is a report that Sabyasachi has filed for us. Let's get you a report coming in from inside Murmu's residence.
Some pictures out here. This is the room which has been completely dedicated to her, and you can see the political history and her illustrious political career here. This particular picture is from the Odisha Legislative Assembly from 2004 to 2009 when she was the MLA, and you can see also her illustrious career in the field of education as well. These are the pictures from the day when she was the governor in the state of Jharkhand. These are the pictures when she had taken oath as the governor, and she has a this particular picture is from her childhood, where you can see she along with her entire family. And just going back a bit, you can see the pictures with all the top leadership of the country, be it the Prime Minister, the President of India, the former President of India. So continuously you can see all the journey of Draupadi Murmu put across in the form of pictures out here. So this defines that she has so much of experience to back her, and all eyes will be on the result which is going to come out today. And let me tell you that a large amount of celebration is being prepared across the country, where here in Odisha, if you talk about the Mayurbhanj district, in all the tribal areas, there is massive movement being done by the Bharatiya Janata Party to make sure once the results are out, there is amount of celebrations that takes place over there. And if you talk about the numbers gives a clear-cut advantage to Draupadi Murmu.
Well, in fact, those are the live visuals also which are coming out. Let me go across to Aishwarya. He's joining us from outside Murmu's residence in national capital. Preparations there as well, and I believe after the results, we even expect the Prime Minister to visit there in person. Congratulate her.
Well, that's right. Stage is all set for Draupadi Murmu over here at her temporary residence at 4 Uma Shankar Lane, which was given to her soon after the announcement was made of her name as presidential candidate for NDA. And these are the live visuals for your viewers. This is the stage that have been set up, and clearly on the poster that it has been clearly written Abhinandan Nav Nirvachit Maniniya Rashtrapati Shrimati Draupadi Murmu. That clearly means that the BJP and NDA is very confident of Draupadi Murmu's win, and that's what we are also clearly seeing in the way the counting is taking place. Draupadi Murmu leading with over 71.19% votes after round 2 of counting. On my right is this particular residence of Draupadi Murmu. She is currently inside her residence, and many BJP leaders including Dharmendra Pradhan, Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, G. Kishan Reddy, all are here along with the BJP workers as well, who are looking at the preparations and what we are expecting is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and other top BJP leaders will be also coming over here, as Draupadi Murmu will be felicitated soon after her announcement will be made as the President of India. And certainly the Chief Election Commissioner will also be visiting at her residence and will be handling that golden certificate to Draupadi Murmu after the results will be announced. So yes, series of events have been planned, but all eyes after few hours will be over here, and all are waiting for the official announcement as Draupadi Murmu is likely to be India's 15th President of India.
It's very important for us to understand the kind of acceptance that she has faced and managed to receive over the days, because Aishwarya, a lot was being said about her being a rubber stamp, lollipop, so on and so forth. However, the kind of celebrations that we see across the length and breadth of India, these are not political celebrations. These are celebrations by people who feel they finally have their own voice in the highest post of our land. Aishwarya.
Well, that's right. In fact, the BJP has stated that they will be celebrating Draupadi Murmu's win in over 1 lakh villages of India, and she is the face for the tribal people of our country. And therefore, the reason perhaps we have seen after her name was declared as the president candidate for the NDA, opposition parties who are in the alliance with the UPA as well, the JMM, either we talk about Naveen Patnaik, they also came in support, because she is someone who had been who had served as governor as well for Odisha, and coming from a background like from a very humble background and a scheduled tribe community. This was certainly the acceptance that has been made, and we were speaking to some of the leaders of the BJP. In fact, a short while back, they were saying that this shows the credibility of the BJP, and this will be transpired in the upcoming vice president elections as well. And they are confident after the news that came in that TMC will not give votes in terms of the vice president's election, and therefore they were saying that this is same which is going to happen in the upcoming VP elections as well. So certainly the majority of numbers and the majority of countings that have come forward and the parties that have supported for Draupadi Murmu is something that we are seeing on ground as well. From length and breadth of the country, there are celebrations that are taking place just not in Odisha but also in the national capital as well.
But Aishwarya, you must tell us about the votes. It's quite interesting. If you see the numbers, so far it's 1,349 votes in favor of Draupadi Murmu. Yashwant Sinha, there on your screens you can see 537 votes that he's managed to poll. It does seem that there would be an extent of cross-voting. Many of the legislators, after casting their votes, have also come out and said they decided to go with their conscience. And that's going to be the interesting takeaway of this.
Well, certainly after second round of counting till Jharkhand and Jammu and Kashmir, there were votes that were counted for and...
Go ahead, Aishwarya, we can hear you.
Meenakshi Lekhi, Dr. Harshvardhan, they're all on that jeep. A number of people here around trying to catch a glimpse of their leaders. And I can ask my video journalist to pan and show you. There are a number of people there who are looking to get a glimpse, and they are in fact in celebratory mode. A number of people around this area with dhols and other percussion instruments, people dancing on the streets as the victory march has begun towards, in fact, Ashoka Road.
So Murmu is all set to become Madam President. Well, this is going to be a historic day for India. We are still awaiting for the final results though, but that isn't stopping the celebrations. With that, a short break. Thank you for joining us.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
you're watching The Nation Wants to Know. I'm Padmaja Joshi. The two big stories on Times Now. The presidential race almost but called, and the ED questioning of Sonia Gandhi. Let's get started with the top 50 at this hour. After completion of 2 rounds of counting of presidential election, Draupadi Murmu gets 4,83,000 plus vote value. Draupadi Murmu gets 1,349 votes of MPs and MLAs. Opposition candidate Yashwant Sinha gets 1,89,876 vote value in the first round and gets the votes of 537 MPs and MLAs. Celebrations already begin in Draupadi Murmu's village. People seen celebrating with drums and traditional dresses. Prime Minister will be meeting Draupadi Murmu soon after the results of the elections are made official. BJP's Delhi unit is set to hold a roadshow after the victory of Draupadi Murmu. Several leaders, including National President JP Nadda, also present. Supreme Court hearing on Gyanvapi case today. The top court said that it will wait for the Varanasi court's decision on maintainability aspect before taking up any pending petition. TMC has announced that they will abstain from voting in the vice presidential elections. The TMC camp claims that they weren't consulted before a candidate was chosen. Congress President Sonia Gandhi questioned by the Enforcement Directorate for over 2 hours today. Senior leader P. Chidambaram says the questioning was concluded on her request since she is still recovering from COVID. ED poses 5 questions to Sonia Gandhi in the National Herald case. Mrs. Gandhi is asked why was 19 crore rupee loan written off for just 50 lakhs. Also questioned over why other shareholders weren't informed. Sonia Gandhi's round 1 of questioning over. Sources say ED may question her again on the 25th of July for the second round. Ahead of her questioning, Sonia Gandhi had asked for a few conditions to be met. She sought to be questioned by a lady officer and the presence of Priyanka Gandhi in the building along with others. Priyanka Gandhi carried around the nebulizer to be used by Sonia Gandhi. Meanwhile, Congress staged massive protests across Delhi as the questioning continued. As the protest got more heated, the police deployed water cannons to disperse the protesting Karyakartas close to Congress headquarters. Similar dharnas and morchas held by the Congress across the country. Massive protests in Patna, Hyderabad, Bengaluru and Guwahati. Robert Vadra speaks to Times Now, questions why an ailing Sonia Gandhi was questioned despite the fact that she was still recovering from COVID. Says this is nothing but an effort to try and mute the voices of the Gandhi family because they speak for the people. A car was set ablaze by Youth Congress workers in Bengaluru. The vandalism was justified by Karnataka Youth Congress Chief Harris Nalapad. Protests turned hostile in Chandigarh as well. Barricades broken. Several workers dragged by cops to clear the demonstrators. Water cannon used here as well. Several Congress MPs protesting in Delhi were detained for holding a protest against Sonia's ED summons. In detention, they celebrate a birthday. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary says Centre has turned the Enforcement Directorate into an idiot. BJP slams ED's idiot jibe, says mindset of Congress is to insult institutions. Placards were also raised inside Parliament by Congress workers accusing the government of misusing central agencies. Sonia Gandhi's picture with Satyameva Jayate held up. Prime Minister Modi today met top cabinet ministers to discuss the government's strategy for the remaining session of Parliament. Aam Aadmi Party MP Sanjay Singh gave a 0-hour notice over misuse of central investigating agencies by the ruling government. Rajya Sabha proceedings were adjourned twice during the pre-lunch period after opposition members created an uproar over several issues. Supreme Court has agreed to examine a plea seeking an action taken report from the Haryana government on the death of Haryana DSP Surinder Singh. He was run over by a truck carrying illegally quarried stone. Meanwhile, 2 more people have been arrested in connection with the incident where a student was asked to remove her innerwear before appearing in a NEET exam in Kerala's Kollam district. That takes the total number of arrests to 7. Supreme Court has refused to entertain the plea of a victim's father in Tamil Nadu, which had sought for another post-mortem, including a forensic expert chosen by the family. The girl had committed suicide alleging harassment.
After a 2-year break due to COVID-19, TMC held Martyrs' Day rally in Kolkata. The rally is crucial to TMC because Mamata Banerjee uses the platform to set the party's roadmap for the next 12 months. In the rally today, Mamata Banerjee warned BJP not to practice communal politics in the state. Arvind Kejriwal has promised 300 units of free electricity in Gujarat if Aam Aadmi Party wins state elections. Says this is not about raillery, it is about benefiting the voters. Eknath Shinde-led government today vacated stay granted by NDA government on metro car shed development in RA colony. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwat Mann has been admitted for treatment in Delhi's Apollo Hospital after he fell unwell. Karnataka CM Basavaraj Bommai will be on a 2-day visit to Delhi from the 25th to the 26th. He will be attending the oath-taking ceremony of the new president. May also discuss cabinet expansion. Rupee hit another all-time low against the dollar. The rupee fell 1 paise to 80.06. The country has reported more than 21,000 new COVID cases with 45 deaths in the last 24 hours. The daily positivity rate is at 4.25%. Tripura Chief Minister Manik Saha has tested positive for COVID-19. He took to Twitter to make the announcement. Tapi River overflowed because of excessive water released from the Okai Dam. This has now created a flood-like situation in several neighbouring districts. Meanwhile, rain continued to wreak havoc in Himachal Pradesh. The national highway near Solan has been submerged in water. Terrible scene seen in Malviya Nagar in Rajasthan's capital city, where an entire subway went underwater. Vehicles were stuck for several hours. Heavy rains have also disrupted life in the Digor subdivision of Kota district of Rajasthan. Notana village with a population of 1500 were forced to break all contact with district headquarters. The Civil Aviation Ministry has announced that airlines cannot charge additional amounts for issuing boarding passes at airport check-in counters. Ranil Wickremesinghe has taken oath as the President of Sri Lanka. Wickremesinghe became Sri Lanka's 9th President after winning the election. CIA chief has issued a statement on the ongoing economic crisis in Sri Lanka. Bill Burns said that China is responsible for the economic condition of Sri Lanka. Italian Prime Minister Mario Draghi resigned after efforts to bring the country's fractious parties to heel failed. WHO's expert monkeypox committee held a key meeting to decide whether monkeypox represents a global health emergency. Russian President Vladimir Putin held talks with leaders of Iran and Turkey to strengthen ties amid the ongoing war. Russia imposed a ban on the export of oil in the world market. A statement was issued by Kremlin saying that they will not export oil in world market due to the price below cost. United States is sending more rocket systems, ammunition and other military aid to Ukraine. EU has moved closer to imposing more sanctions on Russia after 27 ambassadors backed measures to ban gold imports and tighten export controls. Ukraine military has used drones to attack the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant, which is the largest in Europe. And the Sydney Opera House in Australia restarted after 2 years. Previously, the prestigious Opera House was closed for repair. Well, is anyone above the law in India? The answer, you would say, is not. It is the Constitution that decides what privileges are afforded to every single citizen. Everyone is equal in the eyes of the law. But today, when Sonia Gandhi was called for questioning by the Enforcement Directorate, her party unleashed abuse and arrogance. A protest against alleged misuse of central agencies was branded Satyagraha 2.0, but the images on your screens show otherwise. A peaceful protest was usurped by some cadre who not only engaged in violence but also in arson. Accused of a 2,000 crore land grab, money laundering and cheating on taxes, the Gandhis orchestrated these protests across the country. Sample some of these images where in Bengaluru a car was set on fire. In fact, the Youth Congress president justified it, saying this is the anger of the cadre. A vehicle was set on fire in Hyderabad as well. In Delhi, trains were stopped at Shivaji Bridge. At Guwahati, barricades were torn down, and when the police tried to clear the road, they were met with resistance. Ambulance and fire brigade vehicles were stranded in other parts of the country as well. In fact, some members of the Congress even asked, why is somebody like a Sonia Gandhi being forced to come to the ED headquarters when instead the ED should be going to her.
We do not want to have protests like that, but the people are very angry. You know, when you have Nipur Sharma who talks about the Prophet and demeans religion, you know, and the minorities are feeling cornered, they are angry. And you know, if their leaders, they feel these are the leaders who speak about it in parliament, you know, they stand by them. And then, you know, they will definitely revolt, they'll rebel.
The common man's problem also is Sonia Gandhi. Congress party is a party that brought freedom to this country. We here today stand and voice for the freedom of the human beings, freedom of individuals, freedom of citizens. And now you're trying to cut down the voice of the freedom of the individuals. So the youngsters are getting angry, they're coming out and burning things.
बीजेपी वाले ऐसी झूठे बातों में माहिर हो गए, तो ऐसे बाता अब उनका ही आदमी होगा ये ऐसे कामों में, क्योंकि कांग्रेस पार्टी को बदनाम करने के लिए ऐसे फालतू कामों। परसों उदयपुर में एक हत्या हुआ था, कौन था वो हिंदू मुसलमानों में कुछ जहर फैलाने के लिए कोशिश किए, वो पकड़ा गया। कौन निकला? भारतीय जनता पार्टी का निकला।
In fact, now the Congress has also said that Part 2 of this satyagrah will continue tomorrow across all districts. Ravi Shankar Prasad, MP of the Lok Sabha and former Union Minister, is live with us. Sir, doesn't the opposition have the right to carry out a satyagrah when they feel that they are being hunted down?
Well, the first question I would like to raise today on your channel is, if there is a law in the country, it will operate differently for common people and differently for Sonia Ji and Rahul Gandhi. What kind of message the Congress party, which has ruled the country for more than 60 years, is seeking to give to the common man? अगर तुम्हें पुलिस स्टेशन बुलाया जाएगा, तुम आकर के हजारों को लेकर के घेर लो पुलिस स्टेशन को, IT ऑफिस, ED ऑफिस. They want to have double standards. Therefore, when you accuse us of trying to subvert the constitution, rule of law and institutions, what you are doing is exactly that. The second issue is, some facts have to be recalled on your channel. The complaint in this regard was filed before we came to power in 2014. The Delhi Metropolitan Court took cognizance under 420 cheating and also 120B criminal conspiracy against Sonia Ji and Rahul Gandhi. They went to High Court for quashing it, failed. They went to Supreme Court for quashing it, failed. The both of them are on bail today, mother and son. Income tax proceedings started, heavy penalty imposed, and thereafter tribunal also plea rejected, High Court plea rejected. Now if you have already made your party as your pocket party, your leader as your pocket leaders, now you want to make the party's property also as a personal property. That is sum and substance. But the larger issue is, if you have failed in all the legal forums, why would you not appear before the lawful authority to reply to questions? That's the only issue of which they are making all the hullabaloo.
Because today Mallikarjun Kharge said that it is a rule that when anyone is above the age of 65, 65 साल से उम्र के जितने भी वरिष्ठ नागरिक होते हैं उनके घर पर जाकर पूछताछ करते हैं, लेकिन यहाँ पर जानबूझकर बीजेपी पावरफुल दिखने के लिए सोनिया जी को ईडी तक लेके आ रही है.
मैं आपकी बात का जवाब दूं बहुत सरलता से. खड़गे साहब ईडी के दफ्तर में गए थे कि नहीं? खड़गे साहब की उम्र कितनी है, आप मुझे बताइए. पहले चिदम्बरम साहब के खिलाफ एक कार्रवाई हुई थी ना, ईडी ने उनको गिरफ्तार भी किया था, वो 100 दिन तिहाड़ जेल में भी थे. ही गॉट द बेल फ्रॉम सुप्रीम कोर्ट. व्हाट इज द एज ऑफ मिस्टर चिदम्बरम? कम ऑन, व्हाट काइंड ऑफ लॉजिक इज बीइंग गिवन? She said that she's unwell. Twice the ED gave her time or not by postponing the date of questioning. Therefore, these questions are not relevant. The relevant point is, and therefore today on your channel I need to recall what this whole case is about. This whole issue of National Herald, from Jawaharlal Nehru's time, so many public shareholders were there. It went into non-printing. The Congress government gave it concession lands in Mohali, in Delhi, in Mumbai. Today there is property of crores fetching a rental of crores of rupees. Now 99% of the share, 9 crore share, were transferred to Young India Limited before we came to power in 2010-11. And 76% of Young India is owned by whom? Sonia is 38%, Rahul Gandhi 38%. Therefore, this entire property came into, because all this, including the landed property. And Congress party gave 90 crore rupees to this National Herald publishers. Once it was transferred, that loan was written off. Therefore, without investing a single penny, this huge property and everything came into the kitty of a firm substantially owned by the mother and the son. That's the whole issue is about. Fraud, cheating, conspiracy. The matter is being investigated. Trial will take place. Therefore, all the facts they are not stating. Only Indira Gandhi is, Sonia ji is being victimized. Did you take bail or not? Are you on bail or not? Is Rahul Gandhi on bail or not? Did you ran from court to court or not till the apex court and failed in your attempt? Therefore, आपके लिए कानून का रास्ता अलग होगा, दूसरे अलग होगा. And you know, Padmaja, something very interesting today. Today, a tribal woman, marginalized community, sister, a distinguished leader who has done so much for the society is becoming the President of India. A tectonic moment in the polity of the country. And see the Congress behavior, which has ruled the country for more than 60 years.
It's interesting you brought up Draupadi Murmu ji. If I can just...
standards of New India on the one hand.
Sorry to interrupt, just 1 second. It's very interesting you brought up Draupadi Murmu ji, because Margaret Alva turned it around the other way and said that BJP says that we stand for tribals and women, and look at how you are treating a lady. That on the very day Draupadi Murmu is possibly going to be elected our next president, this is happening.
My reply is very simple. Margaret Alva today is the vice presidential candidate. Though bound to lose, surely. But once you are a candidate for the august office of the Vice President of India, you are required to at least follow the norms of restraint and protocol which a nominee to that office has to follow. I think I have spoken enough. She has been a governor for so many states. She has been a union minister, and she has been an MP for many terms. So I hope Margaret Alva knows the law, isn't it? Beyond that, I have nothing more to say.
All right, Mr. Ravi Shankar Prasad, thank you very much for speaking to us. This is not the last, of course, that the Congress says. You've heard on their satyagrah as far as the new Indian case is concerned. Thanks very much, Mr. Prasad, for having joined us. The big story, of course, remains the continuing satyagraha of the Congress. R. Rajgopalan, senior journalist, joins us along with Kuntal Krishna, political analyst, Manasvi Thapar, lawyer and political analyst. Manasvi Thapar, you know, I think the most revealing comment today came from an MLA in Karnataka who said कि 3 दशकों से गांधी फैमिली ने हमको कमाने का मौका दिया है, तो कम से कम सड़क पे प्रोटेस्ट तो कर ही सकते हैं. That is the reason why people are out on streets.
Ultimately, I would want to talk on the biasness of ED. When it comes to Congress leaders, we have all the right to probe them, investigate them. But when it comes to conviction, we know how the conviction rate of ED is. It's the lowest in the country.
Sir, I have a simple...
comparison to any other.
My question today is not even about the merits of the case. That will be decided by the court, by the investigation. My question is, if there is an ongoing investigation, does it make sense to go and say, I will burn a car? That is not going to change the outcome of the investigation, right? You burn 1 car, you burn 2 cars, you burn 200 cars, the investigation will still continue.
you burn or you don't burn, the reality is going to come out sooner or later. But please let me make my point. The point here is when
Then
you
wait
start
for
an
the
investigation,
reality to come out. Why are you burning cars?
you wait for me to complete my sentence. I have understood your question. Let me make a proposition.
Okay.
You counter as soon as I speak 2 words. So if we talk about biasness, when it comes to opposition leaders, BJP or ED is at the forefront to probe, investigate. These people from Raj Thackeray to Shiv Sena leaders, to TMC leaders, to Aam Aadmi Party leaders, to Congress leaders, Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, P. Chidambaram, DK Shiv, everyone they are probed. But the reality is, what is the outcome? You are probing since 2014. There is no conviction of any opposition leader. You have reopened cases against Akhilesh Yadav, Mayawati, even then. But the timing, you have exactly the timing in terms of elections. And there were various other scams in the same duration. In the past also,
Okay.
from Rose Valley Chit Fund, from Sharda Chit Fund,
But you
no
still-
investigation has happened. Narayan Ghane, nothing has happened.
But sir, you
So,
still haven't answered what is achieved, Mr. Rajgopalan, by burning cars.
See, politics, I could say that. Congress has stooped to the level of very, very cheap politics, and they take the Sonia Gandhi's banner inside Lok Sabha and flash it before the Speaker of Lok Sabha. And she is a sitting MP. What type of Congress is there? They are going to have it. And second thing, in Rajya Sabha, they take inside the Rajya Sabha milk packets. Congress MPs take milk packets so that they say milk pack. This stoop to the lowest level, Padmaja. My understanding is that Ravi Shankar Prasad has given a very right answer. After following the National Herald case for the last 10 years, 2012 onwards to 2022, there were 18 hearings in Supreme Court, totaling of 8 hours, 9 hours. In High Court, it was more than 3 months, 90 days. The legal experts of Congress, including the great legal luminaries, Chidambaram, Kapil Sibal, Abhishek Manu Singhi, they all argued.
Okay.
They failed to get a relief for Madam Sonia Gandhi. Apart from that, one last point I would like to make. Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge says Sonia Gandhi is very aged. She should not be summoned. She should be, the ED should go to her house. I want to give one similar example. The Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Karunanidhi, his wife is Dayalu Ammal. She was 80 years. On 2G case, when Mr. Chidambaram was Finance Minister in 2014, ED notice was sent. She had the Alzheimer's disease. She forgot everything, that Dayalu Ammal. But she was summoned to Sastri Bhavan in Chennai, the ED office. Where does Chidambaram stand now? He does 2 tons, including Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge.
Answer, Mr. Kuntal Krishna. So you expect privileges and you expect concessions when you made none.
Padmaja, it is not a question about who did what. With all due regards to my seniors like Mr. Rajgopalan and Ravi Shankar Prasad, we are talking about a rule, and we expect these senior people, these very, very seasoned people to talk about rules. When Mr. Mallikarjun stated something, he was stating a rule, and it is very clear that whatever ED is doing today is a clear act of political vendetta and misuse of constitutional agency.
Answer his example.
This
He's saying when
government
Dayalu Ammal was called, was it vendetta?
Padmaja,
No
today
answer, no answer.
ED is
No answer.
busy questioning all the leaders of opposition only. Today ED is working as his
same can
master's
be-
voice. Today ED is working as BJP and RSS frontal organization. And
When ED is used for a
Padmaja,
witch hunt, you need to
I'm very
protest,
clear about
Mr.
this.
Rajgopalan.
Mr. Krishna is very much junior in the politics because he taken my age. You are much junior, Mr. Krishna. I tell you, what is the age of Mallikarjun Kharge, as Mr. Ravi Shankar Prasad asked you? What is the age of Mr. P. Chidambaram? He asked you. Why the same rule cannot be applied to Madam Sonia Gandhi? That is what simple. But Dayalu Ammal had an Alzheimer's disease. You are having a negotiations
Sir, with all due
DMK.
regards to you, Rajgopalan sir, with all due regards to you, we are talking about a rule, sir. We are
What
talking
rule
about
then?
a rule.
When Chidambaram asked Dayalu Ammal,
sir,
which rule?
if agencies
Which rule?
continue to take Sir, if constitutional agencies continue to dictate from their political masters, and if they continue to take orders from RSS headquarters, then these constitutional agencies are going to be in a trap of vicious circle. Because political masters
I think this is pretty standard for every time, whether it was in the case of the protest for Rahul Gandhi, whether it is the case right now. There is never an answer to the fundamental question, Mr. Krishna, that you have a problem with the investigation, you challenge the investigation legally. Hitting the streets is not going to change anything. It's only going to be seen as an assertion of strength, defiance, and trying to hold up the probe itself. Thanks very much all gentlemen for joining me. Big news in fact coming in about the presidential election. Stay tuned for that exclusive.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You are watching Times Now. My name is Pranesh Kumar Roy. Let's get you started with some breaking inputs we are tracking, and this is Times Now, super exclusive scoop. Top sources are telling your channel that as many as 17 member of parliaments have voted from opposition camp from NDA candidate Draupadi Murmu, and Draupadi Murmu is all set to be India's next president. We also have the breakup from the state assemblies, and senior editor Madhav Das Gopalakrishnan now joining us with the numbers. Madhav, in Assam, as many as 22 MLAs have cross-voted, have backed Draupadi Murmu. In Bihar, 6 MLAs cross-voted. In Goa, 4 have cross-voted. In Jharkhand, 10 MLAs have voted for Murmu. In Maharashtra, 16 have voted for Murmu. I'm talking about the opposition numbers. Madhav.
Well, yes, friends, that information is correct. Is what government sources are indicating is that as many as 17 MPs, members of parliament, have cross-voted, and the number in several of the state assemblies is also very, very high, is what we are told. So this is in fact a very, very significant development coming in, because clearly as far as the MPs are concerned, 16 Chhattisgarh, 22 in Assam, as well as 19 MP. What is even very, very interesting is that in states such as Kerala, there has been one vote in favor of Draupadi Murmu. It's a state where BJP has no legislator, and as far as the left and the Congress are concerned, have openly been backing Yashwant Sinha. To get that one vote even in Kerala is quite surprising. So this is a very, very interesting list that is being put out at this point of time. And what is very significant is that cross-voting has virtually taken place in every state that has been taken into account. Of course, we have seen how in Jharkhand there are 10 such cross-votings that are expected to have taken place. In Gujarat, 10 as well as 22 in Assam, 19 in Madhya Pradesh and 16 in Maharashtra. There have been 7 cross-votings that have taken place in Meghalaya as well. So very, very important developments coming in over here. Even states such as Bihar and Chhattisgarh have seen 6 extra votes coming in favor of the government. So this is a huge number in terms of cross-voting, and the government campaign as far as projecting Draupadi Murmu, who happens to be the first Adivasi president, or likely to be rather the first Adivasi president, an announcement for which is officially expected from the returning officer, who is going to be holding a press conference in a short while from now, seems to have worked in terms of actually attracting votes from the side of the opposition. We will of course have to finally look at the numbers. This is as far as the first 2 rounds are concerned, but very, very significant numbers coming in at this point of time as far as the cross-voting that has so far taken place.
But it's staggering, Madhav, because if you count the numbers across the states, it is over 104 to be precise. 104 opposition MLAs have voted for NDA presidential nominee Draupadi Murmu.
Well, that's right. And in fact, in states such as Odisha, in states such as Jharkhand, in states such as Chhattisgarh, perhaps that is not entirely surprising, or even West Bengal. But the fact is that this is not just happening in those states which have a significant Adivasi population. It is happening in other states as well, which leads many to question what exactly is the reason for this, and why is it so that so many opposition MLAs have come out and voted for Draupadi Murmu. We know that in a presidential poll, there is no whip that can be issued. It is a conscience vote, and therefore we have seen both sides appeal to the members of parliament as well as the MLAs, appealing to their conscience to come out and support them. But clearly in this particular case, it seems that the campaign of Yashwant Sinha, he had visited several states seeking the support of different political parties and legislators, it does seem that the campaign of Draupadi Murmu in that sense has been more effective, at least in terms of weaning away the votes from the opposition camp in this particular case. So we will of course have to wait and see what the final numbers are as far as the legislators who have cross-voted is concerned, but a significant number coming in at this point of time of over 100 legislators who the government says have voted in favor of the NDA candidate.
Thanks, Madhav, for joining us with the latest. We'll keep coming back to you as the counting for votes continues for the presidential polls. Neelashish is joining us from the BJP headquarters in the national capital. Aishwarya is at the Draupadi Murmu residence in Delhi. Neelashish, to you first. The BJP has been lashing out at the opposition, saying the opposition unity has crumbled, and these numbers, if they are true, is only a reflection of that.
Well, Pranesh, I can't hear your question because at this point there's a procession, a victory march in a way that has been carried out by BJP workers. You can see now, in fact, we have moved from the BJP state headquarters to, in fact, near the Rail Bhavan. In fact, we are crossing the Constitution Club. So a long march has been undertaken at this point because of the celebration of the anticipation of Draupadi Murmu becoming the next president. The anticipation is palpable. You can see very, very celebratory here. We have walked across from Pandit Pant Marg and gone through Ashoka Road, and now this procession, this march is going towards Rail Bhavan. You can see there's Adesh Gupta, the Delhi president, Delhi BJP president, Meenakshi Lekhi here. They're all in fact taking out this march in anticipation of the victory. They say it's a momentous day. Here you can see a large number of people out on the streets of central Delhi with the tricolour, waving the Indian national flag, waving posters of Draupadi Murmu, and that is the mood here, in fact, and it has been this way over the last 3 to 4 hours that we have been seeing the kind of upbeat mood around the BJP, and in fact they say that this is a momentous occasion. It is a step further to show the world that irrespective of our diversity, we are one, and that is something the BJP leaders who we spoke to have been saying to us. You can see a large number of people have been marching from the BJP state office, and now we're here near Rail Bhavan, near India Gate. Dr. Harshvardhan there, Meenakshi Lekhi there, all of them showing victory signs, waving to the crowd, and of course a very, very joyous, upbeat mood here as far as the BJP is concerned. But of course, highly anticipating the official announcement and declaration of Draupadi Murmu as India's next president.
Matter of time, it's almost a formality now, Aishwarya, isn't it?
Well, that's right. It's almost a formality just because the way and what the BJP has believed earlier while announcing the name of Draupadi Murmu as the candidate for NDA, and certainly this is something which the results are also showing to us. I'll directly briefing.
The results of counting is as follows. The states covered are Karnataka, Kerala, Maharashtra, Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Nagaland, Odisha and Punjab. In this round, the total valid votes were 1,333. The total value of valid votes is 165,664. Shrimati Droupadi Murmu got 812 votes of the value of 94,478. 812 votes with a value of 94,478. And Shri Yashwant Sinha got 521 votes of the value of 71,186. 71,186. So up to this round, the cumulative total is total valid votes 3219, total value of valid votes 838,839, of which Srimati Murmu gets 2161 votes of the value of 577,777, and Shri Sinha gets 1058 votes of value of 261,062. 1058 votes with a value of 261,062. इसी को हिंदी में बता दे रहा हूं मैं कि तीसरे चरण की काउंटिंग में हमने इंक्लूड किया था कर्नाटका, केरला, मध्य प्रदेश, महाराष्ट्र, मणिपुर, मेघालय, मिजोरम, नागालैंड, उड़ीसा और पंजाब। इस चरण में जो टोटल वैलिड वोट्स हैं उनकी संख्या है 1333। और इनकी टोटल वैल्यू ऑफ वैलिड वोट्स है 1,65,664। इसमें मुर्मू जी को मिले हैं 812 वोट, जिनकी वैल्यू है 94,478, और श्री सिन्हा को मिले हैं 521 वोट, जिनकी वैल्यू है 71,186। इस तरह से अब तक का जो कुल टोटल बनता है 3,219 वैलिड वोट्स, जिनकी वैल्यू है 8,38,839। श्रीमती मुर्मू जी को मिले हैं इसमें 2,161 वोट, जिनकी वैल्यू है 5,77,777, और सिन्हा जी को मिले हैं 1,058 वोट, जिनकी वैल्यू है 2,61,062।
एक बात तो द्रौपदी मुर्मू has crossed 50% mark, sir.
You can calculate yourself. I'll come back to you after this.
Big news is that Draupadi Murmu is India's next president. It's official now. Draupadi Murmu is India's next president. Aishwarya, you are at Draupadi Murmu's residence. Take it away. Speak to people.
Well, these are the live visuals from Draupadi Murmu's residence over here at Odisha. And one after another, what we are witnessing is this. These are the live visuals, and different dance groups are arriving and they are performing here at Draupadi Murmu's residence. There was a tribal dance that was staged over here, and later on there was a Happening dance, and now what we are witnessing is this Raisina and Draupadi Murmu currently inside a residence, and targets now is that Draupadi Murmu is India's 15th president of India, and certainly the first tribal woman president. Clearly this shows that how exciting this is for the people back there at the tribal villages, and certainly in Odisha as well, some kind of celebrations we have seen, and these are the right pictures from inside a residence. On my left there are few hurdles of BJP top ministers, including Yashwant Sinha. Then you can see Dharmendra Pradhan also in the picture. They were there since morning, and they were constantly monitoring the situation, and whole preparations there at Draupadi Murmu's residence is being done personally by Yashwant Sinha and Dharmendra Pradhan, along with them Gajendra Singh Shekhawat and other top BJP leaders have also arrived over here. They have been told that first after the election results will be declared, then the Chief Election Commissioner will be arriving here at Draupadi Murmu's residence, and he will be handing over that voter certificate to Draupadi Murmu. Soon after that, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Defence Minister Raisina, Home Minister Amit Shah, and other top BJP leaders will be also arriving here, and there will be a participation program that is lined up as far as today's victory is concerned. From the length and breadth of the country, BJP is celebrating in over 1 lakh villages of the country, and now the celebration has come down to the national capital. In fact, these are the visuals of the right residence of Draupadi Murmu, and there have been leaders who have been constantly arriving and congratulating Draupadi Murmu on her win. But certainly a big takeaway from these election results, and we were speaking earlier to Dharmendra Pradhan as well, and how the cross-voting has taken place this time in the presidential election. He was enough confident that this will repeat in the vice president election as well, and therefore they are very confident that both president and vice president candidates of the NDA will be becoming taking India's top two position. But clearly these are victory which will cross Draupadi Murmu's residence as one after another. Now the BJP top ministers are also arriving and congratulating Draupadi Murmu on her way.
Today, India getting its first tribal president, Draupadi Murmu, now elected as India's 15th president. It's official now. Aishwarya, try and speak to the people who've been. Sabyasachi, all right. Sabyasachi is also joining us. Sabyasachi, Draupadi Murmu has won the poll. She is India's next president. Take it away. Let me also bring in Neelashish. Neelashish, you are tracking the BJP's... All right, Manoj Tiwari speaking.
और हम उसको सैल्यूट करते हैं
अपने अंदाज में जीत का जश्न।
देखिए, मेरा तो रोम रोम गा रहा है। हमारे यहाँ एक गीत गाते हैं कि सुंदर सुभूमि भैया भारत के देशवा से, अरे सबसे बड़ की कुर्सी पर आदिवासी बेटी रे बटोहिया।
अक्रॉस पार्टी लाइन वोटिंग हुई है, क्या कहेंगे?
जब आप पूर्वाग्रह से ग्रस्त नहीं होते हैं, जब आप हर समाज को मौका देना चाहते हैं, तो वही होता है जो नरेंद्र मोदी बीजेपी एनडीए के चयन के बाद पूरे अन्य पार्टियों ने किया है।
एक आदिवासी महिला की जीत है, भारतीय लोकतंत्र की कितनी बड़ी मजबूती समझते हैं?
ये सही मायने में आज भारतीय लोकतंत्र की पूर्णता है। 75 साल लग गए एक आदिवासी समाज के सदस्य को महामहिम राष्ट्रपति पद पे आने में। ये एक देश का पहला नागरिक, एक जनजातीय प्रतिनिधि, एक आदिवासी बेटी, और उसके लिए हम लोग मोदी जी का धन्यवाद करते हैं।
मनोज तिवारी, जिनको अपने अंदाज में बधाई दे रहे हैं और कह रहे हैं कि भारतीय लोकतंत्र की एक बड़ी जीत नजर आ रही है। देश की में 75 साल के इतिहास में आज एक आदिवासी महिला को देश की प्रथम नागरिक बनाया है। तो अपने अंदाज में सांसद मनोज तिवारी बधाई देते हुए, जश्न मनाते हुए। Alright, reactions pouring in. Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan has also put out a tweet congratulating Draupadi Murmu, also thanking Prime Minister Modi. We also have the first reaction from the Congress party. Jaivir Shergill says congratulations to Srimati Draupadi Murmu ji on being elected 15th President of Republic of India. Neelashish, you are at the BJP march. Try and speak to people there.
Congratulations to everyone. जी everybody, सबको बधाई, हार्दिक बधाई, क्योंकि सबका साथ, सबका विश्वास, सबका विकास और सबका प्रयास का जो नारा नहीं है, बल्कि वो एक सिद्धांत है जिस पर प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में सरकार ने जो भी काम किए वो किए, और आज का जो निर्णय होने वाला है वो उसी का संदेश वाहक है। तो बिल्कुल सोचा था कि जीत होगी, लेकिन ये एक भारत और श्रेष्ठ भारत का भी संदेश है, जिसमें भारत ने एक होकर श्रेष्ठ भारत बनने के लिए निर्णय लिया और सबका सहयोग मिला। साथ ही आदिवासी समाज, जिसमें लक्ष्मण भील, बिरसा मुंडा और अन्य वो शहीद जिन्होंने भारत की आज़ादी के लिए कुर्बानी दी, आज़ादी का अमृत महोत्सव मनाते हुए उस समाज की बेटी को जब भारत का राष्ट्रपति बनने का मौका दिया है, तो ये उनके प्रति सबसे बड़ी श्रद्धांजलि भी Huge significance. India stands one, and India wants to be the best country, and we are all working together to support each other. This is the decision. सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास is what is being showcased today. And biggest thing, all those from the tribal community sacrificed their lives and everything for the independence of this nation. It's a moment of tribute to people like Birsa Munda, Lakshman Bheel and others, that a daughter from that community is going to lead India, and it's not just mainstreaming the community, but to be led by that community. मैं बहुत सारा खा चुकी हूँ। I need to control now.
Celebrations match the occasion.
Absolutely, celebrations match the occasion.
Thank you so much. That was Meenakshi Lekhi. You can see, in fact, now if I can ask my video journalist to show you the kind of people who are out on the streets right now, the manner in which they're celebrating. If I can ask my video journalist to pan and show you this side of India Gate. Look at the number of people out on the streets wearing saffron. In fact, the tricolor is being waved There are petals being showered. You could see sweets being distributed. A very momentous occasion here, wherein the celebrations also in the heart of New Delhi at this point. We're near India Gate, where the march has now culminated in a way. They started from their state office in Pandit Pant Marg and went across the center of Delhi, throughout the roads of Ashoka Road and all those places to come here till this particular point. And you can see they've been playing music, they've been playing patriotic songs, and now there is a mood of celebration, of joy, and this procession that we have followed through these few kilometers has culminated in this kind of a momentous occasion that Meenakshi Lekhi also spoke to us about. Back to you.
Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has also put out a tweet, and I am reading: the first woman tribal to become president is a momentous occasion. Thanks to PM Modi for giving such unique gift. There is absolute euphoria in Assam, particularly in the tea gardens. People are very happy. Remember, the Delhi BJP has also started celebrations with a roadshow from the party headquarters that will end at the iconic Rajpath. All the state units of the BJP are also planning victory processions. Prime Minister Modi, some senior members of the cabinet including BJP chief JP Nadda are expected to visit Murmu at her residence in the Teen Murti Marg in moments from now. We are being told Sabyasachi is now joining us from Draupadi Murmu's Odisha residence. Yes, Sabyasachi, over to you.
Well, absolutely. It's a massive victory for the people of Rairangpur itself, and we are waiting for Draupadi Murmu's brother to come out and make a statement. As of now, there are less people around who have been waiting since morning just to hear the news. They have been waiting since 6 a.m. in the morning to hear this official confirmation that Draupadi Murmu has become the 15th President of India and the first tribal woman to do so. We'll get some quick reaction. भैया आपसे पूछना चाहूंगा कि द्रौपदी मुर्मू राष्ट्रपति बन चुकी है, कैसा महसूस कर रहे हैं रायरंगपुर?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। यहाँ आदिवासी जब फर्स्ट टाइम प्रेसिडेंट बन रहा है तो बहुत ही अच्छा महसूस हो रहा है।
So clearly you heard that people are obviously very excited to the fact that that official announcement has been made, and they have been waiting since morning to just hear for the news. Her brother, who have been with her journey from the day one, he's been with her right from when she started teaching in the school. We are just waiting for him to make some sort of statement once he comes out, because you can understand since morning he was out, he was continuously giving statements to all the medias, and now we are just waiting for him to come out and speak on this, because this particular victory, it belongs to the people of Rairangpur, because for them it's a matter of pride that someone from their community has gone up to the level to become the President of India. And we had already know her illustrious political career as well as her interest in the field of education. Back to you.
Right, we'll go to Sabyasachi, Neelashish, as also Aishwarya Jain. Aishwarya, remember, is at the Draupadi Murmu's temporary residence in the national capital. Swati Joshi is ready with India front. Swati, it's a momentous day. India gets its 15th president. Draupadi Murmu is now India's first tribal president.
Absolutely. The second female president, first tribal president. Draupadi Murmu, in fact, has crossed the majority mark to become the next president, the 15th president of India. We will, in fact, be discussing that in detail, the significance of this development. Thank you very much, Pranesh. But first up is debate number one. Is anyone really above the law in India? Does our constitution allow special privileges based on your parivar? Today, when Sonia Gandhi was called for questioning by the Enforcement Directorate, her party unleashed arg, abuse and arrogance. A protest against alleged misuse of central agencies was branded Satyagraha 2.0. But these visuals on your screen show how Mahatma Gandhi's form of peaceful protest was usurped and twisted by the Congress cadre today. Accused of rupees 2,000 crore land grab, money laundering and cheating on taxes, the Congress orchestrated protests across the nation. Sample some of these visuals on your screens as we ask, is this Satyagraha? As far as Bengaluru is concerned, according to reports, Congress workers bought a car and then set it ablaze. Is burning of the cars Satyagraha? From Hyderabad came visuals of a scooty being set on fire by the cadre. Is arson satyagrah? From the national capital came visuals of a train being stalled. Is disrupting train services satyagrah? From Guwahati came visuals of bringing down of barricades by the workers, resisting arrest. Is resisting arrest satyagrah? In Hyderabad, we saw an ambulance and fire brigade stranded, blocked due to protests taking place. Is blocking path to life satyagrah? As far as Lok Sabha is concerned, banners were raised, slogans were chanted, and there was disruption of Sansad. Is disrupting Sansad a form of satyagrah? Those are the questions that are being asked to the Congress party today after these protests seem to have turned violent in some places as well. However, let's now listen to how the loyalists of the Parivar are justifying violence as an outpouring of anger.
We do not want to have protests like that, but the people are very angry. You know, when you have Nipur Sharma who talks about the Prophet and demeans religion, you know, and the minorities are feeling cornered, they are angry. And you know, if their leaders, they feel these are the leaders who speak about it in parliament, you know, they stand by them. And then, you know, they will definitely revolt, they'll rebel.
The common man's problem also is Sonia Gandhi. Congress party is a party that brought freedom to this country. We here today stand and voice for the freedom of the human beings, freedom of individuals, freedom of citizens. And now you're trying to cut down the voice of the freedom of the individuals. So the youngsters are getting angry, they're coming out and burning things.
बीजेपी वाले ऐसी झूठे बातों में माहिर हो गए, तो ऐसे बाता अब उनका ही आदमी होगा ये ऐसे कामों में, क्योंकि कांग्रेस पार्टी को बदनाम करने के लिए ऐसे फालतू कामों। परसों उदयपुर में एक हत्या हुआ था, कौन था वो हिंदू मुसलमानों में कुछ जहर फैलाने के लिए कोशिश किए, वो पकड़ा गया। कौन निकला? भारतीय जनता पार्टी का निकला।
Not just the arson and violence, but Congress went to great lengths to defend the Parivar. Watch their arrogance and entitlement as they ask how ED dared to summon Sonia Gandhi for interrogation. In fact, TMC's Yashwant Sinha went to the extent of saying that if ED had questions for Sonia Gandhi, they should have gone to her home with a questionnaire instead of summoning her to the office.
I mean, they should be considering her age as well as her health. And you know, as I said, she could have been asked questions in her house, wherever they felt. I suppose, I mean, if I use the word that it's you know, they are vindictive, and you know, I think that in a way, I'm talking about the BJP. I would say that it's a complete witch hunt.
3-4 ತಲೆಮಾರುಗಳಿಗೆ ಆಗುವಷ್ಟನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ ನೆಹರು, ಇಂದಿರಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ, ಸೋನಿಯಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಹೆಸರಲ್ಲಿ. ಈ ಕಿಂಚತ್ತು ತ್ಯಾಗಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ತಯಾರಾಗದೆ ಹೋದರೆ ನಾವು ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ತಿಂತಕ್ಕಂತ ಅನ್ನದಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಳು ಬೀಳುತ್ತೆ.
The centre, however, reminded the Parivar that all are equal in the eyes of law. Listen.
इनके बारे में मैं पूछना चाहूँ, एवरीबडी इज इक्वल इन द लॉ और नॉट? ये कानून के समान, कानून के सामने सब समान है या नहीं है? क्या कांग्रेस के अध्यक्ष है तो सुपर ह्यूमन बीइंग है क्या? कानून हमको संबंध नहीं है, ऐसा सोचते हैं?
अगर गांधी परिवार बेदाग है तो अब बेहाल क्यों? अगर गांधी परिवार ने भ्रष्टाचार नहीं किया तो हंगामा क्यों? आखिरकार भारत के नागरिकों से अगर किसी ने भ्रष्टाचार किया हो, उससे पूछताछ करना जांच एजेंसियों का काम है, तो क्या गांधी परिवार के लिए कानून अलग से बने? ये हंगामा किस बात का?
This problem emanates from the Congress mindset, which according to the Congress party is one family is above any agencies, any constitutional authorities or any question. One family is above everything. They should not forget that the rule of law prevails upon everybody and everybody is equal in the eyes of the law.
All right, we're moving on now and shifting our focus to the biggest development of the day, extremely significant. India has got its next president. Draupadi Murmu is the 15th president of India, the second female president, in fact the first from the tribal community. And in fact, opposition's candidate Yashwant Sinha has already conceded defeat. He has tweeted, and I quote, he says, "I join my fellow citizens in congratulating Srimati Droupadi Murmu on her victory in the presidential election 2022. India hopes that as the 15th President of the Republic, she functions as the custodian of the Constitution without fear or favor." That is what Yashwant Sinha has said now while congratulating Droupadi Murmu. But let's not forget the name calling that happened. Droupadi Murmu was called a rubber stamp by some. Some said that we don't want a murti in the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Today, of course, Yashwant Sinha, after Droupadi Murmu crossed the 50% majority mark, has conceded defeat and has congratulated Droupadi Murmu on becoming the 15th President of India. We're getting you visuals of the celebrations that in fact already had begun, and they were underway at Droupadi Murmu's native town in Rairangpur in Odisha. Family members, the entire village, the entire town out on the streets celebrating this significant moment, this historic moment. And the opposition at this point of time, the biggest question that they need to answer is, will they now accept that not just the fact that Droupadi Murmu has become the 15th president of the country, but there are very clear cracks in terms of opposition unity. We have a reaction coming in fact from Meenakshi Lekhi. Let's listen in.
ये हम प्रधानमंत्री जी के निर्णय के भी आभारी हैं और साथ ही द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी को बेस्ट विशेस, सादर प्रणाम। और इस देश की जनता को सबसे बड़ा संदेश कि एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत सिर्फ नारा नहीं है, ये एक सिद्धांत है जिसके लिए हम सब काम कर रहे हैं। मैं बधाई देना चाहती हूँ। मुझे लगता
बस उनके तो उन लोग बहुत खुशी था, इसीलिए उन लोग को भी बधाई देना चाहता हूँ कि दीदी का मतलब खुशी में मतलब उन लोग जुड़ा हुआ था, इसीलिए उन लोग को बहुत बहुत बधाई है।
धन्यवाद. So that was the younger brother of Droupadi Murmu speaking exclusively to Times Now right after it was announced that Droupadi Murmu has won the presidential election and is going to be the 15th President of India. With video journalist Yagush Bharadwaj, this is Sabyasachi Roy Chaudhary for Times Now from Rairangpur.
All right, let's go across to Pranesh for an update. Yashwant Sinha has conceded defeat, is congratulating Droupadi Murmu, but with a word of advice, says custodian of constitution without fear or favor.
Not just that, there are other things that also he said in this letter. Let me just read it out so that we know what he said. He begins by saying, "I heartily congratulate Droupadi Murmu on her victory in the presidential election. I hope indeed every Indian hopes that as 15th President, she functions as the custodian of the Constitution without fear or favor. I join my countrymen in extending best wishes to her. I thank leaders of the opposition political parties for choosing me as their consensus candidate. Despite the outcome of the election, I believe it has benefited Indian democracy in two important ways. First, it brought most opposition parties on a common platform. This is indeed the need of the hour, and I earnestly appeal to them to continue, indeed further strengthen opposition unity beyond the presidential election. It must be equally evident in the election of the vice president." Now we all know what has happened because the cross-voting numbers are out. The opposition unity is exposed. The opposition unity has crumbled. And then he says, second point, in the course of my election campaign, I tried to highlight the views, concerns, commitments of the opposition parties on major issues before the nation and the common people. In particular, I voiced strong concern over the blatant and rampant weaponization of ED, CBI, income tax, and even the office of the governor against opposition parties and their leaders. These institutions are also being misused to engineer defections and topple opposition-run state governments. India has never seen political corruption of such magnitude. Very, very strong words and a charge by Yashwant Sinha, who's lost the polls.
All right, Pranesh, stay on with us. We also have Aishwarya joining us from the residence, in fact, of Droupadi Murmu. Yashwant Sinha, even while congratulating Droupadi Murmu, you know, the cynicism, the sarcasm is evident.
Well, that's right. In fact, Yashwant Sinha, while campaigning as well, has several times told us that he is fighting these elections against the government agencies and the way the government is working, and therefore MPs and MLAs
as we speak, we in fact are getting live visuals of BJP President JP Nadda there. This is a big moment for the BJP. The NDA candidate Draupadi Murmu is now going to be the 15th President of India. Congratulations are in order, but at the same time, the opposition still taking jibes at NDA, taking jibes at Draupadi Murmu as well. Live visuals coming in of JP Nadda. As far as cross-voting is concerned, that Pranesh was also mentioning, 17 MPs and 104 MLAs have cross-voted, yet Yashwant Sinha talks about opposition unity. Let's not forget the name-calling that happened, like Aishwarya was also highlighting. Somebody called her an individual who represents evil philosophy. She was called a rubber stamp. Tejasvi Yadav said, "Hame murti nahi chahiye Rashtrapati Bhavan mein." And now that Draupadi Murmu has become the 15th President of India, second female President and the first from the tribal community, there are a lot of questions and explanations, in fact, that the opposition will have to offer. Live visuals coming in from the BJP office. JP Nadda, the BJP President, has reached there along with other top BJP leaders. Many are calling it a master stroke of the BJP as well. Some experts believe that the BJP is also eyeing the upcoming state assembly elections. Many also questioning, will this go beyond symbolism? Will there be an impact on the ground as far as the tribal community, their position, their situation in the country is concerned? And we're also playing out visuals of the celebrations that are underway at this point of time, especially visuals coming in from the native town of Draupadi Murmu. Let's go back to our reporters. In fact, we also got the first reaction from Draupadi Murmu's brother. Family absolutely excited, celebrating each and every moment. We have a reaction coming in from Anurag Thakur as well. Listen in.
ये संभव तभी है जब देश आगे बढ़ रहा है। मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में समाज के हर वर्ग को आगे बढ़ने का अवसर भी मिल रहा है, प्रतिनिधित्व भी मिल रहा है, और मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है एक विधायक के रूप में उन्होंने शानदार काम किया, एक गवर्नर के रूप में शानदार काम किया, एक बहुत सफल राष्ट्रपति के रूप में भी वो सफल होंगी। मेरी बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
Okay, Sabyasachi, Aishwarya and Nilashish are joining us at this point of time. Let's go across to Sabyasachi. You got us first reaction from Draupadi Murmu's brother. There are a lot of reactions coming in on social media, on Twitter as well. Mamata Banerjee has also congratulated Draupadi Murmu, but the tone and tenor is similar to what Yashwant Sinha says, which is that they hope that she'll be the custodian of our democracy.
Well, absolutely. You see opposition still maintains that particular tone. But it's a great victory for the people of, I'm continuously saying, because you see that since morning there has been several hundred of people, in fact, coming from different areas of Mayurbhanj to just give their support to Draupadi Murmu. And I just spoke a few minutes back to Draupadi Murmu's brother. He is absolutely happy. He calls it that it is people's win. And after 2 days, they will be going to the national capital to meet Draupadi Murmu over there. He would be present at the oath ceremony, and continues the kind of support and the humble background that Draupadi Murmu has speaks for itself. And we have seen that the kind of support that she has got not only in Rairangpur but also across the entire Mayurbhanj district. But coming back to the opposition, the kind of tone that they are maintaining, they need to question themselves first, because at times we have seen that the cross-voting has been the major point of discussion when we talk about the opposition. And also there has been instances where Congress MLA from Odisha has just come out of voting, and he openly says that I voted for Draupadi Murmu because my heart says so. This is the kind of situation that the opposition has to deal with it first. Rather, the results around Draupadi Murmu, who has been chosen as the 15th President of India, the first tribal woman, it was very clear from the day one the kind of support she has got from the political parties, started with the BJD and followed by the YSRCP and the rest of the political parties. So clearly this is what the people wanted here in Rairangpur, and they have got it. And since morning they have been celebrating every second of it. And
Right.
now her brother is absolutely happy, and he has come out. He has started to distribute sweets, and also speaks that soon after 2 days he will be visiting to the national capital to meet his sister.
Right, stay on with us, Sabyasachi. Let me quickly also go across to Nilashish. Nilashish, we just saw visuals of JP Nadda arriving at the office. What's happening there?
Well, we are in fact right now right in front of the Rashtrapati Bhavan. You can see that's the road to Rashtrapati Bhavan, and it seems absolutely clear for Draupadi Murmu at this point. Celebrations here outside in this area. Of course, a number of BJP workers had in fact marched down from their state office. There was a procession, a number of people with various dhols, sweets, a number of instruments, people dancing on the streets, waving the tricolor. It is definitely a mood of celebration here. There continues to be a gathering here on the side of the road at this point. Of course, now most of the leaders have dispersed after Draupadi Murmu. It became clear that she was becoming the president. So now the workers continue to be here. Of course, they said that it's a momentous occasion. It's a mood of celebration. The leaders were showered with flower petals, rose petals. As we said, sweets were being distributed. And at this point now, the police is also trying to ensure that there is smooth passage of traffic. But as far as the celebrations are concerned, we have seen a number of people who came out onto the streets in anticipation of Draupadi Murmu's official announcement as the 15th President of India. But yes, people from various walks of life, from various regions gathered together in the national capital outside Pandit Pant Marg, walked about 2.5 to 3 kilometers, and they have been ecstatic
stay on
over
with
the
us
last
before
4-5
we open
hours.
this up and go across to our guests as well. I want to quickly bring in Aishwarya, who's joining us from inside Draupadi Murmu's residence, the temporary residence, of course, in the national capital now, because that distance will be covered from the temporary residence to Raisina Hills after she takes oath as the 15th president. Show us the visuals around you, and if you can also get us some live reactions.
Oh well, celebrations out here at Draupadi Murmu's temporary residence, and BJP President JP Nadda just few moments ago arriving over here to congratulate Draupadi Murmu as she becomes India's 15th President and first woman tribal President. And these are the live visuals that we are showing you from 4 Uma Shankar Lane, the temporary residence. There have been different groups, dance groups who have arrived over here, and they are performing and celebrating for the victory of Draupadi Murmu. G. Kishan Reddy can be seen clearly, who was here since morning, and he was personally monitoring and seeing the situation. We have been told that after the final results will be announced at here, first the CEC, the Chief Election Commissioner, he will be arriving, and he will be giving that golden certificate to Draupadi Murmu. After that, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Rajnath Singh and Amit Shah will be also arriving, and there will be a felicitation program that is lined up here at the residence of Draupadi Murmu. But several BJP leaders now have started arriving soon after the BJP President JP Nadda was already
Stay on
arrived.
with us. Former Minister, Jharkhand Chief Minister Mr. Munda, Arjun Munda is joining us on the broadcast. Thank you very much for joining us. This is a very, very historic, significant moment. Draupadi Murmu ji has become the 15th President of India.
हेलो
अर्जुन मुंडा जी, अगर आप मुझे सुन पा रहे हैं, बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण क्षण है ये। द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी 15वीं राष्ट्रपति भारतवर्ष की।
ये जनजाति समाज के लिए ये एक बहुत ही अहम क्षण है, बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है कि एक महिला आदिवासी देश की राष्ट्रपति बन रही है, और कुछ ही देर में मैं समझता हूँ कि वो ऑफिशियली डिक्लेयर हो जाएंगे। और मैं समझता हूँ कि ये जो एक नया इतिहास के तरफ देश बढ़ रहा है, जो आजादी के 75 वर्ष में एक आदिवासी महिला को राष्ट्रपति बनने का मौका मिल रहा है। प्रधानमंत्री हैं नरेंद्र मोदी जी,
जी अर्जुन मुंडा जी, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका हमसे बात करने के लिए. दिस इज अ वेरी वेरी हिस्टोरिक एंड अ सिग्निफिकेंट मोमेंट. वी हैव फॉर्मर चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ झारखंड रघुबर दास joining us on the broadcast as well. Several appeals in fact were made, sir, to the tribal MPs, MLAs to support Droupadi Murmu and to not see the candidature from the political prism. आपको लगता है वो अपील भी काम की है, क्योंकि बहुत क्रॉस वोटिंग भी हुई है, उसका डेटा सामने आ रहा है, लेकिन देश के लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण क्षण, क्योंकि वो पहली महिला राष्ट्रपति ट्राइबल कम्युनिटी से बनी है.
मैं सर्वप्रथम तो आदरणीय श्रीमती द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी को देशवासियों की ओर से, झारखंड वासियों की ओर से ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं. निश्चित रूप से आजादी के 75 वर्ष बीत जाने के बाद पहली बार किसी जनजाति महिला जो गरीब परिवार से आती है, इस देश का सर्वोच्च संवैधानिक प्रमुख बनाने के लिए जो हमारे देश के लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय मोदी जी, हमारे भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व और एनडीए के साथ साथ जिन लोगों ने भी आदरणीय द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी को राष्ट्रपति बनने में भूमिका अदा किया, समस्त लोग के प्रति आभार प्रकट करता हूं.
जी, आप मोदी जी की बात कर रहे हैं और हमें सीधी तस्वीरें भी इस वक्त मिल रही हैं. एंड आई एम बीइंग टोल्ड दैट द प्राइम मिनिस्टर इन फैक्ट हैज रीच्ड द्रौपदी मुर्मूज रेसिडेंस, ऑफ कोर्स टू कांग्रेचुलेट द्रौपदी मुर्मू. और जैसा कि आप भी बता रहे हैं, बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण क्षण है ये पूरे देश के लिए. फॉर द एंटायर ट्राइबल कम्युनिटी इन फैक्ट शी वाज चोजन एज द एनडीए कैंडिडेट फॉर द पोस्ट, द टॉप कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल पोस्ट. एंड टुडे द्रौपदी Murmu has in fact become the 15th president of India. Those are live visuals coming in of Prime Minister Narendra Modi along with JP Nadda, and we are being told that of course he is on his way to congratulate Droupadi Murmu for this victory, this historic victory, as Droupadi Murmu becomes the first tribal president, the second female president, and most importantly the youngest president of India. Live visuals of Prime Minister Narendra Modi along with the BJP President JP Nadda there entering Droupadi Murmu's residence. Let's see if we can go across to Aishwarya if he's still with us. Aishwarya, if you are still with us, get us more updates, because we're getting live visuals of the Prime Minister now reaching Droupadi Murmu's residence, and inside visuals coming in as well. The Prime Minister there presenting a bouquet of flowers to Droupadi Murmu, who now is the 15th president of the country, congratulating her for this historic win for the top constitutional post. A very, very significant moment, like several speakers on the broadcast have described this as for the tribal community, for the entire country, as Droupadi Murmu becomes the second female president. There in those visuals you can see the Prime Minister and JP Nadda, the BJP President, at Droupadi Murmu's residence. It will be very important, of course, to know the details of the conversation that are taking place at this point of time at Murmu's residence. But of course, the Prime Minister and JP Nadda both congratulating Droupadi Murmu for this historic victory. She was chosen as the NDA candidate. The unfortunate bit of the entire story are the personal jibes that were taken at Droupadi Murmu. But that, of course, is a thing to be discussed at another point of time. Right now, these visuals extremely significant of the Prime Minister along with JP Nadda at Murmu's residence, which is a temporary residence for her now. Now that she's become the 15th president of the country, her address will be changed to Raisina Hills. And I believe media personnel have been asked to go out of the room now. Prime Minister and JP Nadda in conversation with Droupadi Murmu at her residence. Extremely significant moment for not just Droupadi Murmu, for NDA, but for the entire country. Let's see if we can get a live update from Aishwarya. Aishwarya, over to you.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the way he came and he smiled and waved at all those dance group members.
Aishwarya, there is, yes, the audio is not very clear. We'll come back to you. Let me go across to our guests. We have Shehzad Poonawala in the studio here with us. We have Dr. Anand Ranganathan. Shekhar Iyer is also joining us on the broadcast. And we have Syed Faisal Ali, senior leader of the RJD. It's a very, very important, historic, significant win, Shehzad Poonawala. And here are visuals of the Prime Minister and JP Nadda at Droupadi Murmu's residence.
Well, first of all, let me use this platform to extend my heartiest
heartiest congratulations to Draupadi Murmu ji for being elected as the 15th President of India, and it is truly a historical and significant moment. I'm getting goosebumps as I speak this because she is truly the people's President, and this is the reclamation of the Republic that has just taken place in front of our eyes. A person who stood up from the grassroots, came from challenging socio-economic circumstances, rose to the top purely on the basis of her performance. For so many years we've rewarded Parivarvad, but today performance has been rewarded, and we have seen this culture, whether it is an OBC Prime Minister rising up to the top despite his chaiwala background, whether it is the 60% representation to the SC, ST, OBC community in the cabinet, or whether it is the culmination and the cusp of history that we are standing at, that the first woman tribal president from Odisha has been elected to the highest constitutional position. I think this is the most significant moment in the quest for social justice and social transformation that we are seeing take place in the last 8 years, and therefore I extend my congratulations. It is unfortunate that some people tried to delegitimize her election. It's happened with 70% votes. I've been told so many people have cross-voted, but the nail in the coffin was that when you say that she represented evil mindset, a person who rises up to the top on performance is evil and Parivarvad is deified. This kind of statement that was made by the Congress party, I think, has made many people listen to their conscience, and they have today come to the conclusion that India must have a person like Draupadi Murmu heading, and whether it's the People's Padma or whether it's the People's President or the People's Prime Minister, this is a country that has elected social justice and social transformation in the form of the leaders that it is putting
All
forward.
right. Syed, personally, this next question to you is based on what Tejasvi Yadav said. क्या कहेंगे, मूर्ति या राष्ट्रपति?
Well, since she has been elected as President of India, I congratulate Draupadi Murmu, and this is not the time to talk about what happens in election. If you go back in the history, what Prime Minister has called many leaders in the electioneering, and many other leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party has called names to all the nations in the country. So let us not go into that detail, because all these people, all leaders of the political parties, they say a lot of things during electioneering, but that is over. Now she is the President of India, and I congratulate her.
All right, so it's that easy to get rid of that mindset
and secondly,
and those comments, Dr. Anand Ranganathan. We are also joined by Dr. Amar Patnaik, MP and National Spokesperson of the BJD. I'll come to you, sir, in just a bit. So it's very easy to now, forget the past, the fact that she was called a rubber stamp, a murti, and an individual who represents evil philosophy. And in this entire personal jibe episode that was taken at Draupadi Murmu and the NDA, perhaps she was insulted, a woman was insulted, a woman from the tribal community was insulted, her entire political journey was insulted, her contribution to politics was insulted, everything was negated.
No, absolutely. But first of all, I think let me, like Shahzad, congratulate and extend my heartiest congratulations to Madam President Draupadi Murmu ji. I think it is a really momentous day, a historic occasion that our 110 million tribal population, our tribal brothers and sisters have had to wait for 70 years to see this day, is a kind of reflection on the polity of our country. I have to say this. As far as Swati, your question about now the Congress and the opposition probably says that all the insults and the barbs that were thrown at Ms. Murmu are a thing of the past. I seriously doubt it. I think the barbs and abuses are going to even increase now, because let us remember it took Rahul Gandhi 7 months and Ms. Sonia Gandhi 13 months to make their first courtesy call to meet the President Kovind, who was a Dalit. So I don't know how long it would take for them to now meet our first tribal president. So they are not going to forget, showering abuses at the president. As I said, it's only going to increase.
All right, let me go across to Dr. Amar Patnaik. Your party, of course, supported Draupadi Murmu. It's a very, very significant moment for the entire state as well. Maybe you can throw some more light on her political journey. Celebrations began several hours back at her native town.
First of all, I'd like to congratulate Srimati Draupadi Murmu. I feel very proud indeed that I am an Odia myself. And as our Honorable Chief Minister has already tweeted, saying that she is the daughter of Odisha, and before, on way to the campaign, she had said she is the pride of Odisha. And Honorable Chief Minister really worked very hard to get votes from everyone in Odisha because she is an Odia and she's our daughter. So I'm very happy. I also thank our Chief Minister for steadfastly supporting her all the way during this march. In fact, the Honorable Prime Minister had discussed with our Chief Minister while the candidature was being selected. Having said so, I think there are 5 things I would like to mention about her. First thing, of course, as an Odia, I am very happy. She's an Odia. The second important thing is she's a woman. She represents and symbolizes the kind of empowerment that women in this country can get because of the political process, and more importantly, what women can achieve. Thirdly, she is of course belonging to the scheduled tribe, one of the poorest tribes in one of the poorest regions of Odisha, and belongs to a very humble background. So somebody who was belonging to a very humble background has risen up the ranks, but how? Through hard work, through dedication, and through a life in public service. She started as a councillor, she rose the ranks slowly, became a minister, became an MLA and a minister, and then became the governor, and very discharged that responsibility, that constitutional position very efficiently. So I think this is a copybook case of women achieving something by dint of their hard work, despite their position in society, despite their economic position. And I must give full credit to our Chief Minister for really working hard to ensure her victory in this polls.
Right, Mr. Patnaik, stay on with us. Before I move on to our other guests, one, of course, we have visuals of the Prime Minister at Draupadi Murmu's residence congratulating her. We also have a reaction now from Ramnath Kovind, the 14th President of India, and I quote, heartiest congratulations and best wishes to Srimati Draupadi Murmu on being elected as the 15th President of India. I want to go across to Shekhar Iyer. Shekhar Iyer, not just like Mr. Patnaik described a political journey, a politician, an educator, and also a champion for environmental causes. Only if the opposition would have, done some research or acknowledged the various facets of her personality, we wouldn't have seen political discourse hit so low.
Well, Swati, opposition knew who was Draupadi Murmu. I don't think they needed to do any research. But when you have spite in your heart and in your mind, I don't think you can see anything other than Modi everywhere. And that Modi ghost, the ghost of Modi, I think has completely...
Okay, sir, I'll have to interrupt you. We're getting a reaction from Draupadi Murmu's brother.
हम लोग 23 तारीख का टिकट काट चुका है, दिल्ली 23 तारीख को जा रहे हैं.
सर, आखिरी सवाल, जिस तरीके से सुबह से रायरंगपुर के वासी यहाँ पे मौजूद थे, सपोर्ट कर रहे थे, नाच रहे थे, गाना गा रहे थे, उनके लिए क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
बस उनके तो उन लोग बहुत खुशी था, इसीलिए उन लोग को भी बधाई देना चाहता हूँ कि दीदी का मतलब खुशी में उन लोग जुड़ा हुआ था, इसीलिए उन लोग को बहुत बहुत बधाई.
धन्यवाद. So that was the younger brother of Draupadi Murmu speaking exclusively to Times Now right after it was announced that Draupadi Murmu has won the presidential election and is going to be the 15th President of India. With video journalist Yagush Bharadwaj, this is Sabyasachi Roy Chaudhary for Times Now from Rairangpur.
Right, so that was the first reaction from family after Draupadi Murmu's victory. We also have Sanjay Jha on the broadcast, but Shekhar Iyer, finish your point.
Well, we are witnessing a moment of euphoria across the country, particularly in the states like Odisha, parts of Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, wherever you have our tribal brothers and sisters, there is a great moment of euphoria. And I've worked in Odisha, I've been to Mayurban several times. I can fully appreciate the sentiments Dr. Amar Patnaik mentioned here. My initial years in journalism were in Odisha, and I know the conditions they have gone through there. And it does go to the credit of Odisha Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik, who has, really helped in a big way in bringing this moment. And unfortunately, opposition could have shared this moment of euphoria. But then, as you saw, even in the statement congratulating Draupadi Murmu, Yashwant Sinha is not able to overcome the spite in his heart.
The cynicism is evident, like I said. Not just Draupadi, not just while congratulating Draupadi Murmu, Yashwant Sinha's tweets reflect that, but Mamata Banerjee also, tweeting on similar lines. I want to bring in Sanjay Jha as well. Sanjay Jha, would you also, like Syed Faisal Ali, say that let bygones be bygones, let's forget about the unsavory comments. Let's move on now that she is the 15th President, now that she has become Madam President?
Well, first and foremost, one would like by first congratulating Srimati Draupadi Murmu on becoming the future president of India. I want to make one point though. It's very easy to become very euphoric, but I'll give you one example of why I believe the Bharatiya Janata Party is crudely hypocritical. And let me give you one example. You remember when the outgoing president, who's a Dalit, Mr. Kovind, and he was nominated when he won the election for the president. There was a similar, kind of environment created about a Dalit president, a breakthrough initiative, and how India was coming across more egalitarian. I want you to follow a report which has come out in the papers today, where a minister in the government in Uttar Pradesh has quit, saying that I have been treated very unfairly, and he happens to be a Dalit. So, how much of this cosmetic lip service is the BJP going to do? As I said in Rahul's and Navika's program the other day, this is a party which, to please the big, large corporates, to make their bottom lines heavier. Some of them have now become the richest in the world, bigger than even Bill Gates, has destroyed forests, have resulted in environmental
You're calling it cosmetic lip service.
They have removed the green covers, and that's where the tribals suffer. And she comes from a tribal community.
Yes, and she's a champion for environmental causes as well. So you're saying this is symbolic, and cosmetic lip service is a term that you use. Shehzad Poonawalla.
It's very unfortunate that on an occasion like this, Sanjay Jha and the Congress, just like they called her evil, now tries to delegitimize the process. Please don't disturb me, Swati, I beg your indulgence. I hope that I won't be interrupted. Today, the Republic has been reclaimed as it was reclaimed in 2014. Today is an important day, but trust the Congress party to delegitimize it and only to legitimize Parivarwad. These are the people who defeated Ambedkar ji twice. They are the people who denied him the Bharat Ratna. They are the people who denied Bhagwan Birsa Munda his due place in history textbooks. We are the ones who started the celebration of Janjatiya Gaurav Divas. These people come and lecture us about SC, ST, OBC. Today 60% of the cabinet is SC, ST, OBC. Today you have 77 out of 131 seats of the MPs that are reserved for SC, ST won by the Bharatiya Janata Party. This is because they trust what we are doing for them and they trust the contributions that have been made by the Prime Minister. But today I have only one question to ask Mr. Sanjay Jha. Does Mrs. Draupadi Murmu represent an evil philosophy? At least have it in you to come out and condemn that statement. You and your government, Rajasthan, is responsible for the highest atrocities on SC, ST against in Rajasthan. Therefore, you have no locus standi to talk about this. But then, those who only have prayed to Parivarwad for 70 years can't digest that a person like Draupadi Murmu is going to be at the head of the constitution. And they have started the delegitimization process.
You mentioned the Dalit community, Mr. Sanjay Jha, just adding to what Shehzad said, 24% of Dalits voted for BJP in 2014 and 34%. So there was an increase in the vote share, 34% in 2019. Please do respond to Shehzad Poonawalla.
Yeah, first and foremost, Shehzad Poonawalla is a Muslim. Let me ask Mr. Shehzad Poonawalla, why?
No, sir, I'm an Indian. This is your problem.
No,
I am an Indian. INDIAN. Indian, not Muslim, not Hindu, not one way, not the other way. Please stop this. Stop it on a day like this.
MP in the BJP, answer my question.
No, I don't need to answer your questions. You have done nothing for Muslims either, by the way. The Sachar committee report testifies that. The fact that you can't even make a Muslim a president of your party for the last 40 years testifies that. You will never make a Muslim anything of significance. It testifies that. Don't come here and lecture me what is the position of Muslims, because when we give 80 crore people rations, Muslims get it too. When we give 12 crore people toilets, Muslims get it too. When we give 9 crore cylinders, Muslims get it too. Because Mohit and Mohammed have the same place in this constitution, because Shilpa and Sultana will get the same rights under this constitution. Stop this tonight. Thank you.
You have sold your soul.
I have not sold my soul.
Okay,
you have sold the entire country to one Parivar ki bhakti.
There is no need to take personal vibes. No personal attacks, no personal comments on the panel.
It doesn't matter if I am Muslim or not.
Okay, I want to go across to Dr. Anand Ranganathan. Dr. Anand Ranganathan, I'm going to cite some data, and this is as per the CSDS Lok Niti survey, because Sanjay just said that this is symbolic and this is cosmetic lip service. According to the survey, 37% of Adivasis voted for BJP in 2014 and 44% voted in 2019. If that is not proof of the growing popularity of BJP in the tribal community, how else would you put it?
No, absolutely. But first of all, can I please, in solidarity with my brother Shehzad, extend my I don't know. It's not quite anger, but it's frustration at what on this day of all days my good friend Sanjay Jha has been saying. I mean, please, can we please not be acrimonious at least today, Sanjay? It's a great momentous occasion. It does not call for this, calling someone Muslim, calling someone this, Dalit and all that. And let me tell you, it is the BJP that, helped make the first Muslim president. It is the BJP that helped make a Dalit president and now a tribal president. And as Swati, the data you have cited. Now, Sanjay, I didn't interrupt.
Mr. Jha, please let him finish his point. I'll come to you for a counter. Yeah.
Thank you, Sanjay. Yes. And as far as you saying, basically alluding that again Ms. Murmu would be a rubber stamp president because BJP has been obliterating forests and creating havoc. Well, we have a Supreme Court, we have a justice system in our country, don't we? We shut down Sterlite plant, we shut down so many projects have been delayed for decades because the justice and the judiciary has come in. So for you to say that BJP is steamrolling and removing all those forests and all those rivers and everything and at the same time electing a tribal, I think it's I don't know, of all days today I didn't expect you to make that comment. Okay. And very briefly, Swati, just 30 seconds of what you say. It is a fact. 20 years ago, BJP used to be derisively called as the Brahmin Banya party. It is not. The reason why it keeps on winning like a election winning machine is because it has appropriated in a positive sense the Dalit and the tribal population of this country. Modi realized this. And if you remember in 2008, he gave a very momentous speech which not many people highlight. He said, I know where the lower strata, economic strata is. I know where the middle class and upper middle class is. I want to make a nano class. And this nano class will be constituted majorly by the Dalit and tribal population. He has done it.
All right. Dr. Patnaik also wants to come in. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so my point was, she was the NDA's candidate. But why are we only discussing BJP and Congress here? The fact that she was supported by the Biju Janata Dal and many parties reflects the fact that the kind of popularity or the kind of support she enjoyed across a significant portion of the political class. So it's not just the BJP's candidate that we should be discussing in this channel that BJP did this or BJP did that and is being symbolic. The very fact that Naveen Patnaik supported her candidature means that there was an issue of women empowerment and she realizes the hard work she has put in and to come to this position right from the ranks. Isn't this a big thing? Isn't this something which all political parties should work for, as our CM says? That they are the actual double engine of growth. So I think on this particular day at least, we should celebrate the issues and not along party lines, but celebrate.
You're making a very important point. In fact, the Uddhav faction too in a very last minute decision supported Draupadi Murmu. So I want to bring in Syed Faisal Ali. Syed Faisal Ali, what are your comments on what you just heard from Dr. Amar Patnaik? Let's not look at it from the political prism.
See, first of all, the gentleman was saying that it was BJP who made the first Muslim president, APJ Abdul Kalam. It was not BJP. 55 years ago, Zakir Hussain was the first president of India. Then it was Fakhruddin Ali Ahmed who was the second Muslim president of India. And APJ Abdul Kalam was the third Muslim candidate of India.
Sir, of course,
and having said that, let me add that whatever we are talking about
As we are discussing and debating, we have live visuals now coming in from Draupadi Murmu's temporary residence, where the meeting between Draupadi Murmu, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and JP Nadda is over now. Of course, the Prime Minister, right after Draupadi Murmu crossed the 50% mark, reached her residence to congratulate her. A very, very significant historic moment, like the panelists have been describing. The Prime Minister there with Draupadi Murmu, the 15th President of India. It's very significant to mention that she is the youngest President, the second female President and the first from the tribal community. So Prime Minister Narendra Modi and JP Nadda now leaving Draupadi Murmu's residence. Okay, we also have Dr. Shantanu Sen, MP and spokesperson of the TMC, joining us on the broadcast. But Syed Faisal Ali, please finish your point. Syed Faisal Ali, finish your point.
Only when she was nominated as the candidate, then only Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Power supply was given to the village. So talking about her achievement or talking about that she epitomizes women empowerment is too early. See, what we have seen that Ramnath Kovind failed to deliver while he was in office. Do you think any empowerment of Dalit or OBCs when Mr. Ramnath Kovind was there in office for 5 years? Have you heard any of his observation or any dissenting voice of the president in last 5 years? No. He was just a president who was sitting in the presidential palace and doing nothing. So what Draupadi Murmu was do, only time will say. But
outgoing president, those comments come at those comments for the outgoing president. Shahzad Poonawalla wants to comment.
No, I'm not surprised that Syed Faisal Ali has called the tribal president a Murti, and now the outgoing Dalit president has also been insulted because they can only respect one parivar, and therefore Syed Faisal Ali has insulted the tribal community and he has insulted the Dalit community. That is not surprising. Those who only believe in Parivarwad, Syed Faisal Ali, it's all right. I know you can't accommodate or see the vision of a Dalit president or the vision of a tribal president. I understand that, and therefore you have shown what your true color is. आपने अपनी असलियत दिखा दी है. आपको कोई शर्मिंदगी महसूस करने की बात नहीं है. सैयद फैजल अली, देश देख रहा है कि आपने अपनी असलियत दिखा दी है. आज के दिन पर भी एक ऐसे व्यक्ति जो वंचित समाज से आते हैं, आप उनको मूर्ति कहते हो, एक महिला को मूर्ति कहते हो, एक दलित राष्ट्रपति को.
मैं आपको थोड़ी देर के लिए रोक रही हूँ. जेंटलमैन, 1 सेकंड. वी आर जॉइंड बाय द्रौपदी मुर्मू's ब्रदर तारिणी सेन इज जॉइनिंग अस. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए. सबसे पहले आपको बहुत बहुत मुबारक हो. आपकी बहन जो है वो 15वीं राष्ट्रपति देश की बन गई है. सॉरी. तारिणी सेन जी, क्या आप मुझे सुन पा रहे हैं? Okay, all right. We'll try and connect with him again and get you that live reaction. Meanwhile, let me go across to Dr. Shantanu Sen, because a lot was said about opposition unity even today. While congratulating Draupadi Murmu, Yashwant Sinha hailed the opposition unity. But the cross-voting clearly, Dr. Shantanu Sen, shows that, those MPs and MLAs who cross-voted preferred their conscience call instead of the party lines. And the TMC today in a big massive announcement has said, as far as the VP elections are concerned, the TMC was not consulted.
First of all, on behalf of myself and on behalf of my party, I really congratulate the newly elected President of India, Draupadi Murmu ji. But at the same time, I sincerely contradict and oppose the way it is being portrayed as if BJP is the pro-Dalit party in the country. I strongly condemn it, citing few examples. This very Prime Minister of our country, Narendra Modi ji, when he used to be the Chief Minister of Gujarat, before 2014, 94% of these Gujarat tribal children were malnourished. It is an official record. Madhya Pradesh is the BJP ruled state where crime on tribals has increased by 25% in comparison to the data given by...
Dr. Amar Patnaik just said that why are we making this about BJP and Congress? Tell me, is BJD anti-tribals, is YSR Congress anti-tribals, is JDU, is AIADMK, is LJP, is Nishad Party, is BSP, and I can go on and mention all the parties here who supported Draupadi Murmu's candidature. Are they all anti-tribal community?
If you are asking some question to your panelist, I believe you should have some patience to listen to them at the same time.
And I can also ask a follow-up question, sir. So please go ahead.
But not in the middle. And if you want me to put if you want to put your words in my mouth,
no, I'm just asking you a question. I'm not putting my words in your mouth.
But you didn't allow me to answer your previous question.
Yes, absolutely.
Madam.
Go ahead, answer both questions.
I have said you, I congratulate, but at the same time I condemn the way BJP is portraying that BJP is pro-tribal party. That's why I was citing few examples. Madhya Pradesh is being ruled by BJP. Their crime on tribals has increased by more than 25%. Only few months back, a Dalit lady was molested only at a few kilometer distance from the presidential house at New Delhi. You just cannot forget all this.
Okay.
the way BJP is trying to play this Dalit card, I condemning that. Definitely, I congratulate Draupadi Murmu ji. So far my party is concerned, my party Supremo has categorically said, had it been discussed before, maintaining the cooperative federalism, giving importance to the essence of cooperative federalism, the thing should have been something different.
Okay.
But BJP, as it does always, they never discuss. So far the candidature of Draupadi Murmu ji was concerned, that was the standpoint
Sir,
of
VP
our party
candidature also,
Supremo.
now you are saying that the TMC was never consulted, isn't it?
Certainly, they asked for our opinion, but they never said that they are going to make this lady as a candidate of.
Okay, so the TMC was never consulted. That the allegation is same for the BJP and for the opposition as well. Shekhar Iyer, then Dr. Anand Ranganathan and Shehzad Poonawalla. Quickly, Shekhar Iyer ji.
Swati, right now we heard him say that, Babita felt she was not consulted. Now the opposition, again she says opposition has not consulted Margaret Elva, so the Trinamool Congress is going to abstain from that. See, the consultation, not consultation is all simply a smokescreen. What we know for a fact is, it was considered a political masterstroke when the BJP chose Draupadi Murmu and got NDA allies as well as parties across the spectrum to back her. And today when we hear of the cross-voting, because her vote, Draupadi's vote is actually crossing 70% at this moment. And this is only possible because many voters in the electoral college felt that she is the right candidate for this moment. She is the right choice. So there is no denying in that. Now when you see this, Mamata did not even invite Yashwant Sinha to visit West Bengal. That shows only that in the state of Bengal, the feeling among the people of Bengal, particularly the southern Bengal, where there are huge central population, they also felt that this is the right thing to do, and nobody wants to be on the wrong side of history, excepting a select few, because they can't stand Modi.
All right, Dr. Ranganathan.
Today, Swati, I'm afraid people are being so acrimonious. And, this is why data is important and how it demolishes scaremongering. As to Mr. Faisal Ali, who's been factually wrong on so many counts, he's also wrong on the count that Dalit atrocities. Did you know that under UPA from 2009 to 2013, there was a 17.3% increase in atrocities against Dalits? When he's talking about a rubber stamp of, Dalit President Mr. Kovind. Did you know that Kerala right now, with a charge sheet rate of as high as 80%, is one of the highest in terms of crime rate against Dalits, more than the national average? And I can also cite anecdotal evidence. In 2019 Congress MLA, he said, because Dalits did not vote for me, I will not work for Dalits. So let us not go about this competitive accusations of BJP and Dalits. The point of the matter is, let us go by data. Let us go by data about what. Sir, please do not interrupt me. Did I interrupt you? I did not interrupt you. So please do not. Swati,
you are trying to.
Faisal Ali Saab, let him finish his point. I just have
because you are putting your
1 second, I just have a minute or two left. Let him finish his point.
No, he is factually incorrect.
Yes.
I did not mention anything about atrocities. I simply said that what empowerment was brought to Dalits and OBCs during Mr. Rana.
Okay, he wants to know the change that happened. Okay, Dr. Ranganathan.
Yes. So as I was
trying to put his words in my mouth.
Now listen, please.
He's BJP spokesman in disguise.
Swati.
ठीक है, point taken, sir. Let him finish.
Yes. So he should know by corollary that during 2009 and 2013, when the president was elected by the UPA, nominated and elected by the UPA, the crimes against Dalits increased by 17%. So does that mean to say that the UPA actually, managed to increase the crimes against Dalits and there was a rubber stamp president? These things don't work like that.
Okay.
The point is our society has to improve.
Okay, the society has to improve. Dr. Ranganathan, I have to interrupt because very little time is left and Shehzad Poonawalla, the charge remains the same. This is symbolic. Will this move beyond that? Will there be an impact on ground and change? Respond.
For the first time in 70 years, the OBC Commission has given constitutional status. For the first time, SC, ST, OBC community has got 60% representation in the cabinet. For the first time, we had the OBC Prime Minister, who is the longest serving Prime Minister. For the first time, we had a Dalit tribal president that has now come to the constitutional position of president. So I think those who are calling this symbolic and optical and only perception are those who can't get over Parivarvad.
I'm completely out of time. You're saying they're not able to get over Parivarvad. The opposition's charge remains the same while they congratulating Draupadi Murmu. They continue to maintain that this is just symbolic. Many also questioning, will this move beyond symbolism? But rising above all of that, it's a very, very significant moment for the country. Draupadi Murmu is the 15th president, the first female tribal president of the country. With that, I wrap up the debate. stories of the day.
Prime Minister Modi met top cabinet ministers to discuss the government strategy in the parliament. The development comes as opposition parties continued to force adjournment in two houses of parliament over their demands related to price rise and GST. The AIADMK party headquarters reopened in Chennai after 10 days. This comes after Tamil Nadu Revenue Department had sealed the party headquarters after a clash broke out between the camps of AIADMK leaders E.K. Palaniswamy and OPS. The Supreme Court has agreed to examine a plea seeking an action-taken report from the Haryana government on the death of Haryana DSP. Surinder Singh was killed while investigating illegal stone mining on Tuesday in Panchgaon area when he was mowed down by a truck.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
Gentlemen, it's Murmu magic on Raisina Hills. Draupadi Murmu's name has been etched in history as she becomes the first ever tribal woman to become the President of India. With this win, Draupadi Murmu will be the second female president of the country and the first woman from Odisha, and will be India's youngest president ever. As soon as the numbers establish that Draupadi Murmu will be the next occupant at Rashtrapati Bhavan, Prime Minister Narendra Modi arrived at the President-elect's home to congratulate her. The Prime Minister was accompanied by BJP President JP Nadda. Listen in to what her ecstatic brother had to say.
Joining with me is the younger brother of Draupadi Murmu. Sir, जो ऐतिहासिक नतीजा आना था वो आ चुका है, कैसा महसूस कर रहे हैं आप अभी?
बहुत खुशी महसूस कर रहा हूँ। कहे मेरा दीदी मतलब राष्ट्रपति बन गया, उससे खुशी के बाद क्या हो सकता है। उसका भाई का नाते मेरे को बहुत खुशी है।
क्या आपको सर उम्मीद था कि इतने बहुमत से आप लोग जीतेंगे?
ये तो उम्मीद नहीं था, लेकिन जितना आदमी से वो हर जगह जाके संसद से और एमएलए से मिला, उसी टाइम से पता चला कि दीदी जीत जाएगी करके।
सर, इसके बाद अगला प्लान क्या है? कब आप लोग जा रहे हैं दिल्ली राजधानी?
हम लोग 23 तारीख का टिकट कर चुका है, दिल्ली 23 तारीख को जा रहे हैं।
सर, आखिरी सवाल, जिस तरीके से सुबह से रायरंगपुर के वासी यहाँ पे मौजूद थे, सपोर्ट कर रहे थे, नाच रहे थे, गाना गा रहे थे, उनके लिए क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
बस उनके तो उन लोग बहुत खुशी था, इसीलिए उन लोग को भी बधाई देना चाहता हूँ कि दीदी का मतलब खुशी में मतलब उन लोग जुड़ा हुआ था, इसीलिए उन लोग को बहुत बहुत बधाई।
Her opponent and opposition leaders joined in to congratulate President Draupadi Murmu, though the formal announcement is still left. Yashwant Sinha, while congratulating, said the poll process has brought the opposition closer. Rahul Gandhi congratulated the President-elect Draupadi Murmu, while Mamata Banerjee said that the country will sincerely look up to Draupadi Murmu as the head of the state to protect the ideals of our constitution. After taking a mammoth lead, Draupadi Murmu raced to the halfway mark, leaving behind her rival Yashwant Sinha after the counting of round 3. Murmu had received 53% of the electoral vote, with a total vote of 5,77,777 votes versus Yashwant Sinha's 2,61,062 votes. But what's troubling for the opposition is the cross-voting that took place for the NDA's candidate. 17 members of parliament from the opposition and 104 MLAs in 12 states have cross-voted for Draupadi Murmu. 22 MLAs in Assam alone cross-voted in favor of Draupadi Murmu, while 19 MLAs in Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra 16 MLAs, Gujarat 10, Jharkhand 10, 6 MLAs also voted for Draupadi Murmu in Bihar, and 6 in Chhattisgarh, 4 in Goa. And that just shows the amount of inroads that the NDA has been able to make into the vote base of the opposition parties. If this wasn't enough, the opposition is in disarray. In fact, even before the vice president's voting can happen, Trinamool Congress has made it clear that it will abstain from voting for Margaret Alva, the Congress's candidate. They say that they weren't consulted and she was picked up in haste. Listen in.
I'm objecting to the process the opposition candidate was announced without consulting and deliberating and interacting with a party which has 35 MPs in both the house. And also ideologically, I cannot support the NDA candidate, come what may. So that is the reason we have decided to refrain ourselves from participating in the voting process.
Well, and it's not very calmly that Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary responded to this and in fact called out names to Mamata Banerjee, calling her a political fraud and a liar. But that's just the language that he uses, says the Trinamool Congress. So ladies and gentlemen, that brings me to the legitimate question that we're asking on the News Hour tonight. Raisina verdict, has it revealed the 2024 trend? That's the question we're asking. Hashtag Murmu Madam President. The debate coming up on the other side.
You're watching the News Hour at 9. Debate number 1 on Times Now. Super Prime Time.
And joining me on the News Hour tonight, GVL Narasimha Rao, Member of Parliament and National Spokesperson of the BJP. Also joining us is Smita Prakash, Editor ANI, Sushmita Dev, Member of Parliament and National Spokesperson of the Trinamool Congress, Tehseen Poonawala, Political Analyst, Akshay Marathe, Spokesperson of the Aam Aadmi Party. Let me get in Sushmita Dev ji first. Sushmita Dev, 17 members of parliament have cross-voted and 104 MLAs from different states have cross-voted in favor of Draupadi Murmu. Does this really show any amount of opposition strategy, unity or any war plan to try and defeat the NDA? Or as always, Akla Cholo Re is the way we are going to see the opposition going?
See, first of all, opposition unity vis-a-vis the president's election and the 2024 elections are two very different issues. And I can't say that which are the parties that cross-voted because I haven't studied the results, but it's definitely not from the Trinamool Congress. It is very simple. President's election is an election which doesn't have a whip and it's a vote of conscience. So the parties from whose ranks people have broken, you should be asking that question. As far as Trinamool Congress is concerned, we voted as per our leader's decision and there was absolutely no breaking away from our ranks. And people who cross-voted from the opposition I don't know who they are, so I can't comment for the other parties. And I would also like to say, Navika, at the end of the day, she is the president-elect and I congratulate her and I wish her all the very best. It's a very important job and a very significant one given the backdrop of the nation where constitution and the institutions of India are clearly under threat. She's going to be playing a very big and significant role. I wish her all the very best.
Well, Sushmita Dev, gracious of you to say that, but there are two words or rather expressions that you use that I must pick on and get GVL Narasimha Rao to respond to them. Sushmita Dev started with saying at the end of the day, Draupadi Murmu is the president-elect. Well, she was the president-elect or going to be the president-elect at the beginning of the day when the announcement was made, number one. And number two, she also said that presidential votes don't carry a whip. People vote according to their conscience, but then slipped in. Our leader had decided that we have not to vote for Draupadi Murmu, so we voted the other way. So no conscience required for the Trinamool Congress MLAs and MPs, GVL Narasimha Rao. Am I making a logical conclusion from this or do you think it can be inferred any other way?
Navika ji, to you, to the viewers of Times Now and to the people of this country, I would like to congratulate all the people of this country, including myself. This is a historic moment. We have a very, very qualified tribal leader, a woman elected as the president-elect. I think it's in the 75th year of independence. This is a very, very historic moment, ऐतिहासिक moment है. So I think let's celebrate that first of all. And given the suitability of her nomination, given her credentials, her rise to eminence from very ordinary and very poor background, I think she represents the spirit of these people of this country. She represents the spirit of the most deprived people of this country who strive hard by their own merit to achieve distinction in their lives. And therefore, Srimati Draupadi Murmu, a candidate fielded by the BJP NDA, her election gives tremendous confidence and tremendous happiness to the people of this country that you can achieve in 75th year of independence. The people of this country can aspire for any position based on their worth and merit. not based on the families they come from, not based on their personal loyalties to individuals or families, but by their own merit. I think therefore it's a very, very important moment in our country's history. And as regards the opposition strategy is concerned, if there is anything called a strategy, that is absent. It would have been befitting for the opposition to support the candidature of Srimati Draupadi Murmu if they really believe in justice, social justice, if they really believed in electing somebody who is most suitable, whose election actually makes people of this country proud. I think the opposition certainly, I would call it actually arrogance. They may not like the word, but arrogance, even when they don't have the numbers, they do not want the election of a woman politician from very, very humble origins to be given a easy election, to be given a unanimous election. It's only the attempt was to somehow make it look that the polity is divided. I don't think there is anyone who can oppose candidature or election of Honorable Srimati Draupadi Murmu, but they did not want this moment to be a moment of unity for all the political parties and political people in this country. But whatever may have been their acts of omission and commission, we have a very, very capable, very able and an inspiring lady
absolutely
as the
proud moment for India.
And we will all look forward to 5 years of her. Yes.
Absolutely proud moment for India as a woman. A woman from a backward community, a community that has a lot of ground to cover even after 75 years of our independence, and making it on the dint of her own hard work. And that merit that has brought her here is inspirational, and I'm sure many in this country will take inspiration from that. But Tehseen Poonawalla, that's not to be for the Congress party. The Congress party still begins to wonder where the world really begins from their own candidates and their own politics.
Navika ji, at the onset, let me extend my heartiest congratulations to Srimati Droupadi ji. She is now our president, and we wish her all the best, wish her all the success, because when she succeeds, India succeeds, you and I succeeds. We may have different political points of view, but we all wish for India to succeed, so we wish her success. I heard the Honorable Member of Parliament and my friend from the BJP, G.V.L. Narasimha Rao ji, and he spoke very highly of Droupadi ji, and he should. She does deserve to be President of India. But you know, my angst with the BJP is, when the BJP opposed, for example, K.R. Narayan ji, the first Dalit President of India, is it the stand of the Honorable Member of Parliament today that K.R. Narayan ji, the first Dalit President of India, did not deserve to be Rashtrapati? When the BJP opposed the first tribal speaker in the Parliament, and that's the democratic right, is the BJP anti-tribal? Or when they opposed Pratibha Patil, a distinguished woman, a national table tennis player champion, table tennis level champion, when they oppose her, are they anti-women? Let's not get into calling each other adjectives. Today is a historic day. Let's celebrate the victory. But understand, you've opposed, we've opposed. The Congress gave the country the first tribal chief minister in Gujarat, 85, first tribal chief minister in Odisha, 89. You all opposed that, and that's fine. That's your right. So let's come to that. Coming to the TMC, my name for the TMC, I think TMC should now decide whether it wants to only help the BJP, because it certainly helped the BJP in Goa, whether it wants to be a fence sitter, because when Sushmita ji, again, I have a lot of respect for her, she says democracy is being bulldozed, is being trampled upon. What are you doing? You're a participant in this. You foisted Yashwant Sinha ji upon the opposition. You should, Mamta ji should have taken Yashwant Sinha ji to all those who were not UPA, not NDA, and tried to get their votes. She should have taken him to Hemant Soren. She should have taken him to others who would not have, who could, and tried to swing their votes. She didn't do that. Now when it's the vice president, you don't want to come along with the opposition. You're not a part of the UPA, but everything you do ends up helping the NDA win. So you need to decide, because now motives are being attributed to the TMC. We are not asking that the TMC should come and protest for Mrs. Gandhi. Don't expect all that from the TMC. The least the TMC can do is be a part of opposition unity. The AAP came across, others came across, and if you're not a part of it, come and talk. Opposition unity will be built by dialogue, not with arrogance, not with saying you didn't consult us, so we will not come on board. Everyone else is on board, and that's my only suggestion to the TMC. Again, I have a lot of respect for Mamta ji, for Sushmita ji, but it's time to work as a team if you have to defeat Prime Minister Modi and the BJP. We cannot have one party going one way, one party going the other way.
Sushmita Dev, you should come and talk. They will not call you, but you should come and talk. And they will call you, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary will call you or your leader a political liar, a fraudster, but you should come and talk. Do you agree with Tehseen Poonawalla?
See, Tehseen Poonawalla is a political analyst, but what he's failing to analyze here is the fact that it is Mamata Banerjee who took the initiative when it came to the president's election. And it is not Mamata Banerjee who was in London before the president's election. And number two, it is very simple. If you want opposition unity, no doubt Congress is a larger national party. We cannot deny it. They have a larger presence in this country. But they need to shed their arrogance. They need to shed their arrogance because they need to realize that the one single reason why the BJP keeps winning and coming back to power is because the people at the helm of affairs in the Congress party, which is the Gandhi family, have to realize what their limitations are. They have to realize not what the people inside the party want, which is the Gandhi family, but what 135 crore people think that Congress should be doing. So they need to take off those glasses of theirs. And I have seen many rallies of the Congress party in Ramlila ground. Let alone my father, I have myself done Congress for 30 years. And in the Ramlila ground, there are 30 or 50,000 people. Today, Mamta Didi did one rally in Bengal with 7.5 lakh people. And after a long time, I could put a tweet saying that today I am with a mass leader. Okay, so the day Congress party realizes where they stand with the masses, they will start thinking differently. And also let me put this on record, what Adhir Ranjan ji says is of no relevance because Adhir Ranjan has been in cahoots with the left for donkey's years to keep winning his post and has never travelled the length and breadth of Bengal to revive Congress. That's the reputation of Adhir Ranjan. Okay, and Navika ji, let me tell you something. Today as I join the nation in congratulating Draupadi Murmu ji, in a democracy, when you contest any election, whether it's presidential, whether it's vice presidential, whether it's an MP election, that's how a democracy works. And you cannot demean any party for putting up a contest and fighting a position. That's democracy. Otherwise we would be a one party nation, which is not fair. That doesn't happen in a democracy.
Just allow me a one-line rebuttal.
Fair point, Tehseen Poonawalla. Tehseen Poonawalla, if you know what's good for you, you will not try to, you will not want to brazen it out at this stage because Sushmita Dev, who's been in the Congress for centuries, as has her father, who I have met as a reporter in my younger days, you know, she's demolished the Congress party and given you the truth of the Congress party as stark as anybody can. So what? No, just hang on. Let me get in Smita Prakash. Smita Prakash, who's worn a Sambalpuri sari, in solidarity with Draupadi Murmu ji, who's been elected and has won the presidential election. So Smita Prakash, what do you think this election and the victory of Draupadi Murmu actually reflects on current day politics and on 2024? Do you think as the opposition it has no bearing on 2024 or the way the opposition is stacked right now?
Well, firstly, I think as a woman who is a career person, media person, it feels great to have a woman president. Then it feels all the more great that a person who comes in from one of the poorest sections of our country, she has become the president of India. So a lot of hope rests on her, Navika, because she shoulders the responsibility of being a representative of tribals who are among the poorest in the country. their consumption of, what we consider luxury goods, which are actually just consumer goods, is lowest. Their access to drinking water, pakka roads, pakka houses is among the lowest. So for them, one among them has come to become the president. Will it change their lot immediately with a snap of the fingers? It's not going to do that. It's not done that for the Dalits after Ramnath Kovind became, or after anybody. I mean, for that matter, Mayawati became chief minister. It's not like that. That's not the reality. But in spite of that, it just goes to show that despite her caste identity, she has risen to where she is. Now about the politics of it all, the fact is that opposition unity is a chimera. Yashwant Sinha in his concession speech, unnecessarily caustic, he mentions about how the opposition got together behind him. I think it just showed that it showed up just the opposite. It showed up how fragmented the opposition was in his nomination first, because there was nobody, and I think Sushmita is right that nobody came up with a name. And finally it was Mamta who said, chalo, let's get together, and then asked Farooq Abdullah, Pucha, no, I don't want to become. And then let's not go into that, but the point is Yashwant Sinha was like a default choice that he became, and he nothing worked for him even after he became the presidential nominee. So today he speaks about threat to democracy and stuff like that in a concession speech. Absolutely no need to do that. It should just have been a congratulatory note. On the other hand, the Congress, which is so weird, I can't understand where they get their arrogance from. This talk about, that the TMC is arrogant, where is your arrogance coming from? I just can't understand. I mean, you have decimated one of the oldest parties in the country to this. Everybody is watching today that while Draupadi Murmu is getting nominated, what are the Congress politicians doing? They did not go and court arrest over price rise or over whatever. They went and courted arrest all the top guns, courted arrest over ED questioning. So, they are so far removed from reality, it is embarrassing. And I wonder what's going to happen with the Margaret Alva nomination, now vice presidential election. I think, somewhere about this come talk to me and things like that, this childishness has to go. For the sake of opposition unity, it has to just end. Somewhere where TMC is saying that, we were not consulted, we were just told 15 minutes before. Now here is a woman candidate. There is somebody who has worked with you people in the past. Margaret Alva is a very, non-controversial candidate for that matter. Just join hands. Just for the sake of it. You know that she's doesn't stand a chance. She's probably going to lose too. But what is the harm in getting together and, for the sake of unity, as they say, they can just come together and do it. But I think today it is more about that. And, as for one more point I just want to make is that, this, how they all went against Murmu and called her names, it isn't so much about Murmu as it is about Modi. It is opposition to Murmu because she was a name suggested by Prime Minister Modi. So it was against Modi that they said all these weird comments about her.
Well, so let me get in Mr. Marathe from the Aam Aadmi Party. Does the Aam Aadmi Party also believe that the Congress party is arrogant? Because the Trinamool Congress has said that. The fact that people's issues are not issues really for the Congress or any other party to court arrest. But the Congress goes and courts arrest big leaders, and they tweet, we have been arrested, God knows where we are being taken around and stuff like that. But they've forgotten Mehngai, they've forgotten inflation. And when it comes to somebody from the backward classes, the scheduled tribes, people who have been really at the end of the receiving line for any scheme in this country, when such a woman is put forward on the basis of merit and on the basis of being a representative, shouldn't it have been a moment when the opposition could have stood with the idea of India and idea of development of these communities in our country rather than looking at narrow political gains? Mr. Akshay Marathe?
Navika ji, first of all, on behalf of the Aam Aadmi Party, I really want to extend our heartfelt, wholehearted congratulations to Ms. Draupadi Murmu ji. I'm sure it is a day of pride for her and her supporters and the rest of the country as well. At the same time, I do want to say that never in India's history, except for one exception, has a candidate who has been proposed by the ruling party lost a presidential election. So it is not a matter of shock or surprise that Srimati Draupadi Murmu ji has been elected as the President of India, and it is certainly not shocking for the Aam Aadmi Party that the candidate that we voted for did not become the president. But be that as it may, the President of India is not a political post. It is not that the BJP has won the election. It is an independent person, Ms. Murmu ji, has won the election, and the Aam Aadmi Party has certainly no issues with that. We are very happy for Ms. Murmu ji, and we will work with her to protect the constitution and to make this great country even greater. When it comes to the politics of this election, I want to say on record, the Aam Aadmi Party from the very beginning was not involved in the deliberations with the opposition when it came to the selection of the candidate. After the opposition came together and decided on Mr. Yashwant Sinha ji, Aam Aadmi Party's Political Affairs Committee decided that we will support the opposition candidate. Even now, when the vice presidential election is coming up, the Aam Aadmi Party is not involved in that selection process. We will come to a decision very soon before the elections about whether or not we will support Srimati Margaret Alva ji. And to answer your question about the Congress party in specific for questioning, and a lot of Congress supporters are on the ground. But we have seen so many issues of national importance that have come and gone when the Congress party has failed to show up and failed to deliver for this country as an opposition party. It has been other parties like the Aam Aadmi Party. Mr. Arvind Kejriwal has been at the forefront of challenging the BJP. And I think the Congress is vacating that space, and it has become a party just serving the interests of the Gandhi family. And it is a tragedy for this country that the main opposition party has decided to behave in this manner.
Well, Tehseen Poonawalla, do you still have a one-liner left?
I have more than one line since it's one against everybody. So I hope that as speaker you protect my right to reply. So first to Sushmita ji. Sushmita ji, I am a political analyst and I analyze the situation extremely well. I think as a member of parliament you are slightly mistaken. Ma'am, Rahul Gandhi is neither the president of the Congress party nor the chairperson of the UPA. Unlike I know the BJP is obsessed with him, but I didn't know that if you had to discuss, Srimati Sonia Gandhi ji is the person you should have discussed with. But you brought out Rahul Gandhi because you know that that's an easy pot shot. But no problem, I'll allow you that pot shot. The fact of the matter is you helped the BJP win in Goa, and you're not taking a stand on Margaret Alva. For my good friend Akshay Marathe, again, a lot of respect for him. He has to say what he has to say. Ultimately, the AAP will come and vote with Margaret Alva ji. I'm telling you this on record. But here's the fact of the Aam Aadmi Party. Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, who's a super chief minister of Punjab, running Punjab from Delhi, is putting cases on farmers and
that's the arrogance. Akshay Marathe,
please,
Akshay Marathe, is the Congress party? Is the Congress party taking your support for granted? Just the way it did the TMC? Is this, is Mr. Tehseen Poonawalla displaying the arrogance which is really the legacy of the Congress party that he carries? Yeah, you're an analyst, but related to the family that matters in the Congress party.
Take my point at least, please.
1 minute, I'm asking Akshay Marathe.
No, what is he accusing Sushmita of? What are you accusing Sushmita?
I'm the chairperson of the UPA, Sonia
Rahul Gandhi is low-hanging fruit. So Sushmita went for it. He is admitting that Rahul Gandhi is low-hanging fruit.
Rahul.
No, I never said that. I said Sonia Gandhi.
Of course they know it.
You are acting out as Rahul Gandhi when he is not the chairperson of the UPA.
So
opposition unity has to be decided by Sonia Gandhi. I'm sorry?
Sushmita Dev, more than Tehseen Poonawalla, you know the Congress party. Do you buy the argument? 1 minute, Tehseen. Sushmita Dev, do you buy the argument that Rahul Gandhi is neither the president of the Congress, nor is he the working president, nor the vice president, and therefore, why are you accusing him of being in London? Do you believe the Congress party runs, without Rahul Gandhi saying what he wants?
And could they dial Mrs. Gandhi?
I think I just know so much about how the Congress party runs and what Rahul Gandhi runs that I think I'm just not going to dignify the political analyst with anything. I'm going to spare him. But okay, let me come back to the main debate. You see, the point is...
But please educate the viewers of this country. Please educate the viewers of this country. You have a duty towards the viewers, the people of India.
See, Navika, let me tell you something. Rahul Gandhi ji calls the shot, and everybody inside Congress looks up to him for decisions. Doesn't matter what post he holds. And I'll tell Mr. Poonawalla, take it as a compliment. Your leader say that Rahul Gandhi doesn't like the fact that you're telling him that he's not this and he's not that. I mean, I don't know if you're authorized to speak for the Congress, but they wouldn't like it. They wouldn't like you to say things like that about Rahul Gandhi. You've got the wrong narrative as far as the Congress is concerned. See, you said, let me address the issue that you said we are helping the BJP in Goa. Do you know why the Bharatiya Janata Party is coming back to power again and again? Because quoting a bigger analyst than you, Prashant Kishore, in 180 seats, it is the Congress versus BJP, a direct fight, which is Congress is repeatedly losing. Congress should decide to literally exit some states like Odisha, Bengal, Tripura, Meghalaya, Assam. If they decide to just exist and die there, an alternative will be able to come up. You see, you have to know when to pull the plug.
But they've exited. They've exited Bengal. They have zero. They have zero number of seats in Bengal, so they have exited Bengal. But GVL Narasimha Rao is raising his hand and wanting to come in. I've been unfair.
They contested.
Yeah, they contested, but they don't win anything.
You cut our vote. Congress helped the BJP in Bengal by contesting.
Speaking of Goa, I want to remind...
Okay, all right. GVL Narasimha Rao. GVL Narasimha Rao. GVL Narasimha.
Remind Tehseen that 5 of the 10 Congress MLAs in Goa are already working with the BJP. So it is the Congress which is responsible for the rise of the BJP.
When we began the debate...
Well, Mr. Political Analyst, I think you should pack your bags. Not only the Congress's business is over, even the political analyst business is over as of now. GVL Narasimha Rao.
No, Navika, when the debate began, I thought as usual I was pitted against 3 members of the opposition. But now the competitive arrogance of 3 opposition parties is on display on this very debate. And this is dissonance is not because they want to have one-upmanship over the other. The reality is they find it is impossible to take on BJP, led by Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, who is following the real democratic politics. None of these parties run on democratic principles. Most of them are family parties, where only a family counts or an individual counts. That's not the case with the BJP. That's where people can see the real democracy is flourishing in the BJP, while the family shops are actually trying to protect only their interests. Today, what the Congress party has done in Delhi, we had a debate on a bill in Rajya Sabha on the weapons of mass destruction. This was a bill to amend the Weapons of Mass Destruction Act, and the Congress party was absent. And there was a discussion in the morning. There were a number of important questions being discussed in the question hour. The opposition, including the Aam Aadmi Party, the Trinamool Congress, will not let this happen. They are quite anti-democratic. They are not allowing Parliament to function. There were questions on employment, there were questions on media, there were questions on the courts, of functioning of courts and justice, but they were not interested in this debate. I think the opposition is increasingly competing with each other in Parliament.
That's the big question and the big debate coming up on the other side, and we'll take up that issue. That issue on how the ED unites the Congress party like nothing else does. But latest numbers that are coming in from the Secretary General of the Rajya Sabha, and this is the announcement that's come in. 6.76 lakh is the vote value of Draupadi Murmu, and she has been declared the winner of this elections. That translates to about 64% of the votes. Yashwant Sinha about 3.8 lakh votes. That is what has gone to Yashwant Sinha. So clearly 64% of the votes going to Draupadi Murmu, while The opposition seems to be in absolute disarray over this entire issue. The fact is, arrogance and competitive politics within the opposition really keeps them bereft of ideas on how to take on the BJP. The question is, will this translate into 2024 election results? Well, the jury is still out on that, but it is advantage NDA, it is advantage Narendra Modi at this point in time, and the opposition clearly now getting ready for the next round of sharpening their knives for the vice president election, of which Mamata Banerjee has walked out of supporting the opposition candidate. More will unfold as time goes by. Thank you very much to my panelists for joining me on debate number 1. On the other side, the big debate on what happened in India today, because anyone above the law in India is a question people of India are asking. Does our constitution allow special privileges based on your parivar? Today, when Sonia Gandhi was called in for questioning by the Enforcement Directorate, her party unleashed arg, abuse and arrogance. A protest against the alleged misuse of central agencies was branded Satyagrah 2.0. But these visuals on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, show just how Mahatma Gandhi's form of peaceful protest was completely devastated by what the Congress party did. Burning cars in Bengaluru, which police sources say actually were cars bought from Kabadiwalas for 15,000 rupees and set on fire. Accused of rupees 2,000 crore land grab, money laundering and cheating on taxes, the Congress that was protesting against GST wars in Parliament over the last 3 days refused the Parliament to allow to function, but suddenly changed tack and orchestrated violent protests across the country. Sample some of these visuals as we ask, is this Satyagrah? In Bengaluru, workers actually bought this car and set it on fire. And in Hyderabad and in Jaipur, we saw similar scenes. Listen in to what loyalists of the Gandhis said when they were justifying the violence as an outpouring of anger because agencies were being misused. Listen in.
We do not want to have protests like that, but the people are very angry. You know, when you have Nipur Sharma who talks about the Prophet and demeans religion, you know, and the minorities are feeling cornered, they are angry. And you know, if their leaders, they feel these are the leaders who speak about it in Parliament, you know, they stand by them. And then, you know, they will definitely revolt, they'll rebel.
The common man's problem also is Sonia Gandhi. Congress party is a party that brought freedom to this country. We here today stand and voice for the freedom of the human beings, freedom of individuals, freedom of citizens. And now you're trying to cut down the voice of the freedom of the individuals. So the youngsters are getting angry, they're coming out and burning things.
बीजेपी वाले ऐसी झूठे बातों में माहिर हो गए, तो ऐसे बाता अब उनका ही आदमी होगा ये ऐसे कामों में, क्योंकि कांग्रेस पार्टी को बदनाम करने के लिए ऐसे फालतू कामों। परसों उदयपुर में एक हत्या हुआ था, कौन था वो हिंदू मुसलमानों में कुछ जहर फैलाने के लिए कोशिश किए, वो पकड़ा गया। कौन निकला? भारतीय जनता पार्टी का निकला।
I mean, they should be considering her age as well as her health. And you know, as I said, she could have been asked questions in her house, wherever they felt. I suppose, I mean, if I use the word that it's you know, they are vindictive, and you know, I think that in a way I'm talking about the BJP.
Well, the BJP also responded and called this actually not Satyagrah but Duragrah. And that is the tone and tenor of the political confrontation that happened today. Let's go across to the big debate on this so-called misuse of agencies. And I'm joined by Monojit Banerjee, who's joining this debate from the Trinamool Congress. And I want to ask you, Tehseen Poonawala, Monojit Mondal, pardon me, Monojit Mondal from the Trinamool Congress joining the debate. Tehseen Poonawalla, I want to ask you. There were different kinds of arguments that were given. Mr. Ashok Gehlot, Robert Vadra, all of them saying that the Enforcement Directorate should have gone to Sonia Gandhi's house to question her. Why call her out? While I understand on humanitarian grounds, but where was the humanitarian grounds when the Congress party was in power and they summoned Karunanidhi's 78-year-old wife in the 2G scam to question her? Agencies called her and questioned her. But at that time, you didn't think that it was necessary to be polite and have humanitarian considerations for her, but only for Mrs. Sonia Gandhi? It's a question of entitlement that the people are asking.
Thank you for your question. 2 or 3 quick answers. Mr. Karunanidhi and a 2G fake case, there was an FIR registered. Can anyone on this panel, especially the BJP member of parliament, show me an FIR against that names Mrs. Gandhi or Rahul Gandhi? Point number 1. Point number 2. During the Congress tenure, the Supreme Court made observations that the CBI is a case. Please don't interrupt me. It's very important about Mrs. Gandhi. Is a case parrot. Here, the Supreme Court, in a written judgment said the ED director's tenure will not be extended. Yet, the BJP extended this ED director's tenure by suspending 12 members of parliament, including from the Aam Aadmi Party and TMC. Is this not against the Constitution of India? And the BJP rich talking about Satyagraha, those who backstab Mahatma Gandhi, who backstab the Quit India movement, who backstab the Salt Satyagraha, know nothing about Satyagraha. All they know is how to misuse the agencies. I challenge the BJP member of parliament, please present the FIR. The conviction.
Mr. Tehseen Poonawalla, I think you don't know how the FEMA or the PMLA
I know how FEMA
functions.
works.
May I just inform you
require an
that
FIR. You require
there
an
is
FIR.
an ECIR which has
That's
been
true.
registered. ECIR is there which has been filed, and on the basis of that the ED is conducting an inquiry. If you have a problem with the PMLA law and the way ED is functioning, well, the courts are open and they will be open for miscellaneous matters tomorrow, Friday morning. You can actually go to court and ask that question. So don't. No, but there is an ECIR and FIR is not required for the EDA. The predicate offence, money laundering case is investigated on the basis of an ECIR. So please, well, they're investigating, and that is the reason. Have they convicted you? Has the matter gone and has the conviction happened? Investigation is going on. You have a problem with the investigation.
0.6%.
1 minute, Tehseen, just calm down. Have a glass of cold
Very
water.
calm.
And let me
I'm
ask
very
Smita
calm.
Prakash. Smita Prakash, is this a bogey that is picked up by the Congress party? When they say that they should have agencies going to their house and questioning them, where ordinary people can be on the streets, they can pay now today whatever GST and whatever prices because the Congress is busy fighting the ED, and ED should be going to their house. Is this a sense of entitlement?
Radhika ji, at the onset,
Can I answer?
I'm getting some odd audio.
It's a bit rich.
Smita.
Navika, it's a little rich to say that that the ED should go to Sonia Gandhi's house to interview. I mean, everybody has gone, witnesses have gone. She has come to cast the vote yesterday. If she could do that, I think she could withstand the questioning. And the ED made it clear that if she is unwell and if she feels that it's a bit much, then she can leave. So today the process went on for close to 3 hours, and it's an investigation. Again, I'm saying she's not been convicted, as you just pointed out. It's an investigation. It's a complicated process. She apparently asked if she could leave after a couple of hours and to take her medicines, and the ED said fine. Now the thing is that the investigation will go on for a couple of days, because that's how the whole process is. You ask the question, that person replies back, it's typed in, then you read it. If there is any mistake, you point out the mistake, that changes are made. So it's a complicated process, and she has her health issues, she's recovering from COVID, so fine. But it's depressing to think about what the Congress did. The fact that because this
questioning will go on for a few days, does that mean that every single day that she is questioned, cars will be set on fire, trains will be stopped? I mean, the Congress is literally so divorced from reality on the ground. Could they not see that the people have elected them to bring up issues? What are the issues which are hurting people today? It's price rise and it's unemployment. Everybody knows that. Even the BJP knows that. But you think that the Congress has gone and had, protests and demonstrations across the country or done some padyatras? No. Today the bigwigs, everybody in such a odd manner, they were going and courting arrests, mass detentions they were doing. They looked really absurd, not at all dignified. If they had sat in their offices and, as Mr. Gehlot was saying, that hum sirf wahan baitkar Raghupati, Raghav, Rajaram, Ishwar, Allah, Tero naam karne wale hain, we are not resorting to arson. That arson is the job of BJP if Modi had been arrested. The fact is that when Modi was questioned or when Shah was questioned, the BJP cadres did not come out. The thing is that Modi was a chief minister. He could have got out the crowds. He was a sitting chief minister. But nothing of that sort happened. Nobody has done it, even when DMK or anybody was brought out. And mind you, this health issue, there are businessmen who have major health issues. They are not spared. For hours together they have to be questioned. So what is so special about the Gandhi family that this is called a witch hunt? That is what it was called. That it's a witch hunt and it is vindictive and all kinds of weird names. In fact, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary had even called ED as idiot. You can just say anything today. No respect at all for any institution. Yeah. No institution will be respected. So Akshay Marathe, I want to ask you, if there is a process of investigation, the matter has to be fought in the courts of this country. Why is it on the streets of this country? Why are issues of the people not raised on the streets of the country? Why are issues of the Gandhi family being raised by the Congress party on the streets of this country? By burning and stopping trains.
Navika, I want to tell your viewers, even leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party have been questioned by the ED. CBI has questioned our leaders, they have raided our leaders, they have arrested our leaders. But on every single count, Aam Aadmi Party leaders have gone to the courts and they have been acquitted on almost all of them. There are some cases pending, including the case of our health minister, which we are very confident we will come out of very effectively. At the same time, I do want to point out that of the thousands of cases that the Enforcement Directorate is currently investigating and prosecuting, its conviction rate is a mere 0.6%. What does that tell us? It tells us that these cases are being filed in large numbers and people are being harassed on the behest of the ruling party, but the cases don't reach their fruitful end. They don't reach their logical conclusion in the courts of law. This is a serious question on the BJP I want to ask, and I hope Mr. Narasimha Rao has an answer for us about this. But again, I want to clarify that this does not mean that we have any sympathies with the Congress party today. I want to remind all the viewers of your channel, Navika, that it was the Congress party which amended the PMLA Act and which allowed the Enforcement Directorate the special powers to self-incriminate people during questioning. The Constitution of India protects the citizens of India from self-incrimination. But the Congress party thought it fit that they wanted to introduce the self-incrimination.
The law was amended by the Congress. Narasimha Rao,
can I just finish my point?
Harassing people based on political... I'm running out of time, Akshay Marathe, and I have to go to Monojit Mandal as well. GVL Narasimha Rao, respond to Akshay Marathe.
Navika ji, first of all, what the Congress party has done today is to put on display psychophancy at one level, Parivar Bhakti, Sonia Bhakti at one level, and at another level arrogance and hubris, and an attempt to show that we are above every institution. When it comes to the family, they will have the status like a monarchy in India. That is not the case. They must understand they are all political leaders, irrespective of their position, they are at the same level before the law, before institutions. We all have the same equal footing. Like Smita ji mentioned, when Prime Minister Modi ji was Chief Minister of Gujarat, he was questioned for 9 hours by the CBI. He did not even seek a cup of tea. He did not even accept it. He said, no, I want no favors. I want to take nothing. And he answered all the questions that were asked of him. He never showed that I am a chief minister. I will come back at my convenience. No excuses made. As a chief minister, he certainly had certain rights.
Monojit Mondal, I have very little time left. I'm sorry about that. But I want to ask you, divided with the opposition on presidential, vice presidential elections, but united on agency issues. Is that the only matter which brings the opposition together?
It's obvious. The reason is obvious. The ED, CBI have actually become BJP Bureau of Investigation. Enforce destruction or dictatorship. That's ED for you. Compromise Bureau of Investigation. That's CBI for you. While lies the question of interrogating Hemant Biswa Sharma, Shubhendu Adhikari, Yedirappa. Are they all heavens cherubins? They're just dropping like naked newborn babes. If you want to quote Shakespeare, they're dropping from heavens. What are we talking about? It's obvious. Once they switch sides or they are from BJP, nothing happens. And look at how you harassed our General Secretary, Abhishek Banerjee. Not just Abhishek Banerjee, his family. His wife with 9-month-old baby, she was asked to come to Delhi during the raging pandemic. That's what ED is all about. And ultimately it happens that ED lost the case and they have to come to Kolkata now. That's why I think this is all for you to see. It's obvious is happening. Only the opposition is being targeted. And I tell you, this will continue till 2024 because this is an election issue for them. No FIR. You don't need anything. If they don't have an FIR,
issue that
how long
unites
you have to question
the
them?
opposition versus the BJP when it comes to investigation agencies? It's a question many people are asking, and that's where we leave the matters because this questioning likely to go on again. We'll have to wait and watch if the Congress party decides once again to descend on the streets to create arson to prove their loyalty test. Thank you very much to my panelists and thank you viewers for joining me on the News Hour tonight. Good night. Take care.
The News Hour at 9 will be right back after the break. at 9.
Prime Minister Modi met top cabinet ministers to discuss the government strategy in the parliament. The development comes as opposition parties continued to force adjournment in two houses of parliament over their demands related to price rise and GST. The AIADMK party headquarters reopened in Chennai after 10 days. This comes after Tamil Nadu Revenue Department had sealed the party headquarters after a clash broke out between the camps of AIADMK leaders E.K. Palaniswamy and OPS.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching the News Hour Agenda. I'm Padmaja Joshi. Today is truly a red letter day for our country. India has its second lady and first tribal president. Draupadi Murmu is India's 15th first citizen, and if her being in Rashtrapati Bhavan underlines how the most marginalized communities in the country are being consciously put at the front and center of the BJP's politics. The results today also showed up the deepening fractures in India's opposition. Despite multiple efforts to try and forge a united front against the Modi government and the NDA, even today the opposition's campaign was marred by cross-voting. And how? 17 MPs cross-voted, along with over 125 MLAs spread across over a dozen states. First, take a quick look at the breakup of how the cross-voting happened. The maximum cross-voting took place in Assam, with over 25 MLAs going over and above the assured number for Draupadi Murmu. 19 MLAs cross-voted in Madhya Pradesh, 16 in Maharashtra, 10 each in Gujarat and Jharkhand, 6 each in Bihar and Chhattisgarh, along with 4 MLAs in Goa. Now, while it is not clear which parties these MLAs belong to, it is significant that the maximum number of MLAs in most of these states after the BJP actually belongs to the Congress. Also remember that there is no whip applicable in the presidential election, so this was pegged as a conscience vote. It seems that for 125 plus MLAs, their conscience was gently nudging them in the direction of Draupadi Murmu.
So we have also seen cross-voting, over 100 MLAs cross-voting, over 17 MPs cross-voting is what we understand. It's only, of course, the second round so far. What do you think has happened over here that has led to this kind of cross-voting?
As far as we have we have the input from some sources that more than 17 MPs have cross-voted, and I have also seen the reports in the media that more than 100 MPs have, MLAs have cross-voted. That means acceptability was quite high.
So are you saying that conscience vote appeal that was made by NDA and the NDA candidate, both candidates made that appeal, but the NDA candidate's appeal for conscience voting has worked on ground? Would you say that?
I feel so.
ये भारत के लोकतंत्र की ताकत है कि गांव, गरीब, किसान, झुग्गी झोपड़ी का इंसान भारत महान का राष्ट्रपति बन सकता है, जो सर्वोच्च संवैधानिक पद होता है किसी भी देश का। मैं समझता हूं कि इससे बड़ी खुशी देशवासियों के लिए और कुछ नहीं हो सकती है आज के दिन। और द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी को बधाई देने के लिए हम लोग यहाँ पर आए थे। उनको पुनः मेरी तरफ से बहुत-बहुत बधाई है।
And if that wasn't enough, the TNC launched a preemptive strike even as the presidential campaign of the opposition was falling apart. It seems now their campaign for the VP election, vice presidential election, also is in jeopardy, because the TNC today launched a preemptive strike on the anti-BJP coalition, declaring even as the counting for the president was on, that they would be abstaining in voting for Margaret Alva. The reason? Apparently because the decision to make Margaret Alva the opposition candidate was taken unilaterally and without consultation.
The opposition candidate was announced without consulting and deliberating and interacting with a party which has 35 MPs in both the house. Ideologically, I cannot support the NDA candidate, come what may. We have decided to refrain ourselves from participating in the voting process.
Watching the News Hour at 10, debate number 1 on Times Now, Super Prime Time.
So does this actually make it very clear what the road to 2024 is going to look like if the opposition campaign cannot stand together even for a presidential or vice presidential election? Then what happens to the general election? Joining us now is Rakesh Sinha, Member of Parliament of the Rajya Sabha, Abhishek Jha, spokesperson of the JDU, Professor Manojit Mandal, spokesperson of the Trinamool Congress, Naval Kishore Yadav, national spokesperson of the RJD, Anurag Bhadoria, national spokesperson Samajwadi Party, and political analyst Gokul Chandran. Let me actually start with you, Professor Manojit Mandal. Why
was today's date chosen to basically deal this unkind blow to the Congress and other alliance parties?
So it was a pre-decided meeting. I think you did not hear us earlier. We have been maintaining that on 21st July, which again many of you might be knowing, it's a very special day in the history of Trinamool Congress and Mamta Di's rise as a political leader at the national stage, because we were commemorating the martyrs who were brutally murdered by the CPIM in 1991. So this was clearly stated long time back. The fact remains that
just a second. A week ago, Mr. Sharad Pawar said very clearly that even though Mamta Didi is not here with us in this meeting, she has in principle agreed. Nobody contradicted him. Nobody came out for the last 1 week to say that we do not agree with your choice. And suddenly a week later, you come out and say we weren't consulted, this was unilateral, we don't agree.
Yeah, that's a fact. We were unfortunately not consulted. I mean, our National Secretary, Mr. Abhishek Banerjee, who is rising like a star in the national stage of politics, is made it unambiguously clear that it was only after the decision was taken inside a meeting, which was probably attended by many political parties, Mamta Di was being contacted. So naturally, it was stated position from our party that we at this point of time were extremely busy with this commemoration of the martyrs, which we could not hold for the last 2 years because of the obvious reason of pandemic. So it is a very special occasion, especially after the thumping win against the BJP last year. We could not celebrate even in the last year. So don't you think we deserve to celebrate or commemorate these special occasions also by celebrating our
absolutely. You deserve to celebrate. You deserve to celebrate, but it's a very interesting comment. You had a thumping win against the BJP in West Bengal, but what happens now to the campaign for the national stage, Professor Rakesh Sinha? What do you make of the results today, one, and how the Trinamool Congress has already stepped out of the VP campaign?
This presidential election is very significant, not because a tribal woman is elected, but because the social philosophy of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. There is a paradigm shift. Before Modi era, during the Nehru era, the emphasis on tribal was just a tribal development plan. And a great tribal leader and a scholar, Ramdayal Munda, said, you are piping money in a leakage system. After 2014, Narendra Modi made a very significant change. That change was visible when he declared Birsa Munda Jayanti as a Janjatiya Gaurav Divas. Now the tribal woman is a percent. So Republic is realizing its worth. It is a completion of the Republic which remained partially complete because 8.6% population was ignored and remained the object of development. The object of development, 8.6% population which contributed from Tilka Manjhi to Trilok Singh in Meghalaya, they all played a significant role in freedom movement and national development. Therefore, I think that this step of Narendra Modi ji, which got the enormous people's support, marginalized people, has shattered the opposition party, because till now they played a symbolic role for the marginalized people, whether poor people, Dalit or tribal. Here there is a substantial step by the Prime Minister, that is a shift of the social philosophy from object to the stakeholder.
Quick response from Professor Mandal, and then I want to bring in Naval Kishorji, because he's also smiling. Professor Rakesh Sinha, he's also listening to you and smiling when you talk about shifting political philosophy.
We do congratulate
Yes, Professor Mandal.
Look at the hypocrisy on the part of BJP. While we do congratulate Madam Draupadi Murmu for her victory, but what BJP did, he was talking Birsa Munda. Last year, Mr. Amit Shah garlanded a different man by calling him Birsa Munda when he was not. They are not even aware of the tribal history of this country. It's just hypocrisy on the part of BJP. We are extremely happy about the fact that Ms. Murmu has become the president. We believe that she will look, she will fulfill the expectations of not just the country but the tribal population that she probably represents. And the BJP is trying to make a narrative of glorious condescension every now and then. We believe we shall lack. But BJP talking about tribal development, they don't even know the history of this country. Look at how many chief ministers they have made of the Dalits and the tribals. Forget about that. I mean, how many vice chancellors are from central ministry? I believe Mr. Rakesh Sinha is also from academia like me. How many vice chancellors are from Dalits or tribal background? It's all, I mean, for you to see just symbolic gesture. And even after 75 years of independence, do we need symbolic statement from the BJP or we need real action? How many of us will remember readily the name of the social justice minister in this country? Who actually holds real executive power to do something for the Dalits and the marginalized.
Okay, Professor Sinha, respond.
I think we should not be polemical. When you are talking of the tribal, we have seen that 50 lakh tribals have been displaced in the name of development since independence. For the first time, we are making policy for the displaced tribal. We are also giving their rights in the forest areas. Let me complete. 8.6% tribal, their health indices, their literacy level, all were before 2014 the level, the change after 2014. So it is not the question of who is doing history, knowing history or not. Banwasi Kalyan Ashram, that is affiliated to RSS, has been working for decades in the tribal area. Those people who have not visited tribal area, those people who are not connected with the tribals, they are claiming that the tribals' right. I am not declaiming their right. I just say that tribals are the stakeholder in the development process. Do you know 4 tribal leaders who have played the great role in the freedom movement? In Amrit Mahotsav, Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji has a special emphasis that all the tribal freedom fighters and incidents which took place against the British regime should be celebrated. So I think that opposition parties have the people who are more making slogans, shouting. They don't have the vision. The blinkered vision and fractured organization cannot give alternative to this nation.
Professor Nawal Kishore Yadav, even if we agree that this is tokenism, even if we agree that this is nothing more than symbolism, the fact is that Yashwant ji himself said that vote for your conscience. In your state in Bihar, 6 MLAs listened to their conscience and said, हम अपनी पार्टी के कैंडिडेट के लिए नहीं, हम मुर्मू जी के लिए वोट करेंगे. तो भले से ही वो टोकनिज्म हो, बट उनका कॉन्शियंस तो मुर्मू जी को ही वोट दे रहा है.
देखिए पद्मजा जी, जब कोई व्हिप नहीं होता है इस इलेक्शन में तो क्रॉस वोटिंग की बात करना तो बेमतलब का है. अगर आप बात करना चाहते हैं तो उसका एक अलग डायमेंशन हो सकता है. लेकिन ये प्रेसिडेंशियल इलेक्शन में सबसे पहले और सबसे महत्वपूर्ण बात आज के दिन में ये है कि चूंकि चुनाव समाप्त हो चुका है, हमें एक नया प्रेसिडेंट प्रथम ट्राइबल महिला के रूप में मिल गए हैं, तो हमें सबसे पहले कांग्रेचुलेट करना चाहिए. और ये क्रॉस वोटिंग की बात करना बेमानी होगा, क्योंकि यहाँ व्हिप की बात नहीं है. नंबर 1
कॉन्शियस वोट जितना प्रॉमिस था उससे 6 ज्यादा छत्तीसगढ़ में, झारखंड में, बिहार में जो आपके पक्ष में वोट पड़ने वाला था वो नहीं पड़ा, वो दूसरे पक्ष को गया है. तो यानी कि कॉन्शियस जो है उनका द्रौपदी मुर्मू के साथ ही था ना, जिसको आपने टोकनिज्म बोला, उनका जमीर, उनका जहन बोल रहा है यही सही है.
देखिए यहाँ पे अगर अमृतकाल 75 साल के बाद भाजपा जब शासन में है तो सत्ता की भूख पूरी तरह से समाप्त करना चाहती है और उसके लिए ईडी, सीबीआई, पैसा, तमाम तरह के साधन का इस्तेमाल करती है. अभी राकेश सिन्हा जी ने बोला कि आरएसएस काम करती है ट्राइबल के लिए और दलित के लिए और ओबीसी के लिए. सही बात है, लेकिन वो कहती है कि आप ट्राइबल है, ट्राइबल रहिए, आप दलित है, दलित रहिए, आप ओबीसी हैं, ओबीसी रहिए, हम सवर्ण हैं, हमको सवर्ण रहने दीजिए. जो सदियों से गुलामी की मानसिकता है उसको जिंदा रखना ही काम है. एक खास तरह की जातिगत मानसिकता को लेकर आरएसएस काम कर रही है. ये कौन नहीं जानता है. जिस झारखंड की बात करते हैं उस झारखंड में आपने ट्राइबल के लिए इतना काम किया रघुवर दास जी के नेतृत्व में कि आपको वहां से भगा दिया गया. पुश आउट कर दिया सत्ता, जिसे कौन नहीं जानता है। पत्थलगड़ी आंदोलन में ट्राइबल का आंदोलन कौन नहीं जानता है कि आपने ट्राइबल के अनहित के लिए काम किया।
नवल किशोर जी, चलिए सब कुछ गलत कर रही है बीजेपी और आरएसएस, फिर भी जो विपक्ष का पूरा कैंपेन है, अभी आप आंकड़े देख लीजिए। आंकड़े क्या कहते हैं? असम में 22 एमएलएज ने अपने पक्ष के अगेंस्ट वोट किया है, मध्य प्रदेश में 19 एमएलएज, महाराष्ट्र में 16 एमएलएज, गुजरात में 10 एमएलएज, झारखंड में 10 एमएलएज, बिहार में 6 एमएलएज, छत्तीसगढ़ में 6 एमएलएज, गोवा में 4 एमएलएज, पंजाब, उत्तर प्रदेश, हर जगह अपने पक्ष के अगेंस्ट लोगों ने वोटिंग की है। ये क्या दर्शाता है आपको? अगर आप एक यूनाइटेड फ्रंट इन अ प्रेसिडेंशियल इलेक्शन नहीं कर सकते तो 2024 में तो क्या ही आप यूनाइटेड फ्रंट करेंगे?
नहीं, आप देखिए, दो अलग अलग बातें हैं। प्रेसिडेंट चुनाव में जो डायनामिक्स है वो अलग है। जो प्रेसिडेंट चुनाव में एनडीए के कैंडिडेट को वोट किया है, चाहे जो भी आधार हो, अगर हम सीबीआई,
अरे आप एक पक्ष बनाते हैं एक वजह से, नहीं तो आप इलेक्शन के पहले सामने ही क्यों आए कहेगी कि हम एक यूनिफाइड कैंडिडेट अपना फील्ड करेंगे? देयर इज अ रीजन दैट यू हैव अ यूनिफाइड कैंडिडेट, राइट अनुराग भदौरिया? बिकॉज यू से कि इस यूनिफाइड कैंडिडेट को जिता करके हम दिखाएंगे दैट वी आर इन द गेम। एंड बाय द वे, उत्तर प्रदेश में भी विपक्ष की वोटिंग हुई है।
चलिए पद्मजा जी, मैंने आपकी पूरी बात मान ली और हमने राकेश सिन्हा जी की भी बात मान ली। पहले हम अपने देश के 15वीं राष्ट्रपति जो बनी है माननीय मुर्मू जी को मैं दिल से बधाई देता हूं कि वो हमारे देश की पहली आदिवासी महिला राष्ट्रपति बनी है। इनके लिए उनको बहुत बहुत बधाई। अब मैं पूछना चाहता हूं, अच्छी बात है, लेकिन क्या राकेश सिन्हा जी बताएंगे कि आदिवासी लोगों के लिए जीएसटी जो 5% आपने लगाया है दलित के लिए खत्म कर देंगे आज से? क्या उनको आटा, चावल, दाल, दूध, दही, छाछ और पनीर में क्या उनको 5% अब जीएसटी नहीं देना पड़ेगा? आज के बाद से आप खत्म कर दीजिए, तब तो लगेगा कि पूरे दलित समाज का उत्थान होगा या आदिवासी समाज का उत्थान हो जाएगा। आज से आप माफ कर दीजिए, तब तो जानूंगा कि आप सच में उनके उत्थान की बात करते हैं, वरना आप उनके मुंह से रोटी छीनना चाहते हैं। आप राजनीतिक बात कर रहे हैं। सामाजिक अगर न्याय करना है, समाज में अगर आदिवासियों को, दलितों को सम्मान
अगर आप कह रहे हैं कि आदिवासी के हित के अगेंस्ट काम हुआ है जीएसटी लगा के, और उसके बावजूद आपके स्टेट में 12 लोगों ने, 12 एमएलएज ने इसी बीजेपी, एंटी दलित, एंटी आदिवासी बीजेपी के कैंडिडेट के लिए वोट किया है, तो इसका क्या अर्थ निकाला जाए?
मैं आपकी बात मान ली, इसीलिए तो कह रहा हूं कि उनकी मदद के लिए, आदिवासियों की मदद के लिए, दलित की मदद के लिए आज से ही राकेश सिन्हा जी बोल दें, कल पार्लियामेंट में अनाउंस कर देंगे कि 5% जीएसटी जो हमने बढ़ाया है, उनकी रोजी रोटी जो छीनने का काम किया है। आपने रोजगार तो उन्हें दिया नहीं, जो रोटी खाते हैं, दाल, रोटी, चावल, दूध, दही, छही, वो भी छीन लेना चाहते हैं उनके मुंह से।
अनुराग जी, जो मेन इशू है, आप उसका जवाब नहीं दे रहे। मैं आपसे सिंपली ये पूछ रही हूँ कि आज एक आपके पास अपॉर्चुनिटी थी,
उसी का जवाब।
दिस वॉज एन इलेक्शन, 2 कैंडिडेट्स थे, एक एनडीए कैंडिडेट, एक नॉन एनडीए कैंडिडेट। नॉन एनडीए कैंडिडेट तितर बितर हो गया आपका कैंपेन। आई एम ट्राइंग टू आस्क यू, क्यों आपका कैंपेन ऐसे छिटक गया?
आपका सवाल तो सुन लिया। अरे आप, ठीक है, आपका सवाल का जवाब, भाई जो जीता है उसको बधाई दे दी हमने, और देना भी चाहिए।
पर आप ये मानते हैं कि आपका कैंपेन छिटक गया?
आदिवासी समाज
और आपके पास कितने प्रबल मुद्दे हैं। आपके पास जीएसटी का मुद्दा है, आपके पास नेशनल एम्ब्लम का मुद्दा है, आपके पास अनपार्लियामेंटरी वर्ड्स का मुद्दा है, फिर भी आपका कैंपेन क्यों छिटक गया? अनुराग जी, कोई तो वजह होगी ना।
आप सुन तो लीजिए, बस, अच्छा सुन लीजिए, थोड़ा समय दे दीजिए। आप इतनी परेशान नजर आती हैं, मुझे चिंता हो जाती है। देखिए, आप इतने परेशान मत होइए, मुझे बोलने दीजिए। आपकी परेशानी से हम परेशान हो जाते हैं, कहीं इतना टेंशन आप मत लीजिए, मुझे बोलने दीजिए। मैं कह रहा हूं कि जो आदिवासी समाज की बात हो रही है, दलित समाज की बात हो रही है, अब मैं पूछना चाहता हूं कि उत्तर प्रदेश में एक दलित मंत्री हैं, वो चिट्ठी लिख रहे हैं क्योंकि मुझे दलित मंत्री हूं, चूंकि 3 महीना मुझे बने हो गए, ना मेरे पास कोई डिपार्टमेंट, ना कोई काम करने को मिला है। ये मैं नहीं कह रहा हूं, दलित समाज के मंत्री कह रहे हैं। तो ये बताइए, इन्होंने उनके बारे में दलित समाज के लिए
चलिए बताइए राकेश सिन्हा जी, एक तरफ अगर द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी हैं तो दूसरी तरफ खटिक जी हैं, आप किसका विश्वास करें?
दूसरा
You know, the issue is not the individual.
आप ही का सवाल पूछ रही हूँ, आपने खट्टिक जी का बहुत जबरदस्त मुद्दा उठाया, उनको जवाब देने दीजिए। राकेश सिन्हा जी।
अरे 10 सेकंड तो दे दीजिए, 10 सेकंड तो दे दीजिए, 10 सेकंड नहीं लूंगा,
मैं बताता हूँ, ये शांत हो तो मैं बोलूँ।
इतना तो बनता है विपक्ष।
अनुराग जी के पास
4 मिनट 18 सेकंड से आप बोल रहे हैं अनुराग जी, अब 4 सेकंड उनको भी दे दीजिए। चलिए राकेश सिन्हा जी को बोलने दीजिए। राकेश सिन्हा जी।
You know, for in a political space, the individual entity and the problem is not much important. Important is the social and economic philosophy. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's significant intervention in the social and economic field. They are talking things he is not doing the poor. More than 14-15 crore toilets is going to the poor. You may not be realizing, but I realize. When I was a small child, I heard my mother's friend came and said that one woman went for toilet and someone was given light on her, torch on her. You go on the roads and you will, earlier you would have found that the woman standing when car was passing, because there is light in the night, standing on the road. So I think that this is a social revolution which Prime Minister Narendra Modi heralded. A tribal woman is becoming the President of India is not an isolated incident. I am saying that Padma Award, who is taking Padma Award?
5% GST आपने
Tulsi
लगाया,
Gowda from Karnataka, a common man, not a celebrity.
तो आप ट्राइबल के ऊपर से GST
Trinity Sayo from Meghalaya,
हटा दीजिए, मैं आपकी बात मान जाऊंगा।
The people who are tribal, they are the marginalized people, they were unknown people in the Nehruvian era, which includes the Samajwadi Party, RJD, all these things. So Prime Minister Modi's social philosophy is reaching to the last man, which is known as Abhyodaya. What Ram Manohar Lohia used to dream, what Pandit Deen Dayal Upadhyay imagined, what others
समाज के बारे में बात नहीं कर रहे हो।
Okay, अगर आप ट्राइबल की बात करें ना, let's talk about substantive issues. Let's talk about substantive issues. Let me remind you that there is a minister in Nagaland who said himself, by the way, Anurag ji, and this is a real thing. Nagaland के minister हैं Temjen Imna Along. उन्होंने खुद बोला एक हफ्ते पहले that in 1999 when I went to the Taj Mahal, I was asked, which land are you from? Switzerland, Ireland or Finland? That is because he said I'm from Nagaland. And he says today in mainstream India, in mainland India, I know what my identity is. I am proudly a tribal and I am proudly an Indian. Things have changed on the ground. But let me bring in Abhishek Jha. अगर RJD कह रहे हैं और RJD और समाजवादी पार्टी कह रहे हैं that this largely remains at the level of tokenism. You can have as many Draupadi Murmus as you want, but things change very little at the ground. Do you take solace only in the fact कि आप चाहे जितनी गलतियां कर लें, आप चाहे जितना tokenism कर लें, opposition is in a greater disarray? Abhishek Jha.
First of all, we'd like to congratulate Honorable Draupadi Murmu for being elected as the 15th President of this Indian Republic. And I was listening to the entire debate. This is like a political slap on the face of the opposition parties, which were continuously telling that Draupadi Murmu will serve like a murti, like a statue. The leader of opposition in Bihar, Tejasvi Prasad Yadav, told that Draupadi Murmu is just like a murti, and so we should not vote for her. But what happened? Listen to the internal conscience, so many MLAs across the nation, in different states, you presented the data very well, that they listened to their entire internal conscience and thoroughly voted for Draupadi Murmu. This clearly shows that the entire nation is feeling very proud. Every citizen is feeling very proud. The citizens who belong to the tribals are feeling very proud that a very ordinary woman, a very simple woman, has rose to the topmost offices of the Indian nation, and she is going to serve as the 15th president of this Indian Republic.
Nawal Kishore ji, do you also think that आपने शायद misread किया mind of people considering cross voting उन स्टेट से भी हुई है जहां पे ट्राइबल पॉपुलेशन बहुत हाई है, जैसे कि आपका स्टेट झारखंड, छत्तीसगढ़?
देखिए पद्मजा जी, मैंने पहले ही बोला कि जहां पर व्हिप नहीं है, क्रॉस वोटिंग का कोई मतलब नहीं है। नंबर एक, सुन लीजिए, पहले सुन लीजिए। अब क्यों घबरा जाते हैं इतना? मुझे मालूम है कि आप भी एक प्रचारक हैं, आपके डिबेट के माध्यम से भी आप बताना चाहते हैं कि एनडीए महान है, मान लूंगा मैं।
हम विचारक हैं सर, आपकी तरह।
आप विचारक नहीं, आप प्रशंसक दिखती है। आप प्रशंसा कभी कभी विपक्ष भी कीजिए।
फैक्ट्स के प्रशंसक है और फैक्ट तो यही है ना सर कि आपके स्टेट में आपने बोला कि द्रौपदी मुर्मू सिर्फ एक रबर स्टैंप बन के रहेंगी और आज आप ही के स्टेट में जितने वोट्स पड़ने थे द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी को उससे ज्यादा पड़े हैं। दैट इज अ फैक्ट और उस फैक्ट की मैं प्रशंसक हूं और प्रचारक भी हूं।
देखिए आप ये सब रिपीट कर सकते हैं बार बार। आप पूरे देश को बताना चाहते हैं कि नरेंद्र मोदी इतना प्रभावशाली है।
मैं ये बताना चाहती हूँ कि वोट तो ज्यादा मिले, मेरे बोलने ना बोलने से कुछ फर्क तो पड़ेगा नहीं, वो तो कल पेपर में भी छपेगा।
अगर सब बात आप ही बोल दीजिएगा पद्मजा जी तो आपसे महान कौन है?
चलिए बोलिए नवल किशोर जी।
हम लोग को भी बोले। देखिए मैं सिर्फ ये बताना चाहता हूँ, सुन लीजिए पहले, बहुत कंटेंट के आधार पे ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि प्रेसिडेंट के लिए चुनाव जो होता है उसमें प्रेसिडेंट अपने वोटर के पास पहुंचते हैं, इनडायरेक्ट इलेक्शन है। उस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में तेजस्वी यादव जी ने कहा था कि द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी को हमने नहीं सुना है कहीं प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस सुनते हुए, तो हम क्या राष्ट्रपति भवन में मूर्ति चाहते हैं? ये अभिषेक झा को समझता नहीं है। अरे अभिषेक झा शांत रहो, पहले बकवास मत करो, सुनो पहले, अरे सुनो पहले, बकवास मत करो। तुम्हारे बीच में बोला हूं मैं, शांत रहो ना, सुनो पहले। तुमको जो समझ में आता है तुमने बोल दिया। Don't intervene this way.
One at a time, please. One at a time, gentlemen. Professor Yadav, one at a time, please. Yes.
No. Let me complete. Ask him to speak at his
Yes,
time.
please. You complete your point. Yes.
What I am saying that if this election is on an indirect basis, the voter has a right to know what the candidate thinks. In that context, he has said, you can understand the way you want to. If there is a cross voting on the basis of whatever thing, you know there's political situation which is full of political vendetta that is followed by Narendra Modi ji government, who do not know that this conscience change might also be under the pressure tactics. I am not saying that also. Let there be cross voting on the basis of conscience. But the opposition party is there, and there are at least 33 parties, those who were there behind Yashwant Sinha.
Okay, so this is not about a vote of conscience, Abhishek Jha. This is about coercion. हो सकता है कुछ प्रेशर रहा हो इन एमएलएज के ऊपर।
नीतीश कुमार जी भी कोर्शन में हो सकते हैं।
नीतीश जी कोर्शन में
हो सकते हैं, वो नहीं जानता।
अगर तेजस्वी प्रसाद यादव was about to deliver his speech in front of the Prime Minister of India at least 6 times, he was not able to express himself. What does this mean? अभी ये अलग तरीके से
let's not make it about personal comments about people. No. Let's stick to the topic, please. Let's stick to the topic.
ये जब नहीं आप बेटा मुझे बोलने दे, जब ये बातें कहते हैं कि द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी बोल नहीं पाती, कॉन्फ्रेंस नहीं, हम कन्विंस नहीं हो पाए, तो आज जब अपनी बात बोल नहीं पाते हैं, आदरणीय राबड़ी देवी जी जब यहाँ की मिनिस्टर बनी, तब वो नहीं बोल पाती कि आप आप किसी के बोलने और प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस आप किसी को जज नहीं कर सकते। You cannot judge a person who has been a governor in a state, who has been a minister, who has been given the award of a very good analyst in the entire nation. What does it mean?
Okay, please, Abhishek Jha, answer the point. The point is that if people have voted today against their candidate, how do you know it is for conscience? It could be for coercion. So much is happening. Today Sonia Gandhi is being called. Maybe some MLA sitting in Bihar is thinking, भाई कल को मेरे ईडी आ जाएगा दरवाजे पे, चलो द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी को वोट कर देता हूँ।
अब एक बात बताइए कि किस एमएलए ने किसको वोट किया, ये तो पब्लिक हुआ नहीं। ये हमें क्रॉस वोटिंग के बारे में मालूम चलता है जब एक्स्ट्रा वोट पड़ते हैं। तो जब एक्स्ट्रा वोट पड़े हैं तो किस बात का प्रेशर? आप किसी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी में हैं और आप कैसे कह सकती हैं कि हर एमएलए को इस बात का ही डर होगा कि कभी ईडी आ जाएगी, कभी सीबीआई आ जाएगी? ऐसा भी तो हो सकता है कि इसका इंटरव्यू बोलता है, ये कहता हूं कि द्रौपदी मुर्मू जी के रूप में प्रथम महिला आदिवासी राष्ट्रपति हमको मिलने वाली है, तो चलो उसमें हम योगदान देते हैं अपना। इट कैन बी अ पॉइंट लाइक दैट। ये कहना कि किसी तरह का प्रेशर है, वी स्ट्रांगली डिनाई दिस फैक्ट। There is no pressure. It is just about internal conscience that the MLAs are thinking that they need to pay a step. They need to take a step just to make an ordinary tribal woman the president of this Indian Republic.
नवल किशोर यादव,
देखिए प्रेशर तो दिखता है ना, जब बिहार के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष नीतीश कुमार के ऊपर कमेंट करते हैं कि अग्निवीर आंदोलन में लगता है कि ये कुछ नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, ये प्रेशर तो उनको दिखता होगा ना। रोज उन पे आक्षेप लगाया जाता है भाजपा की तरफ से। ये प्रेशर तो दिखता है ना, तीसरे नंबर के नेता होने के बावजूद भी चीफ मिनिस्टर बने हुए हैं, प्रेशर दिखता है ना। जिस पार्टी, सुन लीजिए, एक लास्ट
प्रेसिडेंट इलेक्शन में तो आपका सीक्रेट वोट होता है ना, मैंने मुर्मू जी को दिया या किसी और को दिया, किसी को क्या पता चलेगा? क्या प्रेशर? किसी को पता ही नहीं चलेगा।
अरे पद्मजा जी, आपके विषय में भी सारी जानकारी ईडी को होगी, सीबीआई को होगी, आप घबराइए मत, जब जरूरत होगा तो उनको पता चल जाएगा।
निराशा ही होगी सर, उनको निराशा ही होगी, ईडी को कुछ पता चलेगा, वो छोड़ दीजिए।
मुझे पूरा विश्वास है, मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि
बट पॉइंट इज कि किसी और को ये पता नहीं है ना कि आपने जाके किसको वोट दिया नवल किशोर जी, तो मैं आपको रेड कैसे करवाऊंगी जब मुझे पता ही नहीं आपने किसको वोट दिया?
अरे इस देश में जिस राजनीतिक दल को अभी दल के रूप में रिकॉग्निशन नहीं मिला है, वो चीफ मिनिस्टर बना है। जो सिंगल लार्जेस्ट पार्टी है महाराष्ट्र में, वो डिप्टी सीएम बना हुआ है। कौन सा राजनीति है? सुप्रीम कोर्ट का ऑब्जर्वेशन भी देख लीजिए।
चलिए ठीक है, तो प्रेसिडेंशियल इलेक्शन आल्सो इज कॉम्प्रोमाइज्ड इन दैट सेंस, दैट इज व्हाट यू सीम टू बी इंसिनुएटिंग। लेट मी ब्रिंग इन Gokul Chandran at this point. Just a second. Gokul Chandran and Professor Manojit Mandal and Rakesh Sinha, let me bring them back into the conversation. Gokul Chandran, the thing is that irrespective of who wins, how is it that the Congress party always ends up being on the losing side? Of all people, today the Trinamool Congress also turns around and tells the Congress, bhai, you went and made that announcement, you never asked us, and we are walking away. Bye. Bye.
Yeah, good evening, Padmaja. I'll make quick 2 points. First of all, I would like to join the 135 crore Indians in congratulating Srimati Murmu for being elected as the next president of India, and we are happy about that. And the second thing is regarding the cross voting which you talked about. But before that, I would also request everyone not to anymore term her as a tribal or Dalit or Muslim or Christian. She is our president. She doesn't have a caste. She doesn't have a religion. And let it be president of India. No more tribal, no more Dalit. That is my humble request. And second thing regarding the cross voting. See, here what happened was Congress party has done a mistake by supporting Mr. Yashwant Sinha as the candidate for the presidential poll. You know the credentials of Mr. Yashwant Sinha. He was very recently, he jumped from BJP and he sided with Mamata Banerjee. Okay, so whoever cross-voted, I will not blame anyone. Who would like to vote for someone who was very recently with BJP and who was with Mamata Banerjee?
Then why was he made the presidential candidate of the United Opposition against the BJP?
Candidate.
Why was he made the candidate?
Yeah, that's what I'm telling.
And not only was he made the candidate, he was made the face of democracy. We were told, want to save democracy, vote for him.
Padmaja, that's what I'm calling out the mistake. I'm not defending anyone. I'm calling out the mistake. Again, in vice presidential polls, you asked a question, why TMC is not supporting Margaret Alba? See, everybody is not Sonia Gandhi or Rahul Gandhi to withstand the pressure of BJP, ED, CBI, IT and everyone. So Mamata Banerjee has her own pressure. She doesn't want to go behind the bars. She doesn't want to go to jail, nor her nephew wants to go to jail. So of course they will not be supporting the Congress candidate.
Professor Mandal.
So it proves Congress is the only credible opposition party.
I really don't understand who is
in
this.
India.
He's a Congress supporter. If you don't want to respond to him, by the way, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary also today said that Mamata Banerjee is a turncoat to the power of infinity. +1.
Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. I don't want to talk about Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, but people of Bengal know who is the biggest cow trafficker in the Murshidabad district. I am not naming anyone. Who has been trafficking cows to Bangladesh since 1980s. And who is very close to the Prime Minister of this country, who patted him when he became one leader. I am not naming anyone. So I mean, I don't want to go by
the conversion of any political party
in Bengal, especially representing CPIM or Congress. I have not said that you are saying this.
No, you said Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary is close to Mr. Modi and he patted his back.
But you know, I did not say this. I did not say this. He can be, he may be.
Spread lies.
But the fact remains that if you talk about Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, he decimated the Congress party. He decimated the Congress party single-handedly in Bengal, even in his own district, which was a kind of forte for the Congress, district of Murshidabad. This political analyst supporting the Congress party must be knowing. He single-handedly decimated the Congress party and surrendered to the BJP in Murshidabad. Do you even know this? Do you even know this? You can't decide what the TMC will do, right? You can't decide. You can't take TMC for granted. A party with the second highest number in the opposition in the Rajya Sabha and in the Parliament, Lok Sabha, you can't take us for granted. You needed to consult us.
I have one question.
Right?
So tell me this, and we're just breaking this piece of news, by the way, of all the people who went against the understanding about the candidate. I won't call it cross-voting anymore. We are learning that among the people who went against their earlier mandate, 14 of the MLAs who cross-voted in Madhya Pradesh are from the Congress, Mr. Gokul Chandran. 14 Congress MLAs have gone against what was pre-decided.
Yeah, I told you. I told you, Padmaja. Congress didn't act properly in supporting a candidate who was being put up for the top post of this nation. Mr. Yashwant Sinha was no way he is eligible for that post, and for such credentials, forget BJP. Associating with TMC itself is a crime.
Well, if you think Yashwant Sinha was a bad choice, Margaret Alva is somebody who literally wrote in her book about Christian Michel and the helicopter deals. So final word to you, Professor Rakesh Sinha, where does this leave the BJP campaign? Is it just going to be sitting back and taking it easy, looking at what is happening to the opposition camp, where they are busy criticizing each other and can't seem to agree, and even when an agreement is reached, there are underhand decisions taken on later? Professor Sinha.
You know, we are a political party, but we don't do everything and every time taking vote as a central point. Vote is important for a political party, power is also important for the political party, but you see, when Prime Minister directed and inspired the workers to work during the COVID, was it for the votes? When he inspires workers to go to the medical centers where COVID vaccination is taking place, is it only for the votes? Vote is a natural corollary. If you are doing good work, people will be attracted. Prime Minister Modi has become a magnetic power in the Indian politics. Therefore, it is impact on different political parties, those who are pro-poor, those who are concerned to the common man, now realizing that the old socialist slogans by the Congress and the dynastic party is not going to work. It is the pro-people work which is making impact. Therefore, this is not, you may not call it a cross-voting, but you can call the rebel against their leadership. RJD MLAs voted for the president. Congress MLAs voted for the presidential choice of NDA. They saw that in future, these party would face the split in the party. Because now the democracy is taking the center stage. Grassroots democracy is emerging, not the elite democracy. Based on the father, son, daughter, these are the successor of each one. That is not going to work.
Okay, you are saying this is about democracy. A lot of people think it's more about the disarray in your opponent's camp, whether they will finally be able to band together. There's a lot of time. Still 2 years left for the next election. Thanks very much, all gentlemen, and I think I speak for everyone when I say that today Draupadi Murmu is not a tribal. She is not a lady who is a candidate of any one party. She is the 15th President of India. Thanks very much for joining us. Today, Congress President Sonia Gandhi was called for questioning by the Enforcement Directorate in the National Herald money laundering case. Ahead of her arrival at the ED office, a party member staged protests across the country, branding the stir a satyagraha, a way of peaceful resistance. However, what transpired on the streets was anything but peaceful. Vehicles were set ablaze, trains, fire tenders, and even ambulances were stalled, and all of it was an outpouring of anger.
We do not want to have protests like that, but the people are very angry. You know, when you have Nipur Sharma who talks about the Prophet and demeans religion, you know, and the minorities are feeling cornered, they are angry. And if their leaders, they feel these are the leaders who speak about it in Parliament, they stand by them. And then, they will definitely revolt, they'll rebel.
The common man's problem also is Sonia Gandhi. Congress party is a party that brought freedom to this country. We here today stand and voice for the freedom of the human beings, freedom of individuals, freedom of citizens. And now you're trying to cut down the voice of the freedom of the individuals. So the youngsters are getting angry. They're coming out and burning things.
बीजेपी वाले ऐसी झूठे बातों में माहिर हो गए, तो ऐसे बाता अब उनका ही आदमी होगा ये ऐसे कामों में, क्योंकि कांग्रेस पार्टी को बदनाम करने के लिए ऐसे फालतू कामों। परसों उदयपुर में एक हत्या हुआ था, कौन था वो हिंदू मुसलमानों में कुछ जहर फैलाने के लिए कोशिश किए, वो पकड़ा गया। कौन निकला? भारतीय जनता पार्टी का निकला।
But it doesn't end here. Some within the Congress even asked why did the ED have to summon Sonia Gandhi to their office for questioning. Instead, couldn't the officials have gone to her doorstep?
I mean, they should be considering her age as well as her health. And, as I said, she could have been asked questions in her house, wherever they felt, I suppose, if I use the word that it's they are vindictive, and I think that in a way I'm talking about the BJP. I would say that it's a complete witch hunt.
3-4 ತಲೆಮಾರುಗಳಿಗೆ ಆಗುವಷ್ಟನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ ನೆಹರು, ಇಂದಿರಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ, ಸೋನಿಯಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಹೆಸರಲ್ಲಿ. ಈ ಕಿಂಚತ್ತು ತ್ಯಾಗಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ತಯಾರಾಗದೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ತಿಂತಕ್ಕಂತ ಅನ್ನದಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಳು ಬೀಳುತ್ತೆ.
ईडी को इडियट बना दिए हैं ये सरकार ने. हिंदुस्तान के लोग वो देख रहे हैं. अगर सोनिया गांधी जी की कुछ हो गई तो हिंदुस्तान की आम जनता ये सरकार को नहीं माफ करेंगे.
Sir, doesn't the opposition have the right to carry out a satyagraha when they feel that they are being hunted down?
Well, the first question I would like to raise today on your channel is, if there is a law in the country, it will operate differently for common people and differently for Sonia ji and Rahul Gandhi. What kind of message the Congress party, which has ruled the country for more than 60 years, is seeking to give to the common man? अगर तुम्हें पुलिस स्टेशन बुलाया जाएगा, तुम आकर के हजारों को लेकर के घेर लो पुलिस स्टेशन को, IT ऑफिस, ED ऑफिस. They want to have double standards. Therefore, when you accuse us of trying to subvert the constitution, rule of law and institutions, what you are doing is exactly that. The second issue is, some facts have to be recalled on your channel. The complaint in this regard was filed before we came to power in 2014. The Delhi Metropolitan Court took cognizance under 420 cheating and also 120B criminal conspiracy against Sonia ji and Rahul Gandhi. They went to High Court for quashing it, failed. They went to Supreme Court for quashing it, failed. The both of them are on bail today, mother and son. Income tax proceedings started, heavy penalty imposed, and thereafter tribunal also plea rejected, High Court plea rejected. Now if you have already made your party as your pocket party, your leader as your pocket leaders. Now you want to make the party's property also as your personal property. That is sum and substance. But the larger issue is, if you have failed in all the legal forums, why would you not appear before the lawful authority to reply to questions? That's the only issue of which they are making all the hullabaloo.
Because today Mallikarjun Kharge said that it is a rule that when anyone is above the age of 65, 65 साल से उम्र के जितने भी वरिष्ठ नागरिक होते हैं उनके घर पर जाकर पूछताछ करते हैं, लेकिन यहाँ पर जानबूझकर बीजेपी पावरफुल दिखने के लिए सोनिया जी को ईडी तक लेके आ रही है.
मैं आपकी बात का जवाब दूं बहुत सरलता से. खड़गे साहब ईडी के दफ्तर में गए थे कि नहीं? खड़गे साहब की उम्र कितनी है आप मुझे बताइए. पहले चिदम्बरम साहब के खिलाफ एक कार्रवाई हुई थी ना, ईडी ने उनको गिरफ्तार भी किया था, वो 100 दिन तिहाड़ जेल में भी थे. He got the bail from Supreme Court. What is the age of Mr. Chidambaram? Come on, what kind of logic is being given? She said that she's unwell. Twice the ED gave her time or not by postponing the date of questioning. Therefore, these questions are not relevant. The relevant point is, and therefore today on your channel I need to recall what this whole case is about. This whole issue of National Herald, from Jawaharlal Nehru's time, so many public shareholders were there. It went into non-printing. The Congress government gave it concession lands in Mohali, in Delhi, in Mumbai. Today there is property of crores fetching a rental of crores of rupees. Now 99% of the share, 9 crore share, were transferred to Young India Limited before we came to power in 2010-11. And 76% of Young India is owned by whom? Sonia is 38%, Rahul Gandhi 38%. Therefore, this entire property came into, because all this, including the landed property. And Congress party gave 90 crore rupees to this National Herald publishers. Once it was transferred, that loan was written off. Therefore, without investing a single penny, this huge property and everything came into the kitty of a firm substantially owned by the mother and the son. That's the whole issue is about. Fraud, cheating, conspiracy. The matter is being investigated. Trial will take place. Therefore, all the facts they are not stating. Only Indira Gandhi Sonia ji is being victimized. Did you take bail or not? Are you on bail or not? Is Rahul Gandhi on bail or not? Did you run from court to court or not till the apex court and failed in your attempt? Therefore, आपके लिए कानून का रास्ता अलग होगा, दूसरे अलग होगा. And you know, Padmaja, something very interesting today. Today, a tribal woman, marginalized community, sister, a distinguished leader who has done so much for the society is becoming the President of India. A tectonic moment in the polity of the country. And see the Congress behavior, which has ruled the country for more than 60 years.
It's interesting you brought up Draupadi Murmu ji. If I can just...
standards of New India on the one hand.
Sorry to interrupt, just 1 second. It's very interesting you brought up Draupadi Murmu ji, because Margaret Alva turned it around the other way and said that BJP says that we stand for tribals and women, and look at how you are treating a lady. That on the very day Draupadi Murmu is possibly going to be elected our next president, this is happening.
My reply is very simple. Margaret Alva today is the vice presidential candidate. Though bound to lose, surely. But once you are a candidate for the august office of the Vice President of India, you are required to at least follow the norms of restraint and protocol which a nominee to that office has to follow. I think I have spoken enough. She has been a governor for so many states. She has been a union minister, and she has been an MP for many terms. So I hope Margaret Alva knows the law, isn't it? Beyond that, I have nothing more to say.
All right, Mr. Ravi Shankar Prasad, thank you very much for speaking to us. This is not the last, of course, that the Congress says. You've heard on their satyagrah as far as the new Indian case is concerned. Thanks very much, Mr. Prasad, for having joined us.
The News Hour at 10 will be right back after the break.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
The News Hour at 10.
Prime Minister Modi met top cabinet ministers to discuss the government's strategy in the parliament. The development comes as opposition parties continued to force adjournment in two houses of parliament over their demands related to price rise and GST. The AIADMK party headquarters reopened in Chennai after 10 days. This comes after Tamil Nadu Revenue Department had sealed the party headquarters after a clash broke out between the camps of AIADMK leaders E.K. Palaniswamy and OPS. The Supreme Court has agreed to examine a plea seeking an action taken report from the Haryana government on the death of Haryana DSP. Surendra Singh was killed while investigating illegal stone mining on Tuesday in Pachgaon area when he was mowed down by a truck.
The News Hour at 10 will be right back after the break. You're watching The News Hour at 10.
अबे तू किधर
Chinese President Xi Jinping has asked officials to step up efforts to uphold the principle that Islam in China must be Chinese in orientation.
He met top cabinet ministers to discuss the government strategy in the parliament. The development comes as opposition parties continue to force adjournment in two houses of parliament over their demands related to price rise and GST. The AIADMK party headquarters reopened in Chennai after 10 days. This comes after Tamil Nadu Revenue Department had sealed the party headquarters after a clash broke out between the camps of AIADMK leaders E.K. Palaniswamy and OPS. The Supreme Court has agreed to examine a plea seeking an action taken report from the Haryana government on the death of Haryana DSP. Surendra Singh was killed while investigating illegal stone mining on Tuesday in Pachgaon area when he was mowed down by a truck.
The most pressing issue, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
Welcome to News Now Overnight. I'm Siddharth Talia. Let's take a quick look at the headlines this night at 11 p.m. India has its 15th president. Draupadi Murmu is the first member of the scheduled tribes to become the president of India. Wins by a comfortable margin over Yashwant Sinha by securing more than 64% of the total value of votes. Prime Minister Modi is the first to congratulate her at her residence. Nationwide celebrations over Draupadi Murmu's historic victory, from her Odisha home to the streets of Delhi and down south in Telangana. People rejoice over India's first Adivasi president. Sources suggest as many as 17 opposition members of parliament and 126 MLAs across as many as 17 states may have cross-voted for Draupadi Murmu, maximum among them likely to be Congress party lawmakers. Vice presidential poll 2 appears to be a formality now, with Mamata Banerjee deciding to abstain, dealing a body blow to a united opposition front against the NDA's Jagdeep Dhankar.
गांधी परिवार और कांग्रेस पार्टी की तासीर समझने में नरेंद्र मोदी और अमित शाह को कई जन्म लेने पड़ जाएंगे.
The Congress party has hit the street